And just like that, we are a hop and a skip away, just like Jack does it, you know?
He would be so proud.
I think so. I think
he
so.
Would be
He's
so darn proud.
And he's coming up at us at top of the morning. But I'm excited. This is the biggest rag company event of the year, TRCMA 2024. Day 2, we're starting off hot, Dewar.
Yesterday was unfreaking believable.
An electric day
right from the beginning. First thing in the morning, you got a bit of a mesmerizing trance around the lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have these two guys from a podcast on a mid-show.
We did it. We did
recapping everything. How do you think
we're going to do it again today, Dewar?
I think so.
I think it went great. Day 1 was absolutely electric. Hope you're pumped up for day 2 as we are. We are super excited. It's going to be an electric day, like I said. Dewar, let's run down the schedule real quick.
That's right. So, kicking us off, we have our great friend, Cav, or Jack, as some of you may know.
Hot from the UK.
If you're hot on the TikTok, you have to know who he is.
You know about him.
It's been 2 years.
It's been
since he
2
dropped.
years.
2 years.
Yep.
That's
Jack,
24
you know,
months.
he likes his waxes.
Yep.
He likes the snow foam pre-treatment, rinse it off, that kind of deal. Let's start heading that way, Dewar.
That's right.
Then we're going to have the IDA come on. Chad Stoker's here. Keith Duplessis.
Yep.
They're going to keep you informed.
And I think Jason Rose is going to have a little bit of something to say.
He's in there
the idea
too?
as well.
Oh, man. Jason, the legend.
This is a hot, packed house.
The legend, Jason Rose, going to make 2 appearances, is what you're saying? IDA
That's
and
right.
Rupes later today?
The thing with Jason, though, is that if you don't catch him in the moment, he's already on a flight out of here. It's unbelievable.
So stay tuned. You don't want to miss him. He comes, he goes.
Yep.
And then we got Tom from Buff Brite. I think I already saw the bag of dog hair, Dewar.
I did.
He brought it again.
we had some bets going.
Yes, we did.
To see if it was actually going to happen. And if you had your money on yes for dog hair, it's
coming in hot. The fur reels, you know, that demo goes very well with the lights. Yep. He's got all kind of gadgets. That Tom.
But speaking of bets, okay, there's a big sale going on.
There is a big sale going on.
20% off just about everything, and then the new Ultra line and Rag Company stuff. 25% off.
They got the new brushes.
What else is 25? We missed it yesterday.
We did. It's the 25th anniversary of TRC. Unbelievable.
Like every day. We wake up, we see the TRC logo.
We see it.
Founded in 1999.
1999.
Okay? I was okay in math in school. I don't know about you, but...
Not good.
2024 minus 1,999 is 25.
25.
And that's how many years it's been.
Unbelievable. We're here to celebrate it with this week at TRCMA.
Yep.
Bigger, badder, better. Yesterday, we brought 8 hours of content, Dewar.
That's right.
Non-stop action. Same thing for today. Non-stop. Probably 8 more hours of amazing content. So stay tuned. Because after Tom from Buff Brite, we got the legend himself, Chris West from Solution Finish.
We had some dinner with him.
Goes.
We're really happy he made it.
Yes, really happy.
All the way from Huntington
He's looking
Beach,
real
California.
Good. Yep.
Like, that man is the hungriest for trim.
That's right.
I think we're going to be hitting some Japanese trim today. I'm super excited for that.
Yep, that's going to be a fun time. So, that's just the morning portion of the show.
Yeah, that's a heck of a freaking morning.
We roll into the afternoon. We got Detail Factory coming on. I'm excited for that. They've been dropping some really legit brush action lately. So I'm excited for what they got today. The brush game is strong. It's always been strong, but I feel like their latest releases just been over the top, unbelievable, great brushes.
Yep, most definitely.
And then who are we rolling into after that, Dewar?
We are rolling
unbelievable
into my best thing, my biggest ego.
Ego,
you know,
unbelievable. I can't believe Ego's
our
here.
friends at Ego have been powering all this gear because
there's batteries all over the place.
There used to be a lot of tripping hazards here.
Yep.
But it's 2024, 25th anniversary.
The battery technology has advanced.
Wireless, folks. All right, we got. I mean, Jimmy's contraption is not so wireless.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of is, kind of not. But that being said, we have less tripping hazards. We got the 56 volts powering all the.
I
good
love
stuff
the
here.
Ego blowers. It's a good time. I can't wait for them.
If you like gas pressure washers,
I like a gas pressure
washer. Plug-in electric pressure washers. You have to stay tuned because like this is a German piece of engineering. It's an EQE. I didn't even know this existed, but I mean, this thing is hot. I like this. Like, if I had to go to soccer practice, I'd want to go into this, and you wouldn't even hear me rolling up. If you're late, you have no idea.
No.
Okay? It's fine.
It's like a big old golf cart.
Right? But, you know.
Then we're rolling into Rupes. Jason Rose coming back, legend himself. That's going to be an amazing demo. You know how it is. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some cordless polisher action is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
It's going to be unbelievable.
That was the first time I had one in my hands yesterday. I don't know about you.
Yeah, first time. Oh, yeah.
If you've had it.
Definitely first time touching that thing. It's amazing. It's almost like a freaking lightsaber. Straight from Star Wars is how cool that thing is.
What's really cool is that somebody pointed out is that when you pick up a polisher, right? What do? It's like a drill. First thing you do, turn it on.
You rev that bad boy up. Yep.
But this thing feels so much better. You slap a pad on there. then you give it a zip. It's like,
and it's even more balanced.
Perfect harmony.
Yep.
Right?
They know what they're doing over there at Rupes.
And so I think that Rupes is going to be coming with the heat.
Oh yeah.
And then
I'm looking forward to it. Jason Rose always brings it.
To really put a pin in things at the end of the day, we're going to be stinging you with stinger
with
chemicals.
A little stinger. I'm very interested in this segment. It's in the day.
Yep.
I don't know much about stingers, so I'm looking forward to finding out about them, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good time.
Definitely.
And we're going to have a little Grandambassador action in there as well.
I did hear about that.
Let's drift this way, Dewar, because I want to
One thing I want to show off, check out this limited edition.
What are you showing at?
Canada Stjarnagloss t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, he's got the Stjarnagloss shirt.
Not everybody has this.
Look
you
got
to be from the greater than the 49th parallel.
The great Stjarnagloss logo. 2 years ago, this brand made its debut in North America. Jack's coming back, top of the morning.
Yep.
He's bringing the absolute heat. Whatever cool phrases he says the UK people say over there. We got forced, all that good stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Always brings the action.
So a couple years ago,
there it is.
the OGs had these special TRC coins from TRCMA.
One-Eyed Jack.
If you know, you know. One-Eyed Jack
made his debut.
I got here on the weekend of that show. I had to keep a secret for a week, Jamie.
Week straight. Unbelievable.
Okay. Canadians are incredibly friendly.
Yep.
We like to tell all, but that's one secret I could not tell all. And walking around here, it was so hard not to film up there because we had to keep it on the down low. Nobody knew about this.
Big secret. Unbelievable that year. If you missed that, you got to go back and watch it. Yeah. That was unbelievable. Cinematic adventure with Jack from Stjarnagloss making his debut in North America. Unbelievable.
Don't watch it now. Watch it after this.
Of course. Okay. Yeah.
So we got our good friend Bearded Hunter in the comments. Let's go. Day
Bearded
2 popping.
Yep. Grandambassadors are ready to roll this morning. It's going to be a good time. What else we got going on around the studio, Dewar?
We have.
We got the lights and cameras going on. Let's swoop around here to the.
All right, where are we going?
The speed. Right here, white room.
White room. So
unbelievable.
My Mazda fans, or FOMOCO, whatever you want to call it, in the comments. Do you think this first gen Speed 3 is the best? Or do you like the smiley face second gen Speed 3? Personally,
drop it below.
I'm a fan of red. Okay, I like this gen. I mean, okay, hold on. Chris 541, I better hide my wallet.
No, pull it out, sir. Pull it out.
As long as you have your credit card saved under Red Company account, it's free to create the account. You know what else is free, Jamie?
What's that?
Hitting that like, hitting that subscribe.
That's what I was about to say. Speaking of comments, interaction is key when it comes to TRCMA. Drop the like, drop the comments. Interaction is definitely boss here.
Yep.
It runs the show.
And Ragnar Rules is asking if there's going to be a cookie break. Not a cookie break, but our wonderful friends at the Home to Sweets by Hilton gave us some amazing Rag Company cookies.
They sure did.
You have to know someone who knows someone to get those.
Amazing accommodations at the Home to Sweets.
Should we give a little tease on the dog hair?
Yeah, you know it. Let's head over here to the Buff Brite Center. Tom from Buff Brite will also be joining us for the halftime show, arts and crafts action. I have a very special limited edition Dewar style polisher wrap. It's going to be entertaining.
So
look here, we got the carpet. He's going to fur it up. I think Levi's coming back again. And I think Tom brought him some gloves this year,
but
helping a brother out.
I know this is pretty cool, the little filter for the filter.
Yeah, we'll learn all about this stuff, dude. It's going to be a hot time.
This is a pregame show. That's a pregame filter.
Yep.
And you're a family man.
Here's the lightsaber.
Dane's a family man with Callie the dog. And this bad boy right here is a lifesaver.
Dane definitely needs to take a fur reel to the flex.
If you don't know what this is, you're going to be saving some money on one.
Yeah.
Do not forget it.
Absolutely.
So,
and we got the rising backdrop behind us, and we're just getting the party started here, people. We're warming you up, keeping you engaged, entertained, all that good stuff. I hope everybody's excited. Drop below what segment you're looking forward to the most today. Unbelievable presentations lined up. Again, we got Stjarnagloss right off the top with Jack. You know the energy he's bringing.
And you know what? Speaking of Jack, let's do another skip.
Oh, I think we got Canadian Jack coming up.
What do you think?
Bring the heat, Dewar. What you got? That was pretty good.
All right.
Yeah, nice. Do you have
are we going to get a swamp skip?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
One skip was good enough from the Swamp Man. Do we have you have a Canadian Jack impersonation you want to drop on us?
I do. So, listen, bud. All right. We got a little bit of sun over in my neck of the woods there, okay? We're going to grab the hockey sticks, get some Timmies. We're going to sit back, relax in front of the cabin, and we're going to make my little toboggan shine right up there, bud.
Nice.
All right? So, there we go.
That's the kind of energy Jack's going to bring as well.
That's
all that good stuff. Don't forget the IDA's coming after him.
Yeah. Sharpen your pencils.
Sharpen your pen. Yeah, you need some notes when the IDA shows up. You know, they got a lot to say.
Get your notebook out.
Shad Stoker, great spokesman.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to bring heat.
I don't know if he uses Stjarnagloss products in his hair.
In his hair? I think he waxes his hair with straight carnauba. It looks good. It looks real nice.
Do you think our friends at Diamond Protec add some coating on his hair?
Oh, yeah. It's probably coated up. It's probably super hydrophobic. I'm looking forward to that. Keith Duplessis, Jason Rose will be joining them. Then we got Tom from Buff Brite. You know what's going on there. Solution finished the legendary Chris West, restoring that trim like he normally does. It's going to be a good time.
Yep. Speaking of good time, yesterday we had a couple orders, people throwing in comments and people wanting stuff signed. I've seen some T-shirts flowing around. Is there a special edition T-shirt this year, Jamie?
I think I saw a big 25 T-shirt going around. We need to get one
we do.
For sure.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. In focus, yes. There will be the TRCMA shirts. Don't know about the stickers yet. We're going to bring that info in the halftime show.
Where's the stickers?
And we're going to get an accurate inventory count. I hope. Maybe not. Don't take my word for it.
Yeah. So. In the middle there, we will return to the halftime show, recap the morning, give you a preview of what's to come, have a little arts and crafts action with Tom from Buff Brite. It's going to be an amazing time. I saw our friend David Bradshaw. He's looking forward to the halftime show. So we're going to bring the heat for you for sure.
Yep.
What we got? Dino, should Canadian Jack go on a weight loss like UK Jack?
Dino. Listen.
Look, he's slim and trim right now. This is full TRCMA shape.
This is. I've been shoveling nonstop for the last 17 business months.
Yep.
So if you have the amount of puts in and maple syrup we got, you'd look the same way, Dino.
That's right. And then going into afternoon, we got Detail Factory.
That's right.
Going to drop probably. I saw some teasers. I don't know what they're dropping, but it looks interesting.
If you've been following their social media, they dropped a really colorful box.
Very colorful.
I even asked Dane about it. I'm like, Dane, you know what this is? Like, no, I have no idea. So you're going to have to find out when we do.
Yep.
Because all that it said was hang it upside down, get all the excess water out of it.
Yep.
So
I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know what it is.
Yep. We haven't seen Detail Factory in a couple TRCMAs, I think. So I'm glad they're back. I'm looking forward to it. Their brushes have been fantastic lately. Then we're going into Ego. Going to bring the blowers, all the accessories, all the stuff they got, battery powered. It's going to be good.
Our use cases for Eagle were very different.
Yeah.
Okay? I have a family member with the 56-volt monster snowblower that will be the envy of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Down in the swamp, you may need the lawnmower variety, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yep.
Or the sump pumps, whatever.
Maybe. Right now I got the Ego blower, and I bought that Ego blower with the Weed Eater combo. So those batteries go on each one. It's fantastic.
I know that our resident Anthony Fisher loves his carbon fiber shaft on his Ego Weed Whacker.
Yep.
And I think that if you're in the mobile game for pressure washers, again, we talked about this earlier.
Yep.
If you like your wire or your corded pressure washers, your gas pressure washers, you've had the most unbelievable luck with pressure washers.
Yeah.
They either leak or they catch on fire.
You know how it is. But then we roll into Jason Rose coming back for Rupes. It's going to be unbelievable. I hope he wields the lightsaber, hits us with some Jedi mind tricks, that kind of deal. Pay attention, be ready. It's going to be awesome. And then we find out the mystery around this Stinger appearance. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good time. So let's roll into the Stjarnagloss section. To end us here, we're winding down. This is the pre-show. We're just here to get you warmed up. Hopefully you drank your coffee. Hopefully you're fired up as much as me and Dewar are fired up. Stjarnagloss is back to kick off the show. Jack is going to bring the heat.
Yes, so for those that don't know, Jack is going to be remote. We're going to have Levi talking with him remotely. So Jack is going to be in that beautiful little studio they had. Ride Company did a tour on their last event. So real quick, Jamie, tell them all about the sale, and we're going to get them out of here.
We'll be back in the halftime show, Dewar, and tell you about it. We're out of here.
Hey, hey, everybody. Welcome back to day 2. That's right. You see how my fingers went up?
I did.
It means day 2 here at TRCMA. And we've got a heck of a show planned for you guys today.
Yep, and so we have a lot more detailing knowledge. We have some new products being released. We also have tons of our friends in the industry to be able to come here and present today and hopefully give you guys some insight of what's been going on here and going into the 2024 detailing year. As the weather's warming up, Levi.
Oh, you rode your motorcycle today.
I rode my motor. It was actually still quite cold for that. I had tears in my eyes coming into work today, but you know what? The weather is warming up. People are starting to detail, and we're looking forward to an awesome year. So starting off this morning, we do have Stjarnagloss that's going to be chiming in remotely. So we have Jack across the pond.
We've got a virtual presentation with a live Q&A.
Yes,
so
really fun.
That'll be super rad to be able to do that with him. Then we'll be rolling right into the IDA. We got the president of the IDA here, along with a couple cohorts that you probably recognize. And then we'll be moving into Buff Brite, Tom Smith, and then Anthony and Chris West doing a little solution finish action.
Love it.
And then you've got a surprise for everybody with the Grand Ambassadors.
I do have the Grand Ambassador segment, which I'm looking forward to very much, and that is going to be a very fun time. If you're a fan of TRC lore, or if you're just a fan of the Rad Company in general, you're going to want to stick around for that because we're going to make that interactive and fun for just about everybody. And then we are going to go into the halftime show with Jamie, the Swamp Creature Cleaner, and Alex, the Mountie Doer.
Oh. Couple Grand Ambassadors of the year.
Yeah,
doing
actually,
a halftime show.
Which is going to be really cool. And then we have Detail Factory, like the boys mentioned. There's going to be some new product drops from them, which I think is going to be really exciting. And many people are going to find this to be a very colorful afternoon.
Very colorful afternoon. And then our new friends at Ego stopping in to show us some of their battery wares.
Yes.
We're really excited about. And then old buddies Rupes coming in to show off the new, latest, and greatest technology. And then wrapping it up with Stinger Chemical. So we've got a heck of a show planned for you guys. You want to make sure all your screens are open. Make sure that you've told all your employees or co-workers, hey, put on TRCMA. They don't have to watch it, but they can because they're probably going to learn something.
Probably should, yeah.
They're probably going to enjoy it, and they're going to be like, man, I didn't know all the great products existed.
Yeah.
So another way to get some great products, Anthony?
Yep, is going to theradcompany.com because this week we are running a sale up to 25% off TRC products, which includes all of our premium microfiber and accessories. And then we have 20% off almost everything else at theradcompany.com, including some of our friends from Stjarnagloss, Buff Brite, and so on. So we're going to have a ton of different discounts on the website. Make sure to head there so you can find out how to stock up and what you probably should pick up on as you continue to learn throughout the day. Now, you guys absolutely killed it yesterday with the interaction and how many viewers we had. It was amazing.
Great.
But there was one thing they dropped the ball on, Levi.
What was that?
We would have up to 400 and something people watching, but our stream only had like 200 likes halfway throughout the day.
So half of them never even hit the thumbs up button.
No, you have to hit the thumbs up button.
Please.
It makes a massive difference.
It takes a second. You
and
just hit it.
Gets the stream out to more people, right? Because we want more people to find out about the Rad Company, find out about these amazing brands, and hopefully get them hook, line, and sinkered on detailing products, right?
Oh yeah, it'll make it so much easier. And heck, we might even, I don't know, foam Dane for a certain number of likes.
Okay, get 800, 900 likes. I think like 900 likes reasonable.
Heck, you can foam me. You don't need to foam Dane. You can foam me.
900 likes?
900 likes. You can foam me.
All right. And if you hit 1,000, you can foam me too. So, anyways, we're going to set that precedent for day 2 here. Day 3 might change, but anyways, we are looking forward to a fantastic live stream today. Thank you guys all so much for chiming in live and staying live throughout the entire day. It makes a massive difference for everything that we do here. So, are you guys ready to learn about some detailing stuff?
I think they're ready, but we can't have this show without Jeff and Carolyn from the Rad Company putting this show on with us every year, as well as some of our friends coming out here and actually being a part of this show and our crew that is producing it and putting this all together. So just a big thank you to everybody that makes this show happen for you guys at home to be able to watch. And Pepsi, keeping everybody refreshed. And of course, Brooks Running for keeping Anthony and I looking fresh, as always. And Dane, he's wearing the same shoes, but you can't see him. Yeah. So let's get started.
Let's do this.
2024 TRCMA, how the devil are ya? Jack Kavanagh here from Stjarnagloss, representing an extremely grey and very miserable England. I am so sorry that I can't be in the beautiful Idaho Boise. We've recently moved and I just don't have the time, unfortunately. As much as I would love to be there having a chocolate chip cookie or an American Spec Dr. Pepper, I cannot afford that luxury at the moment. The rag company have given me an hour slot, so we're going to dissect it. First 10 minutes, deep clean, decontamination, and then I'm going to go live for 20 minutes to say hello. Please feel free to ask me any question that you please. And then after that, we're going to do another 10 minutes, which is going to be polishing and protecting, again, using the Stjarnagloss products, and then I'll go live again for 20 minutes. Feel free to ask me anything you want about the product, personal life. I'm an open book. But before anything else, I just want to say once again, thank you so much to the rag company for having me on. Jeff, Carolyn, I absolutely love you. Let's get into cleaning this extremely dirty 20-year-old barn find Porsche 924. We're not doing the wheels because one, they're knackered, and two, we've got another set, so we'll do that later on. Now, first product, Forced Things Forced, Citrus Pre-Cleaner. You are probably sick to death of me talking about this product, but I don't care. It is literally my job to sell you this product, and I think everybody who's into cleaning their car should give this one a bash. Full disclosure, no. It is not pH neutral, it's pH 13, which means it's alkaline. But that is not a bad thing. You put vinegar on your chips, you put bleach down the toilet. As long as you rinse it thoroughly and the application is correct, there is nothing wrong with using a pH 13 product. It is very simple to use. Spray it on, give it a couple of minutes and jet wash it off. Easy as that. Now, there's a little bit of confusion with citrus pre-washes and snow foams. In my opinion, this should always be used on a completely unprotected car because it is going to remove as much dirt as physically possible before you get into the contact wash stage. You can double it up and put a snow foam on. What I like to do is use this first, rinse it off, then put a snow foam over the top, because that's when I like to go around the corners and crevices with a brush. You wouldn't want to do that first because if you've got a lot of build-up, you can actually scratch the paint as well. Takes a little bit longer, but in my opinion, this is a much more thorough clean. It is perfectly safe to use on ceramic coatings. A chemical will never kill a properly cured, real ceramic coating. It will give waxes and sealants a hard time, but in my opinion, you're better off removing more dirt from the paint than leaving a little bit on there and working it in with a wash mitt, because that's going to cause more damage. It is also safe to use on all types of wrap, matte, satin, gloss. You're going to rinse it thoroughly. Don't let it dry on. That's the same for any detergent. Spray it on, couple of minutes, jet wash it off. Forced session now complete. Granted, spent quite a lot of time on this car because it's got a lot of heavy, stubborn dirt built up around the corners and crevices. So we've gone in there with a pressure washer. What we can't now remove is obviously going to need mechanical strips. So we're going to go in there with a snow foam, which is going to give us a layer of lubrication, and a little detailing brush. This is almost like the contact wash before the contact wash. We've removed as much as we can just by using high pressure water. Now it's time to get in there and use our elbow grease. Snow, pH neutral snow foam. This This is our pre-wash that we'd use ordinarily on a protected car. If your wax, sealant and ceramic coating are performing really, really well, you shouldn't need anything stronger than a pH balanced snow foam. In this instance, we're going to use it more so we've got a layer of lubrication so we can buzz around the corners and crevices with a brush. We've already done most of the heavy lifting using forced, but now it's time to get into those nooks and crannies that we would normally glide over with a wash mitt. We've recently doubled the concentration of snow, so therefore you only need to use 50 ml in the lance. We've got 950 ml of water, 50 ml of snow, and that is going to give us a lovely thick pH balanced blanket all over the car. Snow is going to give you about 5 to 10 minutes of work time, which should be enough to buzz around the normal car. Obviously we've done most of the cleaning with 4 stitches pre-wash and the pressure washer. So yeah, have that in mind. If it's going to take you more than 10 minutes, it might be worth breaking up the car into sections, do one side, rinse it off, then snow foam the other side, and then buzz around there. But we should be all right to buzz around this lovely little 924, which is coming up an absolute treat. Pre-wash complete. We are now going to rip this off with a pressure washer, then get in there with a contact wash. And I am not throwing any shade, but it is my job to defend my chemical range. We've spent so much time doing this, you can understand why I'm not super keen on a rinseless wash, because you're skipping this bit. And in my opinion, that's the most important part of cleaning the car. You could argue that if you're going to polish the car later on, it doesn't matter, but Stjarnagloss is focused to the enthusiast that just wants to clean his own car. I would much rather see you spending a couple of hours on the pre-wash stage, get that great, than spending 10 minutes on it and then pushing the problem down the road and having to spend 2 or 3 days correcting the paint. I'm sorry, Ivan. I'm sorry, P&S. I love you dearly, but there is no substitute for a proper pre-wash stage. Time for a contact wash, and I must admit I am completely sold on the American way of doing this, putting the shampoo on through the foam lance. It speeds up the process so much more, and it's a lot more visually pleasing. We've got 2 shampoos, Matter, which is ideally made for matte and satin finishes, and Bubblor, which is ideal for adding a little bit of gloss at the wash stage. We're going to use Matter because we don't want to leave anything behind, because after this we're going to decontaminate. If you like to add a little bit of shine at the wash stage and you don't need to decontaminate, Bubblor is the one for you. Jamie, you're my hero. Reason why I love putting the shampoo on beforehand is because it gives the detergents in the shampoo a little bit of work time so it can break down that remaining dirt and debris. As always with a contact wash, start at the top, work your way down to the grubbier areas and get yourself back to the bucket as regularly as you can. The car will benefit from it, even if you do feel like you've got deja vu. Anytime you touch the car, always try and work in straight lines. Reason for this, if you've got a bit of dirt or debris that's in there, you're going to move it one pass and then you're not going to take it back with you. If you go round and round in circles, the damage that you could inflict is going to be so much worse. I'll be the first one to admit, during the wash process, it is very easy to become robotic. As you pull the wash mitt out of the rinse bucket, check it. Make sure that you've got rid of the dirt and debris, otherwise there's no point in having it. 1 thorough contact wash complete. And exactly what we want to see, a mucky rinse bucket and a squeaky clean shampoo solution. Contact wash complete. Now going to get this dry and start the decontamination process. Next up, we're going to be removing iron fallout and we're going to be using Huel colour changing wheel cleaner, and I respect that is a little bit confusing. Reason for this is purely simplicity. I don't want to have 2 products that basically do the same thing. I would much rather take a little bit of time, educate online and keep the money in your pocket. So, what is iron fallout? Generally speaking, it's little pieces of iron that have come off of your brakes or the car in front, gone into the air and bedded into your paintwork. Visually, This isn't going to make that much of a difference, but when you feel the paint and it feels really rough to the touch, that is normally tree sap or iron fallout. So we're going to remove as much as we can with a dedicated fallout remover. Then we're going to go over the top with a clay bar to remove the tree sap or any really stubborn iron particulates. Rewash it. Not going to take long at all. To get the most out of this product, spray it on, leave it a couple of minutes. You'll see it bleed like you do when you use it on the wheels, and then jet wash it off. Some people like to do a contact wash at this process as well. I don't love that because I find that it can also water down the fallout remover, therefore taking away its potency. You can use this on paint, glass, wheels, obviously. Anything that is smooth that you can re-rinse off, feel free to use a fallout remover on. Don't use it on the interior because it absolutely stinks. Couple of suggestions during the fallout remover process. Don't expect your paintwork to glow purple like your wheels do within a couple of seconds. It's going to take about 6 or 7 minutes for that purple rain to start seeping through. Benefits of this, we're going to take the contamination out of the paint even before we get to the clay bar process, which is going to make it easier. We aren't going to run the risk of clogging up your polishing pads later on when we get there. Paint's going to feel so much smoother. Ultimately, it's going to improve the gloss because it's less imperfections in the paint. Worth doing, smells rancid, spray it on, leave it 10 minutes, jet wash it off. It's not even a job when it's that easy. Next up, the mechanical strip. And no, that does not mean I'm going to start dancing like a robot and taking all my clothes off for you. We are getting into the clay bar process. There's some right ways of doing this and there's definitely some wrong ways of doing this. But ultimately, this is for the extremely stubborn contamination that just wouldn't come off during the pre-wash, contact wash, or the fallout remover process. The 3 most important parts to clay barring. 1, using lots of lubricant. Take the friction and the heat out of the job. 2, get a wriggle on. You want to use friction, not force, so don't put too much pressure on. I'd rather see you do 3 or 4 more passes than sort of lean into it, because that can inflict more damage. And lastly, always fold the clay bar in on itself, then you've got a nice clean surface to work with. I don't love clay mitts, especially on heavily contaminated cars, because there's nowhere for that dirt to go. I worry a little bit that you're just sort of pushing it around the paint, inflicting more damages. Now, in the UK, we would never clay bar without polishing it afterwards, but I understand that in America, it's quite a thing to wash, decontaminate and seal the paintwork. I worry a little bit that if you inflict some scratches during the clay bar process, you're just going to seal them in, and that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Not throwing any shade, because I respect clay mitts, they're extremely fast when buzzing around the whole car, but just think, is this heavily contaminated? Would it justify using a disposable clay bar over a clay mitt? Regularly check your clay bar. If you're starting to get a lot of build-up of contamination, as I say, fold it in on itself, then you've got a nice clean surface to work with, and we're cooking with gas. If you hit a panel and it already sounds smooth like this, move on to the next bit. You're just going to be wasting time. There's obviously no contamination on there. As easy as that. 25-30 minutes later, the 924 is contaminant free. Now, I'm going to put some shampoo over it, rewash it really, really quickly, just to remove any clay bar residue, get it inside the bay, and then we can start polishing. Rag Company, I will see you on the live in 2 seconds.
Oh, brother, good to see you.
Hello.
Well, I got to say, I love that video. I was fully intrigued watching the whole thing going, oh, that looks beautiful. Oh my gosh, that is such an easy shot. Plus, I love those 924s.
Just to check, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Thank God for that. Brilliant. I was sitting there watching myself and I was thinking, oh, I don't know if the microphone's working, but apparently it is. How are you?
I am good. You are missed. Your presence is missed in this building.
Honestly, Levi, I have never had such a severe case of FOMO. I am so gutted not to be there.
That's all right. You're here in spirit. As you can see, I got the whole lineup here.
Absolutely.
I've even got our treasure chest here with some of the coins in it for when we did the hunt. So you are here in spirit, as I said. I only got a couple bones to pick with you.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I'm all about clay bar, but I think you don't understand the beauty of the clay scrubber and the clay mitt, and the reason for the perforation and the fact that contaminants have a place to go, as well as proper lubrication can be expelled through those perforations. I feel like I need to get you a clay scrubber so you can actually play with it and see the majesty that it is.
I've used one, I've used your one, and it was extremely fast. My only pushback is, and I get a lot of grief for this from detailers, Stjarnagloss is for the enthusiast. And when I'm talking on camera, I am talking to somebody that has no idea what they're doing. So I apologise, it can sometimes come across a little bit condescending. But
no, it's perfect.
I'm always in talk to the person that knows nothing mode rather than educated and seasoned veterans like yourself.
I love everything that you put forth. I thought it was the easiest, simplest, most perfect way to wash a car, decontaminate a car.
Thank you.
You made it so easy and simple. My question is, does anybody have any questions, Dane, that we can pull up and bring up here for Jack while he's here with everybody so we can see some of them?
Dina wants to know what that cart is in Jack's garage, and details of me felt the same way. She thought it was a go-kart. Kind of looks like a go-kart.
Is that a go-kart?
Yeah, it is. A good friend of mine made it for me recently. It's a drifting cart, and it's got a little 140cc engine in it, and it's got a trailer. Hold on, I'll show you.
It's even got a trailer. That is perfect, so you can bring your products around with you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. You know, Augie would take that out. He'd be trying to wash cars.
Oh, man.
We have a show on Sunday, so I'm going to fill the back of it up with Silka, quick detailer, and then just go and hand it out.
That's perfect. I love it. That is great.
Let's see. We've got a question about Top Gear Clean Team.
Yeah, the Top Gear Clean Team. For those that haven't watched it, go back and watch some of the older episodes from the last 2 seasons, 3 seasons. How many did you do?
A lot of people's 2 seasons. 2 seasons we did. And I personally think that, obviously, Top Gear is gone now, so that's a little bit of a grey area. And secondly, they made that content because it was very COVID safe. And I think because I'm talking on behalf of the BBC and I shouldn't really do that, but I don't care. Because they made it during COVID, when they came out of COVID, they thought, we don't need to make content like that anymore. But they've forgotten that it was the most watched thing on their Facebook. And I'm a little bit like, oh, excuse me, just made the best you've ever made. No, I can't even get a look in. But because Top Gear's gone now, I think it's dead, unfortunately.
Well, you can still watch the episodes on YouTube. They can literally type in Top Gear Clean Team. You can watch the episodes. You can watch you guys doing some crazy stuff, cleaning some cool cars, and having a lot of fun with it.
I'm a lot more round in that as well.
All right. Then I got Fred here, good friend Fred, asking, if you wanted to try your Stjarnagloss products, what 5 products would you recommend starting with?
Okay.
What 5 products?
I would, for me, my top 5 that I think everybody, when they receive it, it blows them away, would be the 4 Citrus Spray Wash, Matter Shampoo, which it's just so buttery, soft, smooth. Matter Shampoo, Parlour Spray Sealant, I think is I still don't talk about that enough, and I've been doing this for 4 years. Glatt Protective Rinse Aid, because it's just a cheat code to protection. And these you wouldn't use all these products together because I'm skipping a few sections, but I'd say the 5 are 4 Citrus Spray Wash, Parlour Spray Sealant, Matter Shampoo, Glatt Protective Rinse Aid, and then probably Inni, the interior cleaner.
Yeah,
it's so
that's a good one.
Smells great, and interior products don't really get enough of a talking about, in my opinion. Everybody wants to talk about the outside, the exterior cleaning products. But Inni, and annoyingly, I didn't actually talk about it in this video because I was doing an outside clean. But yeah, Inni's a little gem for us as well.
Love it. All right. I would probably pick all those same 5 because those are 5 of my favorites.
And then, of course, just a hijack from our neighbor store over there, Connor, MVP Detail Supply. And Luke here, he wants to know how much Stecada is too much Stecada.
The great Luke Berge. Luke, this bottle's not big enough.
My man. Honestly, I've seen people caking it on. 2 sprays is enough. I'm coughing, I'm sneezing. No more than 2. Make that money last.
Yeah, I think Luke needs you to put it in a bottle size like the Forest, just for him.
IK sprayer.
Yeah, an IK. Yeah, there you go.
And here was an interesting question that came up during your video. Enthusiasts wanted to know, what's the difference between a citrus pre-wash versus an all-purpose cleaner?
Great question.
Great question. And I would say not an easy one to answer, because arguably an all-purpose cleaner diluted down is going to be doing a similar job to a citrus pre-wash. If I had to answer that question, I would say all-purpose cleaners can be a little bit confusing, because normally they come extremely concentrated and then you have to dilute up and down, or you can't really dilute up. But a citrus pre-wash, it just does the job that it's meant to in removing as much dirt from the exterior of the car as possible. Now, granted, if you use a neat all-purpose cleaner, you're going to get a similar effect. But all-purpose cleaners, there's no... All-purpose cleaners can be caustic, can be very, very strong, can be a little bit detrimental to some more gentle materials like chrome and plastics like that on the exterior. But on the flip side of that, when you dilute an all-purpose cleaner down, it's a lot more versatile. So I would say Force is fit for purpose and ready to go out the trigger for the exterior of the car. All-purpose cleaner, a lot more versatile, but can be a little bit more tricky to know which dilution ratio to use on the exterior of the car. Now, going back earlier on, like I said, Stjarnagloss is very much for the enthusiast that wants it to pick it up, this does this job, away you go. APC, maybe a little bit more detailer focused, in my opinion. Similar results if you know what you're doing with them.
All right. And Details of Me, just kind of following up on that, she wondered if citrus was more caustic versus an APC or less. I think it comes down to the product.
So, great question. For something to be caustic, it has to have sodium hydroxide in it, which is nasty. I won't swear because it's at 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't like caustic products anywhere near a car. Our citrus pre-wash is as strong as a caustic pre-wash, but it doesn't have that sodium hydroxide in it. We get the same cleaning effects using natural products like a limonene, which is very, very safe to use on exteriors or any part of the car. Comes at a little bit of a premium, but you do not have to worry about it burning into to plastics and chrome.
There you go.
All right.
Good answer.
Then I've got a question here from Riggs. You said Forced was a 13 pH. When diluting 5 to 1 or 10 to 1, does that knock down the pH level?
Unless you have acidic water, knocking a product down won't really affect the pH balance of a product.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to think about, what you say about the pH of the water, because that can vary wherever you are in a town. That was something we found here at the Rag Company when we'd test products, is we found out what the pH is of our actual water, and that's why we've done things to try and mitigate and change that, so we have the ability to create nice water so we can make things foam, because it can vary. I mean, whether you're on a well, whether you're on city water, whether you have filters or pre-filters or all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of different variations. So Joey Belinsky with a real question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I said Joey Belinsky with the real question here. Jack, when do we get the Dr. Pepper air freshener?
Joey, I have looked high and low, left and right for a manufacturer that has a marzipan/all air freshener. It does not exist. I have honestly looked a lot and I cannot find. I found one that was like cherry cola. It was horrific. It was honestly offensive. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
That would be, if you can crack the code, that's pretty impressive. And then Kevin asking, Jack, any new air fresheners coming to the U.S.? You got any new types of air fresheners that you've been doing? You've been doing limited runs.
I will. Yes, so I will send there was some on the way, but obviously, unfortunately that fell through. I will send a couple of cases of the newest version, and I think the Rag Company should do a promo. Biggest order gets a free air freshener.
Oh, that's a good one. We like that. That'd be pretty good.
All right. Joey again.
Joey, will we ever get the elusive Forced X in the States? That is a question that we have been asking ourselves. The biggest thing is you guys got to buy Stjarnagloss products so that we can order more Stjarnagloss products so that Jack can make a little money, and also we can get Forced X on the next order. So that's up to you, Joey.
and then another order comes in.
Yeah. What's the difference between the Forced and Forced X?
So, Forced X was actually made for the American market because I know that you guys love a concentrate. Forced X is 100% active ingredient, which is way too strong. It would be wasteful to use it on a product. It would be wasteful to use it on a car. But Forced X diluted down 50-50, which I respect isn't the best in terms of concentrates, but that is all active ingredient. We cannot pack any more cleaner or detergents into that bottle. So yeah, Forced X is a double strength of Forced, but, and I don't experiment with these dilution ratios very much, some people put 200 ml of Forced X, 800 ml clean water, and that's strong enough as a pre-cleaner. So yeah, it is worth having a little play with dilution ratios. Forced, a lot of people would say that Forced is too strong. I don't have a problem with it. If it cleans more of the car, then that's a good thing for me. But yeah, Forced X is a double strength of Forced.
Yeah, I used it to strip my tires, actually. They worked great.
Yeah.
Pulled all the brown. I've never had it happen like that before, but I ended up killing almost an entire bottle on 4 very large mud terrains. So it's no fun.
We got Chris here.
Wanting to know what's the scent profile of Stjarnagloss.
It does not smell anything like a Ventus cream.
There you go.
Good answer. Then followed up with Seth.
Is there a new BD air freshener coming out? I was banned from using Stjarnagloss.
Yes. The next, I will put 2 cases of the new air freshener on a plane to the Rag Company at the end of today, and then I would hopefully we don't lose these comment sections. We can kick it out to the people that have asked.
Yeah. Seth's local, so he can come pick his up. How about that? And then Luke Berge, I want to fill an IK Foam Pro 12 full of Stjarnagloss. You were right, dude. You called it.
That would be a national emergency because all the women would just run.
Yeah, I think that's what Luke wants. And then I just got Any in my glove box. Definitely one of my favorites. For those of you that have not tried Any, you're sleeping on it. This is a killer interior cleaner. Simple, easy to use, smells great. You can use it on everything. That's the great beauty product of it.
Safe to use on Alcantara.
Yeah.
And the last panels, one, just because I know it'll get a response.
I am so torn for the right reasons. I don't love it because it can be misused, and that is a grey area. But I am also sick to death of seeing people lean on quick detailers way too much. You know, they're cleaning dirty cars with them.
Yeah.
So I think I'm interested purely as an educational piece. This is a get out of jail free card if you are somewhere where there is no hose, you have no access to high pressure water, then fine. But I just don't want to give the impression, and I've said this in the video and I'll say it forevermore, I don't want it to be a replacement for a pressure washer. That's what I'm worried about with rinseless washers.
Okay.
That's fair. All right, that rounds out.
So we got to go back to see what happened to that car. We got to figure out if you ever finished that 924.
See you soon.
All right.
And as if by magic, we're back in February and it is absolutely bucking it down outside. So, lovely viewers of the Rag Company, I apologise if there's a little bit of background noise from the rain hitting the roof. Nothing we can do about that, unfortunately. We are getting back into the beautification stage on this lovely Porsche 924. So, as you can see, we have got some very tired, very dull, you wouldn't even call it sunfade pink. It's almost turning orange, it's so tired. 2K paint, a little bit old school, To the best of my knowledge, with this style of paint, you've got an undercoat and then you've got a colour and a lacquer all mixed into one. On newer, traditional, modern paints, you've got a primer, a colour, then a clear coat on top. This is really just to show you how powerful, how strong, how productive Stjara, our gloss-enhancing hand polish, can be on particularly tired paint. Now, I would never dream of lying to you and saying this is going to make it perfect, because it's not. To achieve perfect paint, you need a cutting compound. If you're on the Rag Company's website, I absolutely adore TRCMA's H902, but that's not in my interest. So I want to show you what you can achieve by using a hand polish. I'm going to lay down some masking tape just to get you the money shot. Apply 2 or 3 pea-sized drops on a microfiber block, dab it round the panel, and then get into it. Back and forth, straight lines. As I said earlier on, the more you put in, the more you're going to get out of this. Full disclosure, that is not perfect paint. Unfortunately, the 924 probably could justify with a whole new respray, but we're going to make do with what we've got. We're going to boost the gloss, not take too much time doing it. So if you're in the market to add a little bit of extra shine to your car, Stjara in your basket, £14, probably do the car 10 times, back and forth, straight lines. Pray for me, we're going in. I would eat it. That certainly did not take the 2 hours to polish that I hoped it would. 3 people, 3 hours, but I hope you'll agree it looks considerably more red than it did just a little while ago. Now we're going to start thinking about protection. We've got 3 main protective products within the Stjarnagloss range. First one is Parla. This is a man-made synthetic sealant, water-based, very, very good for long-lasting, easy protection. Spray it on, buff it off. It's going to hold on for between 3 and 5 months. Next up, we've got the old school Fantastic Hybrid Wax. This is for the gentleman that's got a little bit more time on their hands, but I would say there is no replacement for a hard wax because the rich, natural glow that it gives the paint is unmatched. Lastly, we've got Glacier, which is our protective glaze. So, clues in the title, it's got loads of fillers in there as well, so it's going to hide imperfections, but it has got the same sealant ingredient that Parla has, so it's got a bit of a long-lasting effect as well. Traditionally, glazes are kind of a put them on until the next downpour of rain, they come off, whereas Glacier holds on for between 2 and 3 months. So a little bit of a sweet spot in the middle of the sealant and the hard wax. We're going to treat this classic red paint to Fantastic. I've got a little bit of time on my hands, so I'm going to treat the car. If you're looking for something quick, I honestly would have a little look at Parla and Glacier. If you've got all the time in the world, like I say, you'll be the biggest dick swinger if you put a bit of Fantastic on your car. I've geeked out on you a little bit there. I'm more than happy to answer any questions when we go live, just at the end of this video. One of the reasons why I think people have fallen out of love with wax is because it's quite tricky to know how and when to remove it. Very easy to do. If you just drag your finger through it and it still feels quite greasy, it hasn't cured yet. Give it another 5-10 minutes, repeat. If your finger glides through and it removes the wax, you're ready to buff it off. If it's over-cured and set like concrete, not a problem at all. Just apply another layer, that's going to re-energise it, and then you can buff it off. Worth mentioning as well, don't over-apply the wax. The bit touching the paint is the only bit doing any work. So if you just keep layering up, 1, it's going to be a waste of product, and 2, it's going to be even harder to remove. To To summarise, all three protective products are going to give incredible water behaviour. In my opinion, Fantastic is going to give a richer, warmer glow, and Parlour is going to last a little bit longer. Glacier is somewhere in the middle. If you ask me, Cav, what do you do on the M3? I'm putting Parlour on once every 6 months, and then I'm topping it up with Glat every time I wash the car. If I had the time to put wax on, I would, but unfortunately, I'm a dad of twin boys that are very demanding. Now, the car is washed, decontaminated, polished and protected. We're going to change the wheels out for something a little bit more sporty. We're going to dress the tyres, do the glass, run round any fingerprints we might have missed with Silka, and then we can call it done. Turns out we won't be changing the wheels because the wheel bolts aren't long enough. We'll dress the tyres anyway and put them in the boot. Gummi tyre and trim dressing. Translated from Swedish, gummi means rubber, and that's exactly where you want to be using it. Get it on your tyres, get it on your trim. Using a microfiber pad, work it in. It's going to give you a wet satin finish. If you prefer something a little bit more matte, go round it again with a dirty microfiber cloth. I guarantee you are going to fall in love with the finish. And finally, we're going to run around the whole car with Silka Quick Detailer. This is going to remove any little fingerprints we might have left on the bodywork. It's also going to give a satin sheen to the leather dashboard as well. Very easy, super versatile product to use. I don't see the need for an interior quick detailer if Silka can already do the job. And we can't forget to add a little bit of 24 karat spice now, can we? Money. Thank you all so much for watching the second half of this live, concentrating on the polishing and beautification stages on this lovely Porsche 924. I will be on the live stream in about 35 seconds to answer any of your questions. I'll see you there.
Just getting a little bit in the air, you know, gotta brighten the setup.
I'll join you. I'll join you. We'll set the vibe.
There we go. Now we can smell exactly the same, almost like we're in the same room together.
Yeah.
That thing turned out amazing.
Yeah, much better. But I just wanted to apologise. As I was changing that wheel, it was a little bit breathy. I didn't realise how much audio we'd left in there, so I apologise for anyone that heard me breathing quite a lot.
That's all right. That's all right. What I love, though, is that that was one of the things that I love about this line, was the fact that there is a hand polish, and it can provide quite a bit of achievable results for anybody, because not everybody has a polisher, not everybody understands it, but we all, at least hopefully, had a parent or a family member that taught us how to wax a car, or at least we watched them do it, and so we can at least use that same product in that same fashion. Especially maybe you get a bump, maybe you're at the supermarket, cart hits your car, leaves a little mark. You can use Skara to remove that, get that smudge out, and clean the vehicle also, up really well.
For me, and this is probably a little bit deeper than necessary, but I think there's something in leaving jobs for the professionals, and there are jobs that anybody can do. And I think brands can try and get a little bit wrapped up in trying to appease everybody. You know, they have a consumable range, and then they have compounds and coatings, and it can be very easy for Joe Blogg's enthusiast to go, oh, well, I need all of that, and then have no idea how to do it. So that's why we literally stop it at, if you don't know what you're doing, this is where you should stop. And as I say, there's no knock to it, but there are so many brands, especially in the UK, I'm assuming there are in America as well, that have gone, right, we need to bring another product out, panic, and then bring out something that they probably shouldn't be selling to their core audience because it's above them, it's out of their knowledge, and unless they're backing that up with tons of education online, mistakes can happen, you know, and that's why I'm very proud of Stjarnagloss is as good as it can be for the audience that it's trying to attract.
Yeah, totally. I agree 100%. Dane, are there any questions we got for Jack here?
Let me pull up the queue here. I've got, well, first from VinMW. He was kind of looking, going, Parla looks pretty good. And then by the end of the segment, he was going, now I'm definitely going to pick up some Parla.
There you go.
We got that locked away for sure. Definitely a fan. Killer Mobile Detailing asking, how long does that paste wax last?
The fantastic.
How long is a string? Because it should, 3 months it should last. But if you're doing tons and tons of miles in horrible weather and you're using strong citrus-free washes, it's not going to hold on very long. But on a show car that gets driven 2 times a month, it's going to hold on for 6 months. So it really is dependent on the car and dependent on the use on how you maintain during the wash process as well.
There we
Fair
go.
enough. And he's wondering if you can use it in the sun with heat. Well, there's limits to everything.
Yeah,
but
I would always try to wax a car not in direct sunlight. It's just a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, I think for me, it's a great question, and it's there's no definite answer for that either, because if it's sunny but cold, it doesn't make any difference. Whereas if it's sunny and warm, completely different characteristics. So it's more for me about the temperature of the panel. If the panel is hot to the touch on the back of your hand, don't wax. Go inside, wait for the shade, go to an underground car park.
All right, and then I've got Super Auto asking the important questions, belly button related. With any, why not Audi?
I'm going to rename 4 citrus pre-wash to Audi.
There you go. Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's a perfect one.
All right. And then Dino wondering, so if I get a dealer car and go over with Glacier, I should expect about a month of fillers staying on the car and looking awesome?
A little bit longer than that, because Parla is the same sealant ingredient as found in Glacier. Parla holds on for up to 5 months. So that's pretty much what makes Glacier hold on. So yeah, I'd like to see you getting 2 to 3 months out of it. The only watch out for Glacier is because it has got that protective element to it, it doesn't need any time to cure. So you pretty much put it on in like 2 foot by 2 foot area, take a breath, and then remove it. If you do find that it's over-cured and it's gone rock solid, just reapply Glacier and then take it straight off.
Nice.
All right, and then I haven't heard this one before. Stefan asking, any fluorides in the lineup?
Ooh.
I have no idea what that means.
I don't either, so that's why I was confused. Perhaps Stephen could clear that up. Forced Induction Drive here, asking, as a collector from across the pond, I need that new scent.
There you go,
then
Kevin.
I have several comments here about Gumi.
Okay.
Yeah, let me pull those
Several
up.
comments on Gumi. That is one of my favorite dressings.
Franco, big fan, got it in a TRC mystery box and thinks it's amazing.
Yep.
Then I've got Franco here following up. Even the Gumi smells great, little on the matte side. I've learned to love the super shiny looks thanks to my girlfriend. What a great dressing.
Well, Franco, all you got to do is add another coat of Gumi and leave it.
Yeah.
Let it sit. The longer you let it sit, yeah, it'll get even shinier.
And on the rinseless front, because, you know, we can never beat a dead horse enough, Dino was just pointing out in his case, it's pretty expensive if he doesn't do it. So there's always limits to these things, but he's in Austria.
Yeah, and I always tell people it's a skill set to have. Learning how to wash a car, just like doing a paint correction, just like doing a coating, being able to rinseless wash a car is a skill set that I feel everybody should learn, especially when situations like that arise where you have limited access to water. That's you need to be able to do it that way. However, Jack, to beat a dead horse, you can still use a pressure washer with a rinseless. So, but Dane, any other questions there?
I have one here from Franco. Fantastic over ceramic coatings, i.e. on a truck to a car show for that extra glow and gloss, question mark.
I love the question. And so obviously where we are now is cousin Alex's detailing studio. And the type of customer that he gets in genuinely justified ceramic coating because they have no interest in washing their own car, but they want to make it look good. For me, the answer is: do you want to look after your own car? Do you love looking after your own car? If you do, why would you rob yourself of the enjoyment of a ceramic of putting on a protective layer? Because that's the hero bit. That's the bit we all love. If you don't care about your own car and you just need it to be good for 3 years' time when it goes back to the dealer or comes off of finance, get it coated. But I just think it needs to be one of those. Have a think. Do you want to do it yourself? Fine. Use the spray sealants, use the glazes, use the waxes. If you don't, and that's my thing, the rag company is either being watched by detailers, fine, put ceramic coatings on your customers' cars, or die-hard enthusiasts. Why are you putting ceramic coatings on your car?
Yeah, no, and it's true, and that's one of the other great things about this line is this is an amazing wax. For those of you that haven't tried it, I love the application. I love the way the paint feels after it. And it's one of those, I've put this on a couple of my dad's classics because those things just live in the garage and they go to car shows, but the glow off the paint with this stuff on there is amazing. So there's a reason for all these products because they work, they will make it easy, they make it fun, everything smells great, and you can just enjoy yourself. That's the beauty of this brand. That's one of the best things about Stjarnagloss is just
now.
The fun
Stefan here clarified what he meant about fluorides. He was talking about dangerous chemicals that affect health, like VOCs. I know, Jack, you're very good about this sort of thing. So if you want to speak to that.
Yeah. No, sorry, Stefan, I apologise. The reason I didn't know what you were talking about is because it isn't a thing in our range. There is nothing to be worried about.
There you go.
Done. Let's see. Okay, Jeff with... Everybody loves getting unsolicited marketing advice, but if Jack marketed rinseless as an alternative to detail sprays, he would be in good shape with his core audience. Just trying to frame it a little differently.
That is why I like it.
Yeah, you could create it as a show prep.
Yeah. Now, John,
it's not rinseless. It's a show prep.
That excites me about it.
There you go.
And on the other hand, is any dilutable? That's what John Brooker here is asking. So any.
No, ready to use. Okay. We don't love the concentrate game because, as I say, it's Force Extreme. I get it. It's quite an expensive product, so we wanted to make that a little bit cheaper. But we have a 5 litre, which makes it more cost effective. And as I say, it's more of a simplicity thing. I like it to be just ready to go, pull the trigger, and away you are. And I get that isn't ideal for detailers, but enthusiasts that are spending a little bit more, aren't quite as price sensitive. That's what our range is tailored towards.
Okay. And Just Fast wants to point out it's the best smelling interior product.
It is.
I agree. Thank you.
And then I've got one here from the one who shall remain nameless. Stjarnagloss line is now showing on sale. This is in the ragcompany.com website. Everyone go add a 5 liter of Force to your cart for today. We need to buy Forced Induction Drive and Luke Berge new stuff so they can get those new air fresheners.
Yeah, that's right.
A good one.
That's
right. Do it. And Dino also pointing out here, we need 750 milliliter gumi or 1 liter. I went through my 500 mil so fast. I guess he just loves
Dino, why don't you take advantage of the 20% off, get 2, and then it costs you about the same.
There you go.
Yeah, you can pick Dino. You can pick that up. I think, where can we get that in Europe? He might have to just come to you for that one.
Oh,
Dino's in Austria. In Austria.
Mm-hmm. Austria is. We have a stockist in Austria. Do you mind if I say it, boys?
Go for it.
Actually, I've gone blank.
Yeah, no, go for
it. Oh my god, something. Oh my god. Dino, I'll message you after. I've completely gone blank. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Jelena here just throwing out a nice message about Gumi. Loves it.
Oh, lost half of her bottle when it tipped over in the detailing bag on the way to show. Yep, you're going to have to add one there.
Now, this one feels like it's kind of out of left field, but I want to get Jack's take anyway. What's your opinion on aluminum backing plates for DA and rotary polishers?
That's a skill level, I would say.
I don't use them enough. But, yeah, it feels, again, I'm talking to my customer. It feels like a recipe for disaster. But I haven't had enough exposure with them to have a fair and open opinion on it. I'm covering myself there.
All right. Well, I think I covered the bases here, so go ahead, guys.
Well, Jack, as always, it is such a pleasure, and we miss you. We love you, brother. And guys, Stjarnagloss line is technically on sale today, so you can pick it up. You can pick it up all week, and you can enjoy all these goodies from our very own Jack Kavanaugh.
I just want to chime in and say, as much as I play the idiot online, and for any of you that have watched my video, you'll know what I'm talking about, but the only reason I come across so arrogant and so cocksure of myself on camera is because the chemical works. There is nothing better than receiving a message from somebody on Instagram or TikTok, and they go, I just bought it because you was funny. But oh my God. And the amount, when I heard that once or twice, it doesn't really mean much. I get that message every single day. So if you're on the fence, what have you got to lose? You're literally only going to have a slightly cleaner car. That's the only negative that can come from trying a different product. Give it a bash, fall in love with it, and then say, why on earth didn't I try this yet?
That's all you got to do. You heard it from the man himself. That's it. There you go. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Much love to you. And
much love to you all. Enjoy the rest of you. Are we done? Are we near the
We are done, my friend. That's it.
Well, I got a few more questions that suddenly popped in, unless you want them, but I think we rounded it out.
We are good, Dane. Jack, love you, brother. Anything else?
I love you more, and I'll speak to you after.
All right.
Unless there's, I just want to say I'll see you in Vegas.
There you go. All right, guys. As always, we are going to move over. Thank you, Jack. We're going to now head on over to the IDA.
What's up, everyone? I'm Shad Stoker with Budco Distributing in Salt Lake City, Utah. I am an International Detailing Association certified detailer that is skills validated. I'm a recognized trainer, and I am the current president of the IDA.
Woohoo! Current president. Hi. Jason Rose with Rupes, and I'm our global director at training. I have a vast background with IDA, many years, I think over 10, 12 years. But anyways, certified detailer, skills validated detailer, recognized independent trainer, and I'm still involved in a lot of committees, so really engaged.
He's underselling it. Jason is actually a former member of the board of directors, and he is one of very few Hall of Fame inductees. He currently sits on 4 committees in the IDA, and he is working on a massive project within the IDA that I think is going to take us to the next level. So we wanted to share a little bit with you about what I consider to be one of the greatest assets available to professional detailers, and that is the International Detailing Association. The IDA is a member-driven organization that is here to elevate our industry, to build a respectful and supportive community. It is here to encourage integrity and foster professional growth. The IDA is actually the leading global association for the professional detailing industry.
Yeah, well said. And one of the basic foundations for the IDA is to promote professionalism and to raise the industry standards. I mean, all of us started somewhere. We started with a hose and a bucket, but we want to have this perception both internally inside our industry, but also outside of our industry for consumers to really understand what it means to be a professional detailer.
Yeah, the IDA, it actually empowers professional detailers at every step of their career, whether you're just starting out in your detailing journey or you are a seasoned veteran that runs a 7-figure shop with many employees. The IDA has tremendous value that can help you reach the next levels in your career.
And since my involvement, which I joined when there was only a couple hundred members, so now the membership has grown at such a pace and such a scale that it has internationally over 2,500 members, and increasing every month. Now, of those more than 2,500 members in the IDA, there are 2,100 of them, 2,100 of them or more, that are actual detail operators. And included in the membership are manufacturers and distributors and consultants, and that is about 280 members of that type. And of the total membership, there are detailers that are certified to the level of about 1,500 certified detailers inside the association. Now, one thing I'm personally very excited about is the concept of the international chapters. And what this means is taking the model of IDA and bringing it into another country. And this is where local detailers get to manage and operate and lead the IDA within their country. And we're up to 18 international chapters. And again, this means that it's in local language, it's run by local detailers, so the whole business culture and everything gets factored into the IDA in that individual country. We're up to 18 and it's continuing to grow every year. Now, internationally, we have 750 or more members that are registered outside of the United States. So these are truly international members, 780 or more. And the whole IDA membership is represented by 79 different countries around the world. So what this means is we are truly global association.
Yeah, so one of the great things that the IDA has recently done is detailingnearby.com, which is a consumer-facing website that was designed to educate consumers of the benefits of using detailers that hold themselves to the highest standards. You know, detailingnearby.com actually helps to connect end users, so consumers, with IDA detailers in their area, which can actually translate to business for your detailing career or your business, which is great. It's really establishing the standards for consumers, similar to the way that ASE has done for the auto repair and maintenance industry. So that is included in your membership, is a listing on the detailingnearby.com website.
And I've actually gotten the calls and the messages from detailers that say, hey, I actually got a lead from that website. So it actually works. This is very tangible benefit that IDA is doing, actively having a program to connect with consumers of detail services.
And that's great, because if you think about it, with the low cost of an IDA membership, if you get one detail, it pays for your entire membership for the year.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's a real deal there. Another basic foundation of the IDA is education. And there are monthly webinars that are actually presented by industry people. So these are not people that are hired and paid to put on a show. These are our industry people educating our industry and our detailers. So I love this, that it's detailers helping detailers. Now those webinars recently in the last few years have been translated into 9 different languages. So again, we are truly becoming global. We're truly impacting worldwide and presenting things in local language. So 9 different languages for webinars. Also, our certification program, the CD and the SV level exams, again, translated into 9 different languages. So this is giving the ability of detailers to actually take the test in their own native language, which is pretty amazing stuff. In addition to that, IDA is engaged in global trade shows. So to mention just a few, in the United States, the trade shows, the Mobile Tech Expo and SEMA and things like that. There's also trade shows in Germany, the UK, Brazil, France,
Mexico,
several in Southeast Asia. So this is another way that IDA is connecting with people in a trade show environment, and it's happening all over the world, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's cool you mentioned the trade shows, because one of the tangible benefits of being an IDA member is you actually get discounts to trade shows like Mobile Tech Expo. And that's just one of the many member benefits that you get with your IDA membership. 50% off of your discount on your certification. You actually get access to Benefit Hub, which is a discounts and rewards program that gives you discounts on hotels and airlines and rental cars and software and insurance and many other things in that portal. Like I said, you get discounts to trade shows like Mobile Tech Expo, and soon other ones will be adding. Like I mentioned earlier, with your membership, you get a free listing that comes with your membership on the detailingnearby.com website. You actually have access to the Founders Endowment Fund request, the scholarship program. But like you were talking about with the webinars, the networking and the education portion of your membership is, in my opinion, the most valuable aspect of it. We do 2 monthly webinars. One of them is now focused on business development. So real tangible tools that you can use to elevate and grow your detailing business, with more to come in the future.
Yeah, that's awesome. Another way that members get engaged, and this is, I'm speaking to members that want to give back and want to contribute. And you don't have to do this as a member. You can be a member and just take advantage of the benefits. But those of you that are members, you know this, and that is that it's an opportunity to help our industry and to help other detailers. And one of the best ways is to get involved at the committee level. I think, and you know because you're on the board now and I've been on the board in the past, but the committee level is where, you know, the tread meets the road. This is where the work is done. This is where there's a lot of development, a lot of activity. And it's also where detailers that are members are contributing in some pretty solid ways to our association, but also the industry as a whole. So getting involved in a committee is one of the ways that you can really give back and to get involved. And people who do this feel more like they're getting a bigger benefit out of their membership. Absolutely. So the people that are involved. So just to name a few of these committees, we've got a certification committee. Now this committee is focused on the development and the execution and the management of the IDA certification exams and programs. There's also a chapter that is focused on, or sorry, a committee focused on the international chapters. And this is a committee that actively seeks out and responds to requests from countries around the world to adopt the IDA chapter model. There's also marketing and communication. So some detailers have great skills in this area. And I'm pretty impressed actually in the last couple of years on the IDA marketing and communications, done really good job. And again, these are just detailers, you know, providing their skill set to help the association with marketing and communications. There's also a membership committee, which is focused on developing and maintaining and operating the membership benefits package. There's a scholarship committee, which is responding to and actually facilitating scholarship programs for members or non-members. Right. The Trade Show and Education Committee is focused on, you know, the IDA involvement and participation with global trade shows, and also focused on our webinar program, which is a monthly program that needs to be, you know, all new topics. And I'm excited about these topics coming out. They're not just, you know, how to polish a car or how to wash a car. It's the business side, how to scale up, how to manage and be sustainable business. They're all good topics. And then one that's personally valuable to me, I was one of the early people creating this task force, and this is the Health and Wellness Task Force, which is a group of people that are focused on the health and wellness of detailers in general. And there is some website resources there. There's some webinar content related to this. There's social media posts that go out about this, but it basically is a committee that's like, let's take care of each other, let's support each other's physical, you know, mental, emotional health. So it's a really good member benefit.
And you were instrumental in developing that, and that's what I love. This being a member-run organization, a member has an idea, takes it to the community level, and it builds from there. I mean, people don't realize that everything about the IDA is ran and implemented and executed by detailers or people, actual members of the IDA. We decide what happens. We decide the direction of the IDA, which helps to grow the industry. But it's completely in our control. Jason said it. You don't have to get involved, but I'll tell you, the more you get involved, the more benefit that you get. The relationships that you grow, the people that you meet, the connections that you make for your business and for you personally are invaluable. I mean, you cannot put a dollar amount on the value of the networking that comes within the IDA. This is a prime example. This man right here, our connection was made through the IDA, and he is one of my dearest friends in the world. He is, I mean, I'm literally presenting with one of my idols, a man that I have looked up to for years and years and years that has taught me so much. And that is able to happen because of our connection that was made through the IDA. So, and
I want to add to that too, because I agree that the biggest personal value, and I'm speaking for just me, not other members, although I'm aware other members feel the same way, but this networking and the relationships and the friendships, that is a benefit of being involved in the IDA that you can't understate. It's super important and super valuable to have these connections and these relationships, and they're friendships that are going to last a lifetime, and that probably maybe wouldn't have happened if there wasn't, you know, our involvement in the IDA. So
the support that you get from other members is unbelievable. I have learned so much, I have grown so much because of the support that I've gotten from my IDA fellow members. And that every trade show that I attend, every meeting that I go to, that just grows and grows and grows. So the people, the detailers and the detailing professionals are truly what make the IDA what it is, and are continue to grow this going forward to turn this into something even more amazing in the future.
And I want to add one more thing, because there's a thought, and I hear these comments on social media and stuff. I want to make it clear that membership in the IDA is not required to have a successful detail business. You can be totally successful and have an awesome, sustainable, profitable business without any involvement in the IDA. This is a fact. But it's just another path. It's another way of being successful. And it's a choice you make. You want to do it with an association with other detailers, or you want to do it on your own without that association. Total choice on your part. And I'm not judging either way, but personally, and I know you feel the same way, it's just more fun, and it's more valuable and more gratifying to do this with an association of networking other people.
And you have a community of people around you that are genuinely interested in your progress and your success. And the people that are in the IDA, there's massive, massive people that have seen and done every issue that you could ever deal with, and having that support is absolutely amazing and is invaluable in my opinion.
Yeah. Awesome. So if you want to get involved, I know some of you are members already. If you're kind of on the fence and you thought maybe, give it a shot, and there is some ways to connect with the IDA. Here it is. So there is the website, www.the-ida.com. There is an email address there, info@theida.com, and that's a way to get a message into the office. There's also a direct phone number. Most of the time you don't get somebody answering it, but you might get somebody calling you back. So those are the ways to connect. And there's also the website has just a whole ton of information if you have questions about.
Reach out to me on social. I'm sure Jason will take the same questions. I am more than happy to talk about the IDA anytime. Reach out and we'll get you any information and get you pointed in the right direction.
Awesome. And do we have questions? Are we doing Q&A?
Might just have a few questions, guys. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
Talk about member support. Here we are, supporting the members. How you doing, brothers? So, you guys missed one of our new things. Don't forget, we have the IDA podcast on Spotify and on Apple Podcasts. And we have 4 hosts that rotate through, and we interview members. So if you want to be interviewed, you can reach the host at idapodcasthost@gmail.com as well. And by the way, if you want to sign up and be a member to the IDA, you can do it on your phone. We make it easy for you. You don't have to go through a bunch of hoops. You can sign up right on the phone. So you guys should do that. We had a couple of questions that came in. One of them was about, do you need to be an operator of a detail shop or in the detailing industry as a whole to be a member of the IDA? And I think the answer is no. You can be an individual member. You can just sign up and become a member.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Anybody can be a member, anybody can get these benefits, but hopefully what the interest in somebody joining is that they want to, develop into that professional detailer role, or that professional level, detail business. That's what we hope we're attracting in our membership.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
No, go ahead.
And then don't forget, guys, on the IDA website, as a member, you get access to the IDA forums that are internal to the IDA website as well. So there's a connection platform built into the IDA website, which is really cool. And I got to agree with Jason that some of the committees are pretty awesome. I was around when we had 3 committees, and now what do we got? Like 10 or 11 guys?
Yeah.
And the health and wellness I've been on with Jason when he founded it, and I got to tell you, if we help one person, it was 100% worth having the committee. And there's always somebody that we connect with during the year that it has some really great meaning for. So, again, like Shad said, there was a member who came to us and said, I have an idea. I think this is useful to our industry. We should do this. And we were able as an organization to make it happen. So, I mean, I think that's...
It's totally member driven, yeah. Absolutely.
For detailers, by detailers, of detailers, which I think is huge. I got to do a shout out, Shad. You guys are a quarter of the way through the year. What is kind of the big push this year for the IDA? Because I know we haven't had a lot of questions, but what's your big push as a team this year on the board?
This year, it's member-centric. This is really focusing on the operators and adding as much value to them, because the operators, as Jason mentioned earlier, there's like 1,800 of our 2,500 members are operators, and detail operators are really what support and make the IDA thrive. They are the basis of everything. The suppliers, they get great benefit, but the operators, we are really focused in on bringing the most amount of value to detail operators, because they are the lifeblood of this industry and the IDA. So you mentioned the educational articles and archive. There's a few member benefits that I glossed over that I wanted to touch on. The detailed dialogue and newsletter is a huge benefit. Health and wellness resources. There are business resources and actual templates that you can have access to as an IDA member as well. So we listed a few of the member benefits, but there are so many, too many to talk about today.
Well, we actually got a little time, so we can talk about whatever we want. So.
Yeah, I was going to put this one out there as a tongue-in-cheek, because I think it was more of a tongue-in-cheek comment, but they're like, this isn't like my HOA, is it? So essentially, as far as the committee goes, if you could speak a little bit more to what the day-to-day looks like there.
Well, there's certainly not like an HOA that we don't come around and fine you for your fence being broken.
Good.
So, yeah, we have that
nobody
benefit.
Walking around with a clipboard going,
maybe there should be. Maybe there should be.
Is that deck legal? Did he build that with permission?
You got a permit for that?
So the committees are a group of individuals that get together every month to move initiatives within the IDA forward. So things that we're working on or trying to make progress on, they get together every month and lay out the groundwork and then execute on the things that need to happen in order for us to continue to grow and evolve and improve the IDA. So that's like Jason said, that's where the rubber meets the road. There's an idea that happens, it goes to the committees, they take it from there and decide if it's something we need to execute on, if we can execute on it, what needs to happen, and then from there, once it's the committee's done their thing, they pass it on to the board of directors, they make the final decision, and then the members implement whatever that action is.
Okay. And I would add that at the committee level, there isn't anybody being paid to take any of these actions and to put this time in and this effort in. They're all volunteers. So those monthly meetings that turns into work between the monthly meetings. So people are putting their hours in based on just they want to help the IDA, they want to help the detail industry. So it's all self-motivated people that are involved in these committees. And because of that, the committee meetings are fun. Obviously it's work, but it's just, you're talking and working side by side with other detailers in our industry, and it's a very exciting time.
It is, but I've learned so much in the committees from the other. I mean, you in these committees, you're working with people like Jason Rose, with people like Levi Gates, who is the chair of the certification committee, people like Keith Duplessis, who are icons in this industry and who have seen every aspect and every angle. So I have learned, even though I'm not paid, I am paid in different ways because I have learned such a tremendous amount being involved in the committees. And the board of directors, that you can't put a price tag on that. It really is amazing.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we often get lost with the committees is, there's so many people trying to get something done. But when we do need to get things done, many hands make light work in that environment, and it's a huge deal. When I started, I think we didn't have a clear plan on what the recognized independent trainer would look like. We just created it out of, I literally will say, Bob Phillips and I and Tom Palanci and a few others were standing around going, all right, now we need somebody to be in charge of this thing to certify people. Who are those guys going to be? Oh, you're one. And now we have a formal program. We have a process for it. And those things get developed by the volunteers who put in the time, who say, hey, I'd like our organization to look this way. One of the things that we came up with in the certification, I'll give kind of credit to that committee, is the answer to this question, which is, where can I get my IDA certification? And that is through a recognized independent trainer. But you can also do the online testing. So the CD exam you can do online. And then we have Global SV. And Chad, I think you guys just released dates on that. Are they on the website yet? Do we know?
October 14th, the week of October 14th through October 20th is the global initiative called the Global SV.
Yeah, and so that is basically, again, all the RITs get together and place their kind of time frame during that week that they will host an event in their local market. So we have 50 plus recognized independent trainers worldwide. I want to say we have 15 or 16 countries worth of RITs. So it's not just the U.S. You have plenty of opportunity there. Plus, I think we're going to try and do something at Auto Mechanica. We always try to do something at Mobile Tech. I think we may take a stab at SEMA this year, maybe doing something around that time frame. And those events go on throughout the year as well. So look around. We know we're a member-driven organization, but the manufacturer suppliers often help put those events on at their local level.
Yeah, and I would say go to the IDA website and see if there's an RIT in your area. The recognized trainers are more than happy to facilitate that, whether it's in a group setting or even I do them one-on-one all the time. When I have people reach out that don't want to wait, as soon as I have an opportunity, I will facilitate that. So find a recognized trainer in your industry or in your area and reach out to them and start that conversation. See if they have something coming up. You can also, I think it's on the IDA website, where the list of all the upcoming certification events as well.
And I've had this question about recognized independent trainers, so I just wanted to clarify this, that you don't get a different experience when you go to one RIT versus another. What IDA has done is standardized the skills validated test, so the actual exam is the exact same regardless of which RIT you did the exam with. So I wanted to clarify that point. I also wanted to add kudos to certification committee, because in the last few years there's been new specialty certifications being offered. So in addition to skills or certified detailer, skills validated, now we have motorcycle and watercraft or marine. So, and there's more in the works. There's others being developed right now. So kudos to that.
And huge shout out to Levi Gates. He's been involved in the certification committee. The certification committee was actually the first committee that I joined. And he has been just a pioneer on that and continues to move the certification committee and the certification program forward. Yep.
And shout out to, here's a perfect example of a guy who has been a member and has just gotten involved. He's on the Trade Show and Education Committee. And Kirby led our efforts at the Southwest Car Wash Show, which was just last month.
Kirby.
Manning the IDA booth. And so Kirby, awesome job. And again, an example of a detailer who is kind of a one-man show and decided to get involved and is making an impact in the industry, which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're looking for certification in Eastern Washington, there's one coming up in about a week and a half over in Tri-Cities. So check that out on the IDA website. There's still slots open.
Before we head out, I just want to give a special thank you to the RAG Company and the Hennons for allowing us the opportunity to be here today.
Yeah.
The RAG Company has nothing to sell you in way of the IDA. There's no monetary gain for them allowing us to be here. This is just them pushing the industry forward because they are as committed to elevating the industry as the IDA. So I just want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. They are amazing for the industry, and having this opportunity is so fantastic, and I'm so grateful to the RAG Company and the Hennons.
Yeah, I appreciate it also.
Yep. Shout out to RAG Company. You guys are a Founders Club member of the IDA. They do a ton for the industry. They allow their staff to support it. And again, shout out to all of those companies. Shad, Budco is one of those as well. Jason, Rupes. Our companies allow us to take time away from what we're really supposed to be doing to come do this stuff. And I think we all see the benefit. It grows our industry and it makes us all better. So thank you guys for your service. Jason, congratulations on your term completion on the board. Welcome to the past board member club.
I know.
And Shad, welcome to the President's Club.
Thanks, sir.
You have all of our full support, my friend. Good luck this year. Keep doing the great work.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm with Tom Smith. So what most of you don't know is Tom and I go way back.
Just a few years.
Like 25 years. It's cool. But I will say this. Tom is also a member of the IDA. You also sit on the board.
I do.
And Tom's an RIT. And I'm an RIT. So during that Global SV Week that we talked about, that is one of the things where here at the RAG Company, Tom and I are going to be doing Global SV, or doing the SV Week, here, along with Josh Petro and a number of our other employees here at the RAG Company, being able to help out to any of you that want to get certified. So with that, I just had to put that in there.
You know what? You introduced me to the IDA, and it's been fun to watch your progression over the years. You've always been a friend. You're like family. The whole RAG Company is like family to me, and I love being here. And they support us so well. And however I can find a way to give back to you guys, I'm going to find a way someday.
There we go. We appreciate it. But Tom, you got products, and we want to see them. And everybody loves this presentation that you do with the Buff Brite, the For Reals, and the Buff Brite skins. Yeah. So let's get into it.
Well, absolutely. I know you didn't love last year. There was a part of you didn't love them, and we're going to fix that this year.
That's okay.
You don't love dog hair.
I don't love dog hair. It's not. It literally, because I've been a detailer for almost 30 years, 27 years. Next, at the end of this month, it'll be 28.
Wow.
But it is the bane of my existence.
Yeah, some people it really grosses them out. I have German Shepherds, so we have always they're like hair machines. So I have always lots of pet hair to deal with. That's what drove me into the For Real. Is my whole mission for Buff Brite is to solve problems for detailers, to find ways for them to make money, to find ways to give back to the industry that I've been a part of for 42 years now. So it's been a while, but I want to make things better for you guys in everything that we do. It's all focused on more efficiency for the detail, more marketing for the detailer, and just making things better. And with that lead in, I'd like to, let's go with our first video and show. I've enjoyed, we created a new series called Shop Stop that we're doing on YouTube, and we walk into shops and we try and solve problems for these guys. So let's check it out. Hey everybody, Tom with Buff Brite. We're here to do what I like to call a shop stop. We're here at Lupo Motors, and we're gonna show them a few things, see if we can save them a little time. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm Tom with Buff Brite, and we're here to see if we can help you solve some problems. What are you guys' names?
I'm Rob.
Jim. All right, Jim. What do you run into that just makes you kind of hate life?
Dog hair. Time, lights.
Let's just kind of get into this and see what we can save you for time. All right, guys, you said one of your biggest problems is dog hair. This car did not have any, so I think what we need to do, Rob, is we need to put some in there.
Yeah.
Just grab a handful, and I'll grab a handful. So this tool's got little teeth all over it, and each one of them is engineered to be self-cleaning. See how they have they're kind of bent like the wing of a plane, a high side and a low side? And that creates extra lift for your vacuum, and it also creates just a self-cleaning ability. The best way to use it is just in little short passes at it. And that thing will just eat that dog hair up super fast. And this will work anywhere in the car, even up on the headliner. It's not going to hurt it like a pet hair stone and other things will. And we can pull this off. We have another tool here called the hammerhead. Same technology, got all those bristles. And for these large flat areas, that's pretty quick. So here's the older one, and you can see the difference from the old to the new. I mean, it's a massive amount of difference. It's new in 75 plus cars, and you can see why. There's just so much more meat on the bone.
There you go. You got all that dog hair out very simply, very easily.
Absolutely. This has just been so much fun to create a tool that just, like you said, it's the bane of your existence. And I think most guys out there, the For Real is absolutely changing. It really saves you a massive amount of time. And we've got, like it showed, the hammerhead. If you haven't seen that one, unbelievable tool for those large flat back areas of the SUV and things like that. It just really makes a difference. We also showed you on that little video, a lot of you guys, now you may have tried the original For Real, and we love the tool, but what happened? It didn't have the longevity.
Yeah.
So we created the For Real Pro 2, and if you have not tried that, you are absolutely missing out. It just, It'll last, and I think we made it too good, guys. It's not wearing out quick enough.
What I love, though, is you continually innovate. This is, what, 5th, 6th variation?
This is the 5th variation.
Since the first creation of the for real. And
but
even then,
we have to.
Yeah, even then you've been testing different rubbers, different compositions of the material makeup to try and not only increase that longevity, but keep that safety, the ability to non-mark plastics and stuff. Because back in the day, Tom was my chemical salesman, and I would buy pumice stones from him to clean carpets. And that was one of the things. You'd get that pumice stone, you'd turn it wrong, you'd hit your knuckles on it, or you'd hit a piece of plastic and you'd scratch or damage that plastic in the vehicle. And that's one of the cool things about the for reals. You don't have that ability to damage, mark, or do any of that now.
Yeah, if you want to test that, take your pumice stone and start rubbing it against your forearm up here. You'll draw blood pretty quick. They're actually made out of recycled beer bottles. They're not any kind of a stone. It's actually glass that they add air to, and so it's a great tool. And for its time, it was amazing.
Yeah, it did what it needed to do.
Yep, but times have changed, and there's a better mousetrap out there, and that's what we've tried to create.
Also, carpets have changed. Manufacturers keep creating, I'm not going to say poor quality, but they're cost cutting.
Yep.
Right? So they're creating different types of carpets for your vehicle so that they can save a little cost. We don't have the beautiful plush carpets that we had back in the late 80s and early 90s.
Like a 77 LeBaron, you know, with rich Corinthian leather.
Yeah,
that was a
you had a plush carpet that you could
3/4 inch plush.
Yeah, dog hair wasn't a problem because it came out.
Yeah.
But now you've got these weaves that are woven so tight.
Velcro carpets.
Yeah, that if dog hair gets into them, I mean, it's almost impossible. You can't get it out, which is why utilizing tools like our Ultra Air Blaster paired with the for real, we're able to actually remove the dog hair from those situations for folks.
100%. Yep. And what we've got here, what we're trying to do now, first of all, we have a ton of adapters because, and the only one a detailer's ever going to need is maybe that. Most of you guys have some of these different things. This is for a large rigid vacuum. We've come up with other ones that are like the Vario Max, which is absolutely amazing. The more that you twist that thing, the bigger it gets. It'll handle 1.5 to 2 1/4 inches. And we've got the Vario Mini now that goes, we don't sell this much here in the US, but it'll go from 1.5 down to like 1.2 inches.
Okay.
But, and we have Dyson and all sorts of other things.
Yeah, but you've created attachments so that it doesn't matter what vacuum you have, whether you have it for your home vacuum, because you have some dogs and you just want to keep your couches and upholstery taken care of, you have the attachments for it so that they can still utilize the for real.
Yeah, we have to. We just don't have a choice. We want everybody to enjoy what the for real can do for them. So let's clear these attachments.
Okay.
I know everybody saw the...
but we got new viewers.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Let's just throw these down here.
Okay.
Everybody saw it on video, but a lot of guys don't trust video. This is live.
Okay.
This is the real thing. So we've got some real world situations. I went to the wrecking yard across the road from you over here.
Mm-hmm. It's my favorite place. I go there for lunch.
Do you?
Yeah. Nice
just sit in one of the old cars?
Sometimes. Yeah, it depends.
It gives that aroma to go with lunch. So this is one of the banes of my existence, is my entry mat to my house.
Okay.
So I took an old one and cut it up. When the dog hair from my German Shepherds gets in there, it's just, you can't even pressure wash it out.
Yeah.
This is out of a Toyota Scion, which is just about as cheap and nasty as you can get. That's that Toyota Tacoma Corolla type carpet. This is the back of a seat. I cut this off that Impossible carpet.
Yeah.
On the back of an SUV.
This doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Why'd they do that?
I don't know. This is out of a Subaru, and this is out of a Honda here, Subaru here.
Okay.
Those are just about the worst ones. We have we're showing everything that you can get and how bad it is. Now, last year we put dog hair on these, but you don't like dog hair, so I'm no bare hands this year.
Yeah, I just don't know where those dogs have been. That's all.
I hear you. So we're gonna dig into the bag of hair here. I'm going to keep this one separate. This could be cats. This could be hamsters.
Okay.
We don't know what we got here, but you picked the one that you like the most.
These are just balls of fur.
Yeah, from a local groomer.
Okay.
So I'm going to get on this. I mean, come in here and look at this. Look how deep this gets into this nasty, nasty, awful Toyota Scion carpet, and I want to get it as thick as we can. Just really
coming right on there. Right
muscling in there. You know, let's get it on this awful stuff here.
So I have these mats in my garage, and yeah, they capture so much dog hair and pet hair, especially when my animals walk back and forth.
Yeah, here's kind of how mine looks when my dog gets done laying on it.
They just go sit on it. They're like, man, this is a comfortable mat.
Absolutely.
It's not comfortable. Don't know why you're laying on that.
All right, let's get, we're going to leave this one out here. And just to make it worse, in this spot back here, I took this one out of my central vac.
Oh, okay.
So we've got dirt combined with German Shepherd hair.
Yeah.
I mean, I could put it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. So we're making let's make this worse.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to grab any of the hair.
Let's put some up in this impossible carpet. Because the for real is not only good for dirt, or for hair, excuse me, it's good for dirt, it's good for sand. Those little teeth, those fingers go down in there, and it's kind of like putting something in the washing machine. If you just threw it in and let it soak, it might clean it, but it won't really clean it.
Well, and what people don't realize is they'll take their vacuum attachment and they'll stick it on they'll have it flush with the carpet.
Yep.
And when you don't have airflow under it, you actually lose suction.
Yep, you're stopping the suction.
Yeah.
So doing it like this, we create positive airflow. We get more of a Venturi effect, pulls that air in, and it almost like a turbocharges the air, and it gets lots more CFM.
Yeah. Back in the day, you came into my shop, and I was vacuuming a car, and you said, "Oh, that's a neat feature. What'd you do there?" And I had notched and taken my little razor blade, and I had notched my crevice tools for that reason, to create that airflow effect. Not saying you might owe me a little money for that, but I'm just saying, you never know. We've known each other for a long time.
You might get lunch.
I have gotten lunch and dinners out of you, so I guess that makes up for it.
And back when I owned my first detail shop, I kind of did the same thing. I took a razor blade and just cut straight cuts in.
Yeah.
Well, what happens is all the hair just sticks in there.
Yeah. But it does help.
It does help.
It's all those years of your work, not only in the industry, but also things you've seen and noticed, which is why your company does so well at answering those problems.
We just try and think outside of the box and try and create things that solve problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So we're going to take this vacuum here. I love these new Ego Vacs. I think you guys saw them, or maybe you haven't seen them yet.
They haven't seen them yet.
Well,
Tom,
I'm going to give Chris a shout out here. We'll just go with the one that's on here.
There we go.
And we're going to turn this vacuum on. I'm going to put on the lowest speed. I want you to see that there's going to be hardly any suction here.
Okay.
Is there much suction?
No, there's almost no suction right now.
Yeah, it's really low suction. This is not a tool that requires a lot of vacuum power. It's a tool that does most of the work by itself. In fact, we could just do it by itself with no problem if we want to.
So I've actually, when I've cleaned my carpets at home, I'll run it over with my vacuum, right? And then what I'll do is I'll grab a ferrule just like this with the fang and go around and hit all the edges against my baseboards to pull out any of the leftover hair or anything that's kind of any dust or debris that has gotten caught towards the edges around. I'll pull all of that out, and then in other times I've literally used the hammerhead and done all my carpets just to fully deep clean and get as much of that hair out when we do like when we're getting ready to shampoo carpets or something in the house.
RV, we have an RV, and the same thing, dogs get in there, and I don't have a vacuum with me in the RV, so I'll just take, where's our hammerhead here?
Yeah.
I'll just take the hammerhead by itself, and I'll just start pulling it back. So by itself, the vacuum is just a plus.
Yeah.
It's a cleanup tool for what we're doing. So let's take the for real here.
Okay.
And once again, you just get it started, and you can cut a path quickly through any of this stuff. Now you could do long strokes like that. You can go back, forth, whatever you want. But honestly, all you need to do, I like to kind of do it that way.
Yeah.
We'll head over to this.
And that's almost no suction, guys. This is not even enough to pull the rubber off my glove.
No. There's very little suction there. We'll go hit this here. You can go all different ways with it. It's just going to clean it up, pull it out, and we'll come back to this Subaru carpet. Sorry, this counter's kind of wanting to move just a little bit. and back, forth, whatever you want to do. But you'll notice on this one where we've got the dirt in it, it's also cleaning the dirt.
Yeah.
So that dirt that I ground in there, it's clean. Now let's switch tools. Go to the hammerhead, because we do have big flat areas here. So once again, we can just pull back. And as we pull back, this is live, and we're not making anything up here. It just really works that fast and that good. Let's go back up to this Toyota Scion. That absolute Velcro carpet. And I love the air tools. You guys' tools are amazing. The only problem that sometimes you have is, unless you have a place to blow it, that hair's got to go somewhere.
It's going to go everywhere.
This is going away. This is just absolutely disappearing. And going away. And so very quickly we can clear massive, large areas.
Yeah.
And then we've also answered the question this year, because guys have been saying, well, I can't get it in between the seats and all those little tough to get areas. So we came out with this called the Sidewinder crevice tool. You can literally tie this thing in a knot. It'll still fit on the same to that 1.5 inch outside, 1.25 inch inside. Now you can get down between those seats.
Yeah.
Just really down in those areas and get it out. And we're actually going to make it for real for this too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that'll be great.
Those hard to get areas.
Yeah.
So it's saved you some time.
Oh, I like I said, I've been a user of the for real since you gave me one of the very first prototypes. He handed it to me and said, give it a run, and I was sold. It's one of my favorite products, and it's one of those products that I don't think enough detailers recognize. And I feel like it's one of those things you need to have a few of them. You know, I say it's always good to have at least half a dozen, maybe 3 at a minimum.
Would you have one buffing pad in your shop?
You got to have a few of them, because whenever you get into a situation, you never want to be without it, because you'll start using it and it becomes like it becomes an extension of your body. And so when you actually get a vehicle where you're like, oh man, I don't have that.
Yeah.
It makes such a huge difference. It's such a time saver, and you don't want to vacuum without it. Like, that just is part of my vacuum now, and it doesn't leave it.
Even not dog hair, anything you vacuum with this tool will go quicker.
Yeah.
It just will.
It's much easier to utilize.
Well, when we run into this much dog hair, we tried to solve another problem. So guys, we have another new product called the Filter Guard that you may not have heard about. So let's roll that video and check that out. I think you guys are going to love this. Now that we cleaned up that dog hair, we're probably going to have a little bit of dog hair in there. How long ago was it that you cleaned this filter last?
3 weeks.
3 weeks? Yeah. Okay. And what happens when your filter gets clogged? Does your suction go down a little?
Yeah, it's less efficient.
Absolutely. Let's open that up real quick. Yeah, well, it's if the air filter on your car looked like that, would that be a good thing? Typically, if it can't breathe, then you're going to lose suction. And I've seen some that we've opened that are filled with like leaves and hair and mud and everything. And you know, most of us detail guys, we don't tend to clean that stuff up until we can't pick up that French fry off the floor. And what we've got is a product called the Filter Guard. It's a pre-filter that fits on, so you'll clean your filter or put on a new one. You'll slide this on, put the drawstring up top. It's completely non-stick, and it will make sure that nothing gets in there and you don't lose any suction. Everything will hit that, it won't stick, it'll drop. And it makes a huge difference in how long that filter goes between cleanings, and you don't have to spend $30 to buy a new filter.
So, Tom, I bought a Filter Guard. I bought a new vacuum, and I never used one. And I'll actually actively destroy my filters, and then my vacuum stops sucking at home, and then I go, and I pull it off, and I look, and it's rotted and falling apart. So I go buy a new one at the store, but I never did something like this. And then I saw when you came out with this, I thought, oh. So I went over to our store. I actually paid full freight for it, and put it on my new vacuum. And it's been 2 months now, and I've done, I don't know, 8 cars. This thing's insane. That filter still looks brand new. This still looks brand new. I even gave it to my neighbor because they had been going to their pastures and cleaning out their car. And let me tell you, Tom, their car is not clean. And I lent them my vacuum because I wasn't worried about it.
Yeah.
And he was like, wow, that worked out great. And when I opened it up, he dumped it out in the trash, but this was perfectly clean. And they were sucking up hay, they were sucking up patties, they were sucking up mud and dirt and grime. I mean, it was one of those where my wife goes, you're letting them use your new vacuum? And I was like, it's the neighborly thing to do. But it was because I had the filter guard on it. I wasn't worried.
We're here to solve problems. Dog hair, it grosses you out, grosses everybody out. For me, the filter is a nasty job. It's awful. Just absolutely hate having to clean the filter out. But what I hate more than anything is inefficiency. And we are detailers and we're great at what we do, but a lot of us get a little lazy and we won't change that filter or clean that filter until you can't pick up that penny off the floor.
Literally.
Yeah. And what are you doing that whole time you're building up to that? You are getting less and less efficient. Your vacuum goes from, we have a vacuum suction gauge that we can put on there. Your vacuum, like say a shop vac or a rigid, might be at 100 inches of lift when you first buy that thing. A week into it, we've tested this, a week into it, guys are down to like 45.
Yeah.
I mean, you cut it in half. You go down even farther, you get down to 20 inches of lift. Why are you even vacuuming? You're not getting anything out of there. You're not dry vacuuming well. You can go months and months and months, and that filter is not, it's gonna look just like that. It's fully breathable. Feel that. How slick is that?
No, it's super slippery.
Yeah, it's like Teflon, Teflon coated pan. Nothing's gonna stick to it. It just won't get into that filter. You're not gonna spend $30 all the time to clean that filter
or to replace the filter.
Yeah. If you like a clean filter and you don't like that job, they're inexpensive. Pick up a filter guard. You're going to love it, guys. You gotta check it out.
Yeah, I was sold. As soon as I saw that when it came back, because I was like, that's going to be the real test. I've been impressed, but I've been kind of babying it, not doing too much with it. But to give it to my neighbor, they went through their vehicle and brought it back, and I was like, okay, yeah, every vacuum I own from now on for shop vacs is going to have one of those. It's just how it's going to be.
It'll save your vacuum. It'll save your time and efficiency. It'll save you money. What more do you want?
Yeah, that's great.
Well, with that in mind, guys, you might have seen the skins that we sell, and if you haven't checked them out or thought about it, your brand is so important to your business. Whether you're a business that's selling chemicals or a business that's doing detailing, you want to get your brand out there. You want to get yourself noticed. So let's check out the video on the Buff Brite skins right now.
All right, so you got these nice Rupes polishers here. We all love Rupes and Flex and all those guys. We love your brand and your business a little bit more even. So what about if we were able to come in and wrap these polishers and put your own personal brand on there? All right, Rob, so we took a minute and we installed some of our Buff Brite skins on these polishers. Tell me what you think of that.
Baby.
These are fine, but that's fine.
You're different than everyone else out there, and so is your business. So your polisher might as well reflect who you are and who your business is. At Buff Brite, we can take your logos and put it on almost any polisher on the planet. Just give us your ideas, your concept, and let us go to work for you. We've done it for thousands of customers already, and they love showing everyone about their business every time they go on social media. So check us out at Buff Brite Skins at buffbrite.com.
Well, we're back, and again, you guys know these Buff Brite skins are amazing, but you've got, not only can you cover pretty much every polisher known to man, you even got the new one all done up already, but then you've started adding other options for these, which is really cool. So tell us about them.
So we started out with the Rupes Bigfoot, and you've got some on a polisher, don't you? Mm-hmm. And we've got some on some polishers here. Do they come off?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. But when you do want to take them off, you can take them off. You can pull them off and take and clean up. There's very little residue left behind. But why would you want to? If you bought this, you just spent almost $800 on that fabulous polisher. And now you drop it, or you...
It gets marred up. It gets dirty hands. You get, you know, all kinds of stuff.
Is that what you want to do? Is it invest in that?
Protected.
And then, keep it protected. But we also want to give you the chance to personalize. So that's what we're trying to do here, is give you the chance to put your brand, your name. We love Rupes, we love Flex, all these guys, we love their polishers, but their name is still on this, and we know what that polisher is. But your brand is what you're truly trying to build. This is
what
a
your
tool.
customers will see when maybe you're at their house or they come in your shop and you've got everything branded to your business, to your company. It just brings that level of professionalism up.
And detailers, I swear, have got to be the biggest social media guys out there.
They are, yeah. I'd say that.
If I have to see another foam cannon video, I'm going to throw up. But you know, I love when guys are showing your polisher off. Why wouldn't you want to have your brand that you're blowing up? Get it out there. Or if you have a business that deals with detailers and you want to get your brand out, put a skin on every one of your guys' polishers. Now their social media becomes your social media.
Well, and what I love is that you make this 100% custom. So they can put in their logos. They can design it however they want to. I mean, this one's license plates. This is a bunch of old license plates.
Yep.
That's super cool for a lot of folks that maybe they don't have some ideas, or maybe it's something that they want to do. You know, this one, you've got one of your show cars that you built for SEMA on there. And, you know, again, you've got our branding, you've got Lake Country's branding, you've got tons of different effects that a lot of people can just play and have fun with. So you've got your own versions that you guys have made that people can buy and utilize if they like the style, or they can go in and upload their own graphics, their own logos, maybe even make it so that it's, you know, maybe the aesthetic of their shop too.
You can do anything you want, and we'll do it for you. That's what's great, guys. We love creating these for you. If you don't feel like you're a graphic computer design guy, you go in and there's one that says My Free Design. Push that button. You're going to upload your logo. You're going to look at like 40 or 50 different skins on there that are kind of templates that we've come up with. Tell us which one you like. Give us some quick ideas. It'll take you 30 seconds to fill this out. And we'll take it from there, and we'll send you a proof, ask you if you like it, and if you do, we send you a quick thing to pay with, and 7 to 10 days later, you're wrapping your polisher.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's great. And they're super easy to install. Literally, anybody can do it. Heck, you can even have your kids do it if you want, but just careful about the registration of the, you know, how it looks, because they might make it crooked, but it's super easy.
Yeah, we can put anything you want on there, except, you know, we can't put Disney and NFL and stuff like that because of trademark and copyright stuff. So
there you go.
You'll get instructions on a QR code how to put it on. If you can put stickers on something. Some of these detailers are wrapping cars. If you can wrap a car, you can wrap this. It's a no-brainer.
And it's basically PPF material.
It is. Yep, so, reverse printed PPF. Yep.
So it's very strong, very durable, waterproof, UV protected, all kinds of good stuff.
There's a lot of mil thickness there. You've seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot, and it's super tacky and a lot of adhesive to it. So, guys, if you have not looked into the skins, you got to check it out. Build your business. Pump your brand up. Let us help you do it. They're inexpensive and they last. I think we've had them about 3 years now, and the ones we first put on are still out there and going strong.
Now, you also put them on these Flex stack packs. Now, you guys are starting to do that. So, guys that are buying, not only you guys got to see the Flex stack packs yesterday, but now you can buy them and you can brand them literally to your business if you want. And so, as you see, Tom's branded this one all up with some of the products from Buff Brite, with the flamethrower, the skins, the filter guard. But that's what's super cool is these now, when you roll up to a job site, so construction workers and mobile detailers, you've got it all set up now. You can have your branding
When you get it, you're going to get a big roll of stickers like this. You're going to get, it's going to have a picture on it that shows
exactly
how it orients when you get it, so you don't have to wonder where it goes. And then you're just going to bring a sticker, pull it off, come up, line it up. It's just so ultra satisfying to just put a sticker where it goes when it falls into the exact right place. And it's maybe 10 minutes to do one of these. It's maybe
you literally did this like in less than 5 minutes, the whole thing.
Yeah, when you roll up to a job site as a mobile detailer and you roll out with this, and you put that next to the car, it's a sign. You can put QR codes on it, whatever you want. You can go to a show, a show and shine, whatever you want. You roll that into a car show, people know who you are and what you're about, and they can ask about you, hit the QR code with their phone, and now they're heading to you and your business.
Yeah, a great, simple way to start marketing your company. But like you said, have that branding right there.
Yeah, we've loved it, and we've sold over 10,000 of them. People love them. We get tons of good feedback. But what we need is you guys to just realize how easy it is. So just jump on there onto buffbrite.com, go into the professional detailers section, push the design it for me page, and we're going to take it from there. Just give us your logo. We'll go and do the rest.
There we go.
So with that, you're probably seeing these lights we have on here. We're going to go ahead and segue into our next video and show you what we got going with the lights. Okay. Let's see that now. So you mentioned one of your problems is lighting. I see you've got a nice headlamp up there on your head and you got a side light here. Now we've installed a set of flamethrower lights on your polisher. So go ahead and turn that light on. And tell me if you're able to see quite a bit more than you could before.
Oh, I can see everything that I can't see with the headlamp.
You can actually take that light and remove it from there, snap that into a headband. And on top of everything else, you've got a light that's gonna last 12 hours. Is that heavy?
No, it's more comfortable than the others.
Yeah, very nice. You can move it to an extractor, you can move it to a vacuum crevice tool, we can move it to a pressure washer wand. What do you think about that for a lighting solution, Rob?
You know, we spend a lot on other lights to help cast shadows away. And this definitely solves that issue of having something directly on it for inspection and work.
When you get between the light and the paint, what happens? Shadow.
Yeah.
You might as well not have the light. That light is so close right there. Could you get between that light? No. You're always going to have a light in the most convenient spot where it's going to solve problems for you, because nobody likes getting done with a car, pulling it outside and realizing you missed things. Yeah, look at what you can see there. Yeah, you can really see a lot of wash scratches, and if this was black, we'd see a lot more. Do you think that'll solve a few problems for you?
Yeah, definitely a time saver.
So Jim, let me ask you a question. What are you going to do when you get in there?
That one doesn't fit too well, so I'd definitely switch over to one of the smaller ones.
So you'd probably go to your Nano?
Yeah.
Well, I've hooked something on your Nano. I want you to try it. Take one of those lights off there and let's hook it onto that Nano and see if you like the way that works.
Yeah, I could definitely move it around to wherever I need it.
Yep, and you can really see up in there in all those little areas.
Yeah, I like that. It's very helpful.
All right, we are back, Tom. So that light was pretty much one of the first products you created with Buff-Brite.
It was, and it's been a huge blessing to a lot of guys in the industry. I can't polish without it anymore. I just, maybe I'm a little biased, but it solves a lot of lighting issues. So, and we've found some of our guys just keep sending us pictures. Hey, have you tried it on this? Have you tried it on that? We all know it's going to fit our main polishers. It'll fit a 10 millimeter or an 8 millimeter bolt-in type. Unfortunately, this new one that Rupes got, they did not give us a mounting hole. So we're working on that. We're going to solve that problem and see if we can find another way. But the Flamethrower 3, which is our latest iteration, they snap on and off. But look at some of the things that you can do with it. You probably recognize this tool.
Yeah, that's our engine air blaster.
Yep, and you've got your air blaster and all the different tools that you have, and now you can just take that, turn on the light, and now anywhere you're going, it's fully waterproof, lasts 12 hours on one single charge.
Yeah.
It's light always helps. When you agree?
And it's one of those things, like it really does change the game. If you're not using light properly when you're detailing, what are you doing? So even on a vacuum.
Yep.
Most people don't realize how much you miss just inside of a car, especially when you get tinted windows. You know, a detailer's trick we used to do is we just drop all the windows and open up all the doors and open the sunroof to try and get as much natural light as we could.
Yep.
But being able to add lights either via a headlamp or through the flamethrower really does help to make sure you get all those little particulates lifted.
Yeah, when you get down, especially on a dark colored interior, super hard to see, and your headlamp will definitely help, but putting a light on the end of the tool, it makes a big difference.
Where you need it, yeah. But then also, for those of you that don't have a headlamp,
it is a headlamp also. It comes with a headband, adjustable headband, and it just snaps right into there. And it's very lightweight. It weighs not even half a pound. I mean, it's very, very lightweight. And it's the only headlamp I know of that you're going to get 12 hours on high worth of light out of.
And it is USB rechargeable.
Yep.
So.
Yep. It's the charger is hidden under the threads, and it's been a huge blessing. Like I said, mobile guys, I don't know how you deal without it. If you're working in somebody's garage, how on earth are you going to have any kind of lighting? It's even guys who have show cars. We were down in Texas doing another one of our shows, and the guy said, well, our customers have show cars, but they don't have show car lighting.
Yeah.
And very, very, very true. So anything you've got out there, any polisher you've got, whether you need it on your head, another one that we just came out with, let me trade sides with you.
Yeah.
So the Flex PXE80, you can actually put that on there now, and believe it or not, you can switch out to the little Flex rotary tool.
Yeah.
And you can take your light
on there.
Take the light and throw it on here. And now you've got that wherever you want. You can clock it in any direction that you want. Whoop, maybe. And get it high, low, wherever you want. And then just turn it on, and you can get in all those little nooks and crannies that you probably just didn't know you needed light for. But when you're working around the back of a license plate or around certain tough to get at areas or under on a cowl on a bumper, wherever it is, if you don't have light, you're just not gonna...
well, and like I just did a 58 Chevy at home, and I had the sides of the rear fenders. They have that sweep that comes up and under, and then it goes over again, but it has a piece of chrome. And just getting up under that, we had sanded that whole vehicle, Matt and I, and so it was just trying to get that light. And I literally had some lights on the ground shining upwards just so I could see what I was polishing underneath. And it was one of those where I pulled out the buffers. I've got a couple buff brights and hooked them up just so I could get into that area. And so they definitely came in handy when I needed it. And again, you need that light because you can't see. Not everybody can see exactly what they're doing. Right, exactly. Now you wanted to give something away because, you know, people don't have the light for this polisher, but they do get something.
Yeah, we made up a few custom skins. I think we got 6 of them over there. So I believe they said randomly for the next, certain people, they're just going to take and throw one of these custom skins for the HLR 1521 series, and they're going to throw it in with your purchase when you buy one. So just
there you go.
Throw it in the comments section or something and tell them you would like one of those for your polisher
for the HLR 15 and 21. So
yeah.
All right. Well, sweet. We got any questions, Dane?
So we got a Milwaukee fan club. A bunch of people asking about fitment on their Milwaukees. So everything regarding the skins, Buff right here. Let me just pull up a few.
I'm not getting any of that audio, so you'll have to translate.
So he's saying you got
me.
a bunch of Milwaukee fanboys in there saying that they love the Milwaukees and they wanted to know if you make skins for the Milwaukees.
We are really close.
Okay, really close.
We've actually got the design done. The Milwaukee makes it tough because it has all that rubber-esque type material on it like this has and like some of these have. So, but we're really close to having it done in a way that it's going to stay on because that stuff doesn't like to accept the adhesive as well.
Yeah.
But give us 30 days and I think we'll be there.
There you go.
Okay, there's your answer. And once again, I'll get that one moved. Pack out system. So on the boxes.
Yeah. I want to know if you have them for the Milwaukee pack outs.
We have been looking at it. The problem is they have a texture to the pack out material, and there's not as many flat areas that we can use as
like the stack packs.
Like the stack packs. So it's going to be a tough ask just because of the way that those are made.
There you go. All right.
Then I got, will the flamethrower work on the Grio's G8 and G15? I know somebody said it works on their G9, but they're wondering about these others.
Yeah, so the flamethrower on the G8 and G15 from Grioche.
Oh yeah, it'll fit right. They have an 8mm hole on each side. You can run a single like this, or you can take and run a double, run one on each side, and you'll have better lighting than you could ever create any other way.
There you go.
Okay. And then we have some filter-related questions. Can the filter guard be used in wet applications?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Can it be used in a wet application? Throw all the water, throw all of everything, mud, I don't care what you throw.
As long as you've got a wet-dry filter that's designed to handle the water.
Well, okay.
Because otherwise,
you gotta have the right filter first.
Yeah, if it's a cotton filter, you don't really want to submerge that with some liquid.
Exactly. But if it's a wet-dry vacuum, it's going to have a wet-dry filter. Now, your option, some guys say, well, I just don't run any filter at all. Well, that's a recipe for disaster because
it gets in the motor.
Yeah, you're putting everything up in your bearings, and you be prepared to really blow that machine up very quickly.
Yeah.
The other thing is that if you run one of these, you're also going to make your vacuum last a lot longer because you're not overworking it. When that motor is having to work so hard, you're creating heat in that motor, and you're going to wear that vacuum out much more quickly.
Nice, nice.
All right, then I've got a few more. Well, for example here, can the filter guard be used on a cordless Makita wet dry? Yes, I would assume so.
Yeah, it's a universal. So the goal is that it goes over the filter, and then it's got a little a drawstring. So you can tighten it up. So
yeah, as long as that Makita has a canister style, like the Flex that we have over here, excellent machine, but they use a flat paper style.
Yeah.
We may come out with one for that, but at this point we don't have a solution for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Tom is always working on them.
Wet extraction, we covered
I don't
that.
sleep. I just try and come up with new stuff, guys. It's all
now,
for you.
Klaus Nielsen looking for them in Europe, so wondering if you can find
you can't find the For Pro 2 in the EU.
Well, the rag company Europe, yeah, Mr. John.
No, that's UK.
Oh, UK, excuse me. All right, well, maybe we don't have someone in Europe.
You might not. We'll see.
Well, we'll need to visit with these guys, and we'll find the rag company Europe and get them to carry it.
Yeah, so that was pretty much covering all of it there. Otherwise, there was about 1 million comments of people saying they owned a For Real or a Hammerhead and they loved it. So I just kind of kept throwing those up on the screen.
that are previous owners and current owners and love everything about it.
Excellent.
So, awesome. Well, Tom, thank you for joining us. As always, guys, check out buffbrite.com. And
B-R-I-T-E. It's like a weird
B-R-I-T-E. But go to buffbrite.com. You can check out everything. Go to the professional section so you can pick up and design your own skins, get the lights, get the For Real, get the filter guard, all those things. And yeah, Tom, thank you for being here, brother.
Thank
Always
you for having me.
All right, guys. And now on to Solution Finish.
And hello and welcome to one of my favorite segments of TRCMA. I'm here with the one and only Chris West. What's going on, man?
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you again. This is like a tradition.
It is, and I love it.
Yeah. I love it. And every year we seem to find new trim to restore, right? Talk about new ways things can be restored. And today we're here to talk about Solution Finish, the one, the only, the greatest on the market.
Cool.
And so what is Solution Finish, Chris?
Well, for those of you who don't know, Solution Finish is really the first and only true trim restorer, which means it's not a silicone-based dressing that is going to gas off and fade in 3 or 4 days. It truly restores the plastic. And what Solution does is 3 very important things. One, it is solvent-based, so it dissolves the existing oxidation as you're applying it with your microfiber applicator. Then what will happen is, with modified and penetrating oils, it draws the colorant back into the part being treated, and then something that nobody else has, it gives it UV protection. That's the third. You wipe it on, you buff off the excess surface oil. Once it locks in, it's like sunscreen for your plastic.
Yep, absolutely.
And maintaining your plastic components on a vehicle is not only important for the appearance, but it enhances a vehicle's overall appearance. You have this, what is it, a Mazda or something?
Yeah.
You know, and it's beautiful.
Beautiful,
and it
beautiful
has,
paint, right? But the trim is faded.
So even if you're not to this level, if your trim is well maintained, it's clean, it's restored, it is particularly important when it goes to resell your car.
100%.
So you want something that is, sure, you want your trim to look good, but the overall appearance is important.
Agreed. And so I think, honestly, a quick little story, right? Two of the biggest things that make a difference, right, when it comes to a car's appearance, right? Headlights, number one, right? If your headlights are faded or if they look yellow or dull or oxidized, right, it's going to age the car tremendously, right? Second thing is the trim, right? Paint can always be waxed, it can be restored. There's certain things that can be done with paint to kind of clean up the look, even if it's temporary, but trim is another thing that can drastically age something. And so when something's not moisturized like trim or not well protected, right, then eventually it could start cracking, it could start chipping, you can start seeing all of the metal underneath, the aluminum underneath, and it looks really, really bad. And so I actually just replaced some trim on one of my cars the other day because it wasn't treated properly, right, when it was a new car. And so all these years later I had to replace it. And let me tell you what, replacing trim on a 20-something-year-old car, not super easy, right?
No, exactly.
Things just start kind of breaking off, pop clips start breaking. I broke a pop clip, sent my thumb straight through a pop clip, and I was like, oh my God. And the entire time I was just thinking to myself, while I was in pain, why didn't somebody treat this trim earlier on so I didn't have to be suffering through that?
And people, when I say that, people ask me always about the longevity, the durability of solution finish. Probably the national average is 8 to 12 months.
Yeah.
But when I say 8 to 12 months with maintenance, and what happens is dirt, contaminants, road grime gets on the trim. It starts to build up.
Agreed.
And let's say on the road you have all of the petroleum-based products that start going on your trim, and that helps accelerate the oxidation process. So something as simple as restoring your plastic and keeping it clean, just a simple wipe down. You don't have to go to the alcohol or degreasers. Just keeping that contaminant off will pay great dividends on the longevity of the part. You see bumper covers that are dented in. Right? Let's say just dented in. Other times you see bumpers that are cracked. And what has happened is that the trim itself has become brittle for lack of maintenance. So something that is easy to pop out, all of a sudden becomes a
it becomes a nightmare. It starts breaking apart in pieces.
Exactly right.
It's not fun at all. So we have a couple of different products we're going to talk about today on what you can use at your house, what you can use in your detailing shop, that you can use to not only restore trim, but also keep it protected for years and years to come, as you can essentially keep applying a lot of these products. And that's one big thing, is that Chris has explained this to me in the past, that there's certain products that exist out there that will go over the top of trim, but lock in the trim to prevent future products like solution finish from penetrating, right? And so what happens is you ceramic coat it, you do something like that, you can't get a product like this back into that trim to restore it, and now it's locked out for years to come. So I always tell people, if you can solution finish or over the top something before ceramic coating it, that's the best thing possible. So Chris, what do we have here? We have two products, we have and we have over the top.
Correct.
So black trim.
The 12-ounce bottle of solution finish is what I call the pro size, and the pro size will do 30 to 36 cars.
Jeez, yeah.
Through as time went on, and solution finish black works really, really good on gray plastic.
Yeah, it actually does. You're right.
It doesn't turn the gray plastic black, but it makes the gray pop again. But through the years, the guys say, I'm not putting anything black on my gray, so I came out with Fusion Gray, which is the same formula as solution finish, is just in gray.
Different color. Correct.
Now, I have over-the-top plastic sealer, and what that does is you apply solution finish. Solution finish has a black matte finish. If you want a little more sheen and a lot more UV protection, you use over the top on the top of it. And I call it over the top because of what you just stated. A lot of guys put a ceramic coating on the trim after they use solution finish. It looks really, really good.
It does, yeah.
It lasts a long time, but you have forever locked out solution finish's ability to penetrate and absorb into the plastic.
Agreed.
So what I did is I came out with the plastic sealer, and it's over the top because you put on solution finish, you put the sealer over the top. But you're able to put solution finish back over the top of that when the time comes.
Yep.
And and solution finish isn't great on new cars.
Yeah. Because they don't need them.
Yeah,
they don't need them.
You don't need it, and it hasn't degenerated enough to create the pores necessary to absorb.
100%. Yeah.
Over the top makes new plastic pop.
It does.
And it gives it a little sheen to it. It's protecting it from day one. And if you don't realize, if you use a silicone-based dressing, no names mentioned, but a silicone-based dressing, what happens is silicone, as it's gassing off in the 3 to 5, 7 days is a record, but let's say as it gasses off, it creates a hydroperoxide gas at the surface level of the part, which accelerates oxidation.
Yeah.
So if you took a silicone dressing and put it on a new car every week for 5 years, and then you just stopped, in a week or so, it will look like that trim has been in the sun for 5 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Because all the silicone and the oils are doing is hiding the damage being created.
Correct.
You know.
Yep. It's like putting makeup on over and over and over again, but you're not moisturizing the
right,
skin.
then you wake up and she doesn't have makeup on, and there's, it's a disaster.
Okay, well, no, I know. Hey, you're not wrong. So, getting into this, I want to talk about the no-soak coating applicator kit from the Rag Company. So this is something that we just launched. It's a super affordable way to get into some premium microfiber towels as well as some premium applicators. So the no-soak applicators do have the barrier built into them to keep the product from soaking into the sponge. And then we do have our pearl weaves here as well, which are going to be fantastic for leveling a coating, a dressing, or even solution finish. So, Chris, we have this Mazda Speed. We want to do a quick little test spot on here just to show people what this looks like. It's already been prepped. We've already taken some IPA and wiped down the trim. So all we really need to do now is crack this bad boy open and have you work your magic. Does that sound good?
And solution finish needs 3 things. You want to wear gloves. You need a microfiber applicator, not a sponge, not a terry cloth towel, and you need a microfiber towel to buff off the excess.
Correct.
Solution finish only has 3 steps. You apply the product, and you buff it off. You know, shake vigorously, apply it to the part being treated, and then you buff off all of the excess. And people will call me and say, well, it's been 3 days and it's still kind of tacky. What do I do? I go, okay, so you applied it, you buffed off all the excess, and I go, yeah, no, I didn't do that part. So I said, there's only 3 things to do: shake it, apply it, and buff it off. You know? But a good mic, and I love these. You know,
these ones are really comfortable in the hand. And the biggest thing about solution finish, especially applying it, sometimes less is more, right? Because you've got some people that will go and dump. I go, what are you doing? No. And it doesn't. It just needs just a little bit. You'd be surprised how far it'll go. So
that is so true, and that's such a good point. Is solution finish is like water on a paper towel. It absorbs immediately. You don't. You know, I like to let it dwell a minute or 2, but usually what you're doing is shaking up the bottle, applying it all the way around the vehicle. Put the cap back on, then take your towel and go around. That's plenty of time for it to penetrate.
Agreed.
You know, so microfiber applicator, microfiber towel, shake vigorously, and then a small amount is important. You apply it, you go until nothing else is going on the part, then redip it. I see guys with, let's say, a yellow Costco microfiber towel, which is fine, and when they're done, the whole thing is soaking black.
Yeah,
and well,
agreed.
You know, you realize everything on that towel is what you wasted. You know, I can go around a whole vehicle
100%.
really without even using a microfiber towel, because I spend all the time. I just get it so that it's all the surface oil is removed, and then keep on moving. Nobody has the patience to spend that kind of time.
Yep.
So the less is better.
Yep.
You know.
Agreed.
And if you're going to get on the 1 ounce individual bottles, you can get 3 full-size passenger cars on it.
Oh, easy. Easy.
When you're done with your microfiber applicator, put it in a little Ziploc bag, and then later, when you want to freshen it up, maybe get some of that road grime off of it, you just use that same applicator to freshen it up.
Yep. Agreed. So let's do this. Let's show people how this is done. We'll get Jimmy in here over here on the mobile cam and get a shot of the application process. So Chris is just going to put a little bit here on the applicator.
Small amount on the applicator. And that's what I love about these. It doesn't absorb real quick into the applicator.
Yep, it stays on the surface, which is nice, so it makes it easier for spreading.
Small amount. And this is a good example of how a really nice car can be detracted because of the trim. This is not terrible, but once it's done, everything is dialed in. Now, now I don't know if the camera can pick it up.
Oh, it is. Yeah, this looks amazing.
If you kind of squint, you can see the difference.
I don't think you need to squint. I think you're making magic happen here, Chris. That looks incredible. And people don't understand. This looks like new. This looks how it should have looked new, and you haven't even buffed it off yet, which is going to flatten it out just a little bit more. But you can see a massive difference there.
I guess I do know why it does it, but Solution Finish is for rubber, vinyl, and plastic. But on trailers, powder coated pieces, for some reason, it has enough pores to absorb in it. So if you see this, and I just...
Oh, awesome.
See how I freshened that up?
Like new again, yeah. And that's what's crazy is, like, even on painted parts like this in powder coat, it sticks around for quite some time. I mean, the restoration still happens for quite some time. Not as long as plastics, right? But still enough to make the difference between going to a show, maybe you are doing I don't know, some type of event where you want your car to be seen. This is something you could put over on the top to really take it to the next level.
When I created it, what I did not want is a wet look shine, a greasy wet look. I mean, it's not very natural to having that kind of silicone oil. It's black, but it looks like there's something on it. Here, it looks like a new part, or certainly a well-maintained part. Let me go ahead and grab your little towel here.
Yeah, agreed. And so in this kit comes with a Pro Weave right here, and these are amazing for leveling things out. But another quick tip that I have for people that want to kind of get a little bit more out of their towels, or kind of feel bad about wasting towels, the Rip and Rag microfiber towels, those ones that we have on the roll, Chris, are amazing for this as well.
Really?
Because those towels, you don't feel as bad about throwing away. Does that make sense? And so the Rip and Rags are perfect for that. And I actually did a little bit of trim restoration the other day on a car that had kind of some intricate areas. And what I did is I actually ended up cutting one of my Rip and Rags. I cut about a 4x4 square, right? Folded that in half, right? And used that with a little bit of solution finish, and I was able to get in contour to some tighter areas. You know what I mean?
And a little pro tip, let's say you've done everything correct. Vigorously shook the bottle, applied it with your microfiber applicator, wiped off the excess surface oil.
Yeah.
And if you take a paper towel, fold it like you're mentioning, right? And then just kind of wipe it slowly on the bumpers. You know, you're just kind of dusting it off. You'll see a little bit more residue come on your fingertips.
Yeah.
And that takes the last bit of solution finish off of the part, especially in areas that are more prone to color transfer.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't recommend it. Guys have put solution finish on their leather. Like I have leather jackets that I'll put solution finish on it, and it takes out the cracks. But poor guy put it on his seats, and it looked gorgeous. He did a 50-50 video, then he did the whole thing. But as he's sweating and driving, it's all.
Oh, it's coming on. Yeah, it's transferring
so
onto him.
Very
yeah,
sad for that.
So yeah, okay. So maybe not on your seats, maybe on your jacket, maybe on something that's not going to get constant exposure there. But Solution Finish truly is. It's a one-of-a-kind product. It's something that can be used on so many different parts of a vehicle, motorcycle, boat. I mean, there's so many different things that this product can be used on. And if you don't have this in your arsenal, then you truly are missing out, because I guarantee you there's going to be a job in the future that you're going to wish you had a bottle on hand. So we want to answer some questions now for Chris. So Dane, in the studio, what do we have? What are we working with?
Absolutely. Yeah, let me pull up a few here. I had several questions as you were going through. Mostly it was people just, it's so funny. We've been doing this for years on end, but people are always blown away when they see the result. And it's fast.
Yeah.
So yeah, let me get this one up here. I'll get Jeff C first. How well does Solution Finish and Over the Top stand up to a citrus cleaner like Forest? You know,
so like an all-purpose cleaner. I mean, I would say it's able to survive a lot of that.
It really does. My question of the question is, why would you use a citrus cleaner on
restored trim, or just on trim in general?
Yeah, on your plastic anyway.
Yeah.
You know, the pro tip is you wipe down all your plastic with rubbing alcohol. You know, just simple, not these fancy degreasers and things. You don't want to, because they all leave somewhat of a residue that gets polished off of the paint.
Yep.
But on plastic, just washing it, it stays on it. So you want a dry part. If you use the alcohol, you're just flushing out the pores, giving it a nice little bath. Citrus cleaners are pretty potent.
They are.
You know, if any, it's not going to wipe. It's not going to wipe off Solution Finish, but the citrus acid could put little spots on it, like water spots on it. Yeah, it's not necessary, but I can assure you, once Solution Finish is on and it has sat, it's not going to wash off.
Yeah, it doesn't wash off.
So
Agreed.
even with a powerful cleaner, it's not going to just dissolve it.
Correct. Agreed.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's very helpful. And he was just saying it wasn't purposeful. It's just incidental contact. You know, you're using it other places. It winds up on there. It happens. So
yeah.
Agreed.
Let's move to our next one from DFD. I've got a 2013 Jeep Wrangler with a hard top. Is this product effective on that type of surface?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're not going to get the long-term durability out of it, but appearance-wise, it's absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
And when I say long-term durability, it's because of the type of material that those lids are made of, but it's still, it's well worth doing, without question. You'll be ecstatic with the results, I can assure you.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Very good.
Then I've got Josh Reichert here saying, how does Solution Finish hold up on high temps and applications in direct sunlight? So if like you're outside, can't really avoid the sun, should you take cover somewhere, or is it okay to go in the sun?
Interesting question. I get that from heat and cold, right? I always tell people, if you're comfortable enough to be outside applying it, then you're going to be okay. You know, I would say the problem with extreme cold is because of the moisture.
Yep.
It may not be raining, but you got moisture in there, and we want the trim to be dry.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, you want it. You don't want it to be wet. You want it to be nice and dry, so it's going to accept it.
And also that means when you wash your car, you wipe everything off, and you're good to go. No, even though it doesn't have water drops on it, it still has moisture accumulated in it. So you want to make sure it's dry. I always tell people, look, if you got the time, wash your car first. Next day, apply Solution Finish to really top it off.
Agreed.
But
agreed.
just keep it dry.
I've seen that before, where it's like I've washed a car and I've been in the process of doing paint correction, trim restoration, all these different things, and I've noticed that the trim, in certain cases, can actually hold on to moisture for a long period of time.
It does, absolutely.
And you'll look and you'll go, it looks like it's kind of dry, but it's not. Like, you know, the temps aren't right, I gotta wait. And so it's a big thing to be able to make sure that that trim is in the best condition possible to accept this, because the better your prep work is, the longer that this is gonna last.
And heat-wise, everything expands.
Yep.
Right. So if if I was going to weigh the options, if it was extremely hot, it's not going to hurt it. If it's warmer than normal, it's probably better for the application process. Just keep the plastic dry. That will really hinder its ability to do its job.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like what I was saying yesterday over and over. Use your noggin, use your brain, common sense. You'll be able to tell if it's a good or a bad idea at the time. We've got Juke Nova here saying, how long after application can you apply trim coating? Or in the case of over the top, why don't you use that? I think that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, recommendation 6 to 8 hours before you get your vehicle wet is best practice, not because they're going to wash off, because of the water spots. You know, it's easier to, if solution finish is fully cured and locked in, and people say, well, how long does that take? Well, what's the temperature? You know, but in room temperature, 4 to 6 hours is best practice. I know a lot of detailers that they have the vehicle in for 1 day, picking it up at 6. He wants to put a coating over the top of the plastic, and he wipes it off, buffs off the excess, uses my paper towel trick, and half an hour later, he's putting on his trim coating. I prefer, obviously, that you use over the top because you're not going to run into future problems.
Agreed.
But
and it was meant for this. I mean, that's the thing. It's just like, this is coming from you.
It's meant to,
that this is a sealer that's meant for solution finish. And I think that people are often looking for ways to, you know, less work down the road, or they want the longevity. But realistically, you're going to have an easier time restoring trim in the future and then putting more over the top on that than having to worry about something that's potentially sealed and locked in for years that you can't get to, because that's what happens, is that the trim can still fade, but the pores can still be filled, meaning that you can't get back in there and you have to literally wait it out. And by that time, it may already be too late and that trim may get too brittle. So hopefully that helps with that question.
No, that definitely did. And let's see, I got a few more here. Okay, the one who shall remain nameless asking, what is the shelf life of solution finish? Now, I'm not sure if he means open bottle or pre-open bottle.
Yeah, open bottle shelf life. How long can it last?
It's probably the same either way. You know, open or not. In the past, I recommended a year and a half. It can go 2 years. In those situations, I say, look, you want to keep it in a cool, a dry area of your garage, we'll call it, but periodically shake up the bottle. You know, for settlement reasons. I played for a year and a half with a product out of Switzerland. It's a new additive. I started about a year and a half ago.
I remember that.
And what it does is it keeps the fallout from happening. It takes months for solution finish to fall out. And now, honestly, I don't know what the shelf life is. I'm looking at 2.5, probably 3 years. You know, so just shake it once in a while. You know, if you're an individual and you do your car, you've used half an ounce of your 12-ounce bottle. So you're going to be using it for, you know, as long as you really want. Most people don't buy taking care of it properly, don't buy 2 bottles from me for years.
Agreed. I know it's a bad business model for you sometimes, because sometimes it lasts too long.
It's bad and it's good, because the big wax wall guys, you know, guys we all have, Mothers, McGuire's, Adams, P&S, they're in the business of selling product. That's why they have never tried to re-engineer and figure out what solution finish is. It lasts too long, and it goes a long, long way. They want something that is in a squirter bottle, and you're using a lot, couple car washes. It doesn't really last that long, but it looks great. You know, so this is not a a product for the big guys, for mass sales.
Yeah, but this is something that everybody needs in their garage, in their shop. I mean, I can't stress that enough, because once you start getting good with it, once you start using it, this will always be your go-to answer. I mean, there's nothing else like it, and so it truly feels like a restoration. It looks like a restoration, and really the options are endless. This is one of my favorite fender liner products. I use it on fender liners all the time because fender liners are another eyesore, right? You have beautiful paint. You have faded fender liners. I go through a solution finish. I re-dye them, restore them. Looks amazing, and I get a lot of
makes those
for my buck.
chrome rims pop better with a jet black background.
Yeah, exactly.
So to answer the question, I'm saying 2 years. You're safe with shelf life. It's going to be much longer than that. You're not going to have a problem, but you have to tell the masters something.
Yep.
So I'm saying 2 years.
Perfect. Chris, thank you so much. You've done an amazing job today. As always, it's always a pleasure that me and you get to team up every single year, being able to do this and teach people about trim restoration and hopefully keep you guys hungry.
Thanks everybody for
more.
watching.
So coming up next is going to be one of my favorite segments. Actually, we've never really done this before, but it is going to be one of my favorite segments, and that's all about the Grambassadors. So we're going to kick it over to them.
Good job.
Do you like doorbusters? How about Grambassador Trivia? I'm A.A. Ron from Customer Service, and boy, do we have an epic showdown for you today. I've got 4 lovely gentlemen behind me, some of the finest detailers you have ever laid eyes upon. Starting off first, we've got Jamie, the Swamp Creature Cleaner.
Swamp, don't hog the mic, brother. Back up. The Swamp Creature is taking home the W for all the eaglets in the comment section out there. Be ready.
Respect. Hunter Big Text Johnson.
Hey, Grandma.
Matt Dabbler Marsh.
What's up, Eddie? That's my son. He's 11 months.
Aww.
Shout out to son.
And not least of all, we've got Alex, the Mountie Doer.
Sorry.
All right. Gentlemen, do you have your buzzers in front of you?
Got it. Mine's ready.
All right. Competing for epic, total Grambassador dominance. Our first question is, the Rag Company had humble beginnings where it started business in a
garage.
Oh, that would be correct. Yes, yes. Very nice. A bag of chips for the gentleman who answered correctly.
He cheated.
Levi Gates has been a detailer. Yes, Alex.
27 years.
That is also correct. Oh,
Get out of here.
Yes.
Like
Someone looked at the cards. Oh.
Sorry about that. The Rag Company Trio are the slowest sponsored athletes for which... Yes, Hunter.
Brooks Running Shoes.
That is correct. Holy moly. Just flying through these gentlemen. Yes.
Yeah, just testing to make sure it was working.
Okay.
It works.
Yeah.
Very fine, fine, fine. All right. Dane's Comfort Food comes from a local chain called...
Yes. Express Cafe.
Oh, that is correct. Very, very nice.
I'm going to get one.
I got this sticker for you. Yeah, just
Thank
right
you.
there. Yeah. Okay. The TRC fan most likely to get a tattoo of our logo.
Lucas, Pennsylvania, Bergie.
That is incorrect. Oh.
Just like I saw my way out of high school, C is always the right answer.
C. G. Davis is incorrect. Okay, our two other multiple choices, we have B. Hans Klosen, or D. Humberto. The first, yes.
Hans Klosen.
Hans Klosen, that is correct.
Dragon tattoo, right?
Piss birthday.
Nice hat.
Love it.
All right. Moving along. What is the Rag Company's flagship towel? Yes.
Eagle 500.
Eagle Edgeless, that is correct. Yeah.
Eagle 350. There you go. Yeah.
Gentlemen, we do have multiple choices for these if you want to just...
Yeah.
I would like to hear the multiple choices.
All right.
I would like to hear the
We're going to hold our horses on this next one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anthony once had this animal, or excuse me, Anthony once had to spray this animal with ONR in the engine bay of his Honda Civic, which is a true story. Is it A red-tailed hawk? Is it B, a tabby house cat? C, a yellow belly marmot? Or D, a green garden snake? Yes, that would go to... I didn't see. All right, quick, you two. Rock, paper, scissors, right now.
I don't know the answer, but I'm going to guess snake.
That is incorrect. Jamie.
Whichever choice the marmot was.
The marmot, that is correct.
Got one. For all the eaglets out there. Wow, a swamp creature. Give me.
Jane Hennon's most prized possession is a what? Vintage 1997 Tamagotchi? B, pirated copy of Serving Sarah on DVD. C, slightly used massage chair. Or D, a 2022 Mazda Miata. Oh, that was snap. I'm going to go with Hunter.
A slightly used massage chair.
That is correct. Holy moly.
Take
My
that,
eyes were
brother.
closed.
You gotta be ready.
Levi Gates has been a Boise resident for this many years. Is it A?
Wait for the choices, brother.
I was just making sure. Yeah, please.
44 years? B, 16 years? C, 2 years? Or D, over 900 years? Yes, Matt.
Over 900 years.
That is correct. Common knowledge, people.
Yeah. Come on.
Anthony once bonded with a distraught neighbor by rocking out to this band. A, Avenged Sevenfold.
I like this band, brother.
B, Trivium. C, Dave Matthews Band. Or D, Metallica. Oh, snap, crackle, and pop.
These guys are fast.
I didn't catch that.
I think it was...
All right, respect, Alex.
Trish's favorite, Trivium.
That is correct. Woo, 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 woo. You want to go back up? No.
Thank you.
Keep those hands right.
I feel offended by this. But thank you.
Air fresheners? No
Not
longer
as offended. Thank
Cover
you.
up the maple syrup smell.
Okay. Levi Gates has had many hobbies over the years. Which one does he still practice? A, forging of steel amenities. B, truck bed trailering. C, RV/camping. Or D, cycling. Jamie, you obviously had that one first, so what is the answer?
All the above.
All of the above, yeah. That was, okay, that is wrong. Anybody else?
Yeah. It's definitely got to do with steel.
Brother likes metal.
Yeah, there's some steel there. He steals. He steals.
He steals.
He steals.
That is also incorrect.
No.
Okay.
No.
Hunter.
Camping.
That is correct. Yes. RV/camping was the correct answer, but we're going to give him half points.
Thank you.
I have a potato chip.
We got the answers.
Dane once bought a whole truck to move this specific item. A 65-inch rear projection TV. B, 2 yards of billbug-infested topsoil. C, vintage Fry's electronic sign. Or D, a broken toilet. Oh, snap. Yes.
It was definitely a broken toilet, and it massaged him.
I know that half of that is correct. I don't know about that massage part.
He didn't tell anybody else.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Secrets revealed right here on Grand Ambassador Trivia.
Yeah, really went down the drain there.
Makes sense.
There was once a fourth person in the Rad Company podcast. What was his/her name? Oh, Hunter.
Oh.
Are we talking about Morgan?
that we are talking about Morgan.
Oh, I remember her. Yep.
All right.
Tracy Morgan was awesome.
Tracy Morgan is awesome. The most important detail to Anthony during a work trip is A, the gourmet food, B, the bathroom situation, also known as the bathroom sitch, C, acquiring a stale bag of gummies, or D, how to charge his... Yo, that was quick. I'm going to go with Hunter.
The bathroom sitch.
That is correct. And if you know Fisher...
Man loves a good toilet.
Loves a good one.
Yep. It's got to be pristine.
Sits on a throne of truths.
All right. We have one last question for you all, okay?
Good.
And in fact, I am going to demand an answer from each and every one of you.
Oh, I like it. Let's go.
Buzzers away?
Buzzers away, yep. Still want to do those buzzes. The best part of being a Grambassador is A, the care packages, B, the exclusive discounts, C, making lifelong friends, or D, all of the above. Don't shout it all out at once, gentlemen. Let's go.
All the above.
All the above.
Yes, thank you all for participating in our wonderful Grambassador Trivia. You are very lovely. Hunter, thank you for taking the dog to the face.
It's not the first time.
Not the first time. Won't be the last.
Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Fisher. Thank you so much.
Man with the plan.
Thank you all. Congratulations and great job. I am very impressed. I tried to make those questions as hard as I possibly could, and
they were hard, bro.
You guys really did nail them. I mean, I don't know who actually won.
I think I did.
Did you win?
I think I did.
I don't really know. I mean,
I got this guy.
I did.
I think Jamie might be the real winner. So, everybody watching this has been such a blast. So, our Grambassadors are a big part of what we do here at the Rag Company. This is our sponsorship program. This is what we do to spread awareness of premium microfiber towels and accessories and all the detailing goodies you could possibly want. And these people who are standing up or who are here in front of this table right now preaching and backing us as a brand and backing us as a company and all the fun things that we get to do. So first and foremost, I want to give a major congratulations to Jamie, the Swamp Creature Cleaner, on being our Grambassador Showdown winner in 2023. It was a fantastic competition full of tons of fun, and you came out on top, and we appreciate all you've done for TRC and everything that you will continue to do for the next 50 years.
That's right.
Yeah, it will never actually end. I want you to know that. It's kind of unfortunate that way, but I mean, hey, you do such a good job. So we have Hunter here, who's he is the light of TRC's lives. I don't know what else to say. I mean, when you look at him, he is like our golden retriever. Look at this guy, right? You can't not look at him and not smile. We have Matt Dabbler Marsh here, who, let's just be honest, you're the most creative, probably the most creative person that we've ever had and ever possibly in our Grambassador program, and we love everything that you do and everything that you create. And of course, everybody's favorite Canadian. I mean, we can't do it without Alex Dewar here. Thank you so much for being here as well. So I want to ask you boys some questions. Did you get a boo? I think you got a boo in my ear.
Really?
I don't know why that happened. It was an aw. Okay, sorry. I had to get that corrected. So what I want to talk about today, really quick, is just kind of what the Grambassador program means to you guys and what advices you have for people jumping into the Grambassador program in the future, or who maybe are on the edge of applying, not really sure if they're worthy enough, not sure if this is something they want to get into. So I kind of want to, I guess we'll start with Jamie first. What does this program mean to you, and what advice do you have for people looking to get into it?
The best way, I think, to view this program is it's a tremendous opportunity, and that's what this program really is. It's up to you to make the most of it. It took me 5 years to win the darn thing, and so, don't get mad, if you're in quarter 4 and didn't come out with the W, you got to keep at it, and sooner or later Fisher might run it back,
Well,
and I had to wait 5 long years, but it's just been a program of great opportunity, and I took full advantage of it.
You did?
Yeah, I turned it into my new career.
So advice you have for people, just put put into it what you expect to get out of it, maybe?
Yes, exactly. Like, I think, some people see just the free product and that kind of deal, and it's so much more to take advantage of and get to know everybody in the program and everybody who runs it here at the rag company. So,
perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, Hunter, no pressure. You have to follow that up, right? What does it mean to you? Oh, sorry, I was a little happy on the button there. What does it mean to you, and what advices do you have for people in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, it's been amazing. Just the relationships that created over the last 3 years. Yep. People have gotten to meet and hang out with, and just when getting to bounce ideas off people, or if you're second guessing yourself on something and you're like, hey, what do you think about this? And like, oh yeah, either yes or no or whatever. So it's been really great to get to meet people all over the place, to just grow as a person a lot. I feel like whether it's creatively or just personally or whatever the case may be, getting to meet people and grow and kind of push your own boundaries a little bit and stretch yourself a little bit has been really great. And so I think for me it was the creative aspect. Don't be afraid to try something new. Don't like put yourself in a box of, hey, I can only do this or this certain thing for your posts or your reels or whatever. It's like, let yourself stretch your creative abilities, and don't be afraid to try something, because you don't know until you try. And you may come out on the other side of it a whole lot better for it. So
agreed. All right. Yeah, you gotta follow that. Oh, gosh, these guys are absolutely killing it here. So you have to say something more than hi to your son. So he's 11 months. I'm sure he'll eventually watch this. So
he's watching it right now.
What's been your favorite part? I mean, you seem to have made quite a few different friends here along the way. You've had some good memories. And what advices do you have for people in the future?
I think these guys have summed it up pretty well. For me personally, I think it has opened up doors that I never would have expected, and that doesn't happen unless you put the effort into it. And I think that if you sign up for it, you should do whatever you can to make this opportunity the best opportunity. And you meet friends. You get Anthony's phone number, which is pretty cool.
Huge. Yeah, it's a secret number. Please don't share it with the world.
DM me. And also it for me personally has been wild. So
go for it, right?
Yeah.
Do the damn thing.
Do it, and do it as well as you can. You don't have to be perfect. Just do it as well as you can and give it your all, and doors will open up, opportunities will come at you from all over, and it's just rad. So yeah, for me, I feel like I'm the true Grandambassador winner.
Yes, of course.
So,
yes. Sorry, Jamie. We didn't want to have to tell you here, but I mean, Jamie's like, I got the sash, man.
No.
That's awesome. Okay, and then Alex, you are possibly the deepest in TRC lore. You have possibly been around us the most. You've seen us at our best. You've seen us at our worst. I don't know what else you've seen us at, but you've seen us at a lot of different things.
That's right.
And ultimately, you were there for, almost every single podcast. You're there for every single Q&A, and you're extremely supportive of everything that we do, and of course, TRCMA. So. I think that you probably say the Grandambassador program has done quite a bit for you, right?
It really has. It's without it, I would not have met all these amazing people. And as Jamie mentioned, there's the care package, but it's so much more than that. It's all about the people, and the detailing industry is so broad, and there's so many supportive people in it that, are going to help you out in whatever questions you have with the Q&A here. With the podcast, learning about all these guys' weekends. Again, DM Matt for Anthony's number. It's super lucrative, and it took a long time to get. But, even with Instagram, that's the platform that it's on. And if you're not familiar with it, you can slowly build up. Everyone has one of these in their pocket, and all you got to do is take some photos, take some videos, be engaging, and start small. And they facilitate you to really open doors with different companies and get to engage with people, and really just have fun with it. And it's really opened my eyes to the industry and how supportive and great it is. And, you know, it turned out that Jamie and I were able to start a podcast off of it, and we've been going for so long, and we've met so many great people. But again, it's so much more than the product, and I can't thank Jeff and Carolyn enough for giving these guys the freedom to do what they do. And the whole team here with the media studio are putting on a fantastic week, and I just couldn't be more thrilled.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Jamie, did you get taller?
Like Dewar said, the Grand Ambassador program can take you to new heights.
Literally, quite literally, you gained like another foot or two.
He's a reacher-sized gentleman.
Always been this tall.
I don't know. I think I could literally see a stool guy underneath there. You should have been behind this table. No, I guess long story short here, this program, we've been doing this now we're going on our 5th year. It's been such an awesome time. Like, none of us really even thought when we started this it would go on for this long. But
no,
I mean,
we didn't.
It was a decent plan from the beginning, and it was something that nobody had done before, with kind of keeping things a little bit more exclusive. The goal was not to just sponsor anybody and everybody. It was to try to choose people that were going to best represent the rag company, that were going to be creative, take good video, take good photo, represent the products well, but ultimately just treat this whole industry as a whole as something that is fun, right? Yes, there's a lot of work to get done. There's a lot of things that people do to make a living every single day. But on the side, right, we're still cleaning cars, and we can still make this fun. We can still make this humorous, and that's kind of the whole point. And so everything that these guys have done, from their photos to their videos to, I mean, Hunter has done an amazing job. He did it every Tuesday. Yep. Every Tuesday, you were talking about a different towel, talking about all the perks and benefit. Jamie has literally, when you started, you weren't really starting. You were doing a little bit of video, but now you're doing the YouTube thing. I mean, you're fully doing it, which is amazing, right?
Doing it all.
And then I can't share all of Dabbler's secrets, but I mean, there's definitely some secret behind the scenes stuff that is amazing for the rag company. Yeah, learn Photoshop, right? And then Alex, of course, being able to start a podcast and be able to do this, you know, all the way up in the Great North. Yeah, I say apply, right? We're going to be opening up, the next round of Grand Ambassadors are going to be opening up here in, actually in the upcoming weeks of April, which is going to be T2.
Oh, nice.
So now it being a trimester system, we're going on for 4 months instead of 3 months, so you're getting more time in the seat.
Oh, that's great.
And then, of course, at the end of the year, we go through and we get to pick a Grand Ambassador of the Year who will then join us for TRCMA 2025. I can't believe I'm already saying that.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's weird to say.
Now, do we get to pick the winner this time?
Yeah. I probably should. I think 1 year I need to like throw the person to the sharks, meaning you guys, and have your way with them and really see if they're going to be able to, you know, stand up to the test of time. But no, make sure to apply. We get hundreds of applications in each trimester now, and I go through them personally along with Dane and Levi, and we try to do our best vetting process. And I think because of that, we've ended up with so many great like-minded people who want to continue to push the program forward. You know, Bradley last year being the winner. I mean, that guy was literally the most consistent poster I think we've ever had. That guy was on top of it all the time, and because of that, he stood out to us. He was able to take it to that next level. And
consistency is key.
Consistency is key. And so, anyways, I can talk about this all day long. These people are amazing. I want to see them continue to grow here in the industry and continue to spread their wings and continue to build more Grand Ambassadors up along the way. So, I think at this point in time, is there lunch or something like that, Dane?
Yeah, I mean, we got lunch to get to. I would normally have questions here, but mostly people were just loving the game show segment. Like,
it was amazing.
They were all like
Aaron
going along
killed
with
it.
They were answering. They were on it.
Shout out to Aaron.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It was just great. When that hat swallowed his head, I thought for sure we were just done, but it kept going, and that was fantastic. So really, I mean, Harry Housewife here, Darren, had some really great points about how the whole program made him feel. But I just want to, because there's not as many questions about this sort of thing other than people wanting to join in.
Yeah.
Once again, you kind of already talked about it, but if they could like distill it down to one or two pieces of advice for somebody going in, what would you guys say? Just kind of going around the horn.
Okay. Quick pieces of advice for people that are wanting to jump into this. I mean, if you could just sum it up really quick. Yep. Jamie, advice?
Advice is, you know, you don't need the 8K cameras and all that good stuff to start making good content. I do everything on my phone, from run the podcast to all the YouTube videos I make. So that's the best piece of advice I can do.
Jamie does
content with anything.
Everything from his phone, like literally
Camera's
everything.
a camera.
He edits full videos from his phone. He makes it work, so there's really no excuse there. It's not always about the camera. It's not always about the gear. It's about what you're willing to do and what the work you're willing to put in. Hunter?
I'll pick it back off that and just say, just do it. don't like, you know, if you have an excuse of like, I'll do it eventually, or maybe I need this to be able to get started, or this to do it. I'm like, just jump into it and do it. Like Jamie said, you got a camera, you got your phone. Like, you know, if you need to write up a script, grab a product, take a towel, you know, it's...
And detailing business-wise, this, if you're not that great at, you know, doing content and stuff, this really jump starts it.
It helps you. It's practice, right? It's another thing that helps with practice.
Definitely.
Matt?
Well, first, it's consistency, and then second, and most importantly, is kissing Anthony's butt.
Yeah. I mean, I like stale gummies, and you can send me things like that. No, you don't. Yeah, you don't have to kiss up to me super like a lot. But I mean, I like the occasional compliment. But consistency really is number one, right? You know, being consistent, staying up with it, it's going to be a massive factor. Alex?
Real quick, those that couldn't be with us, we have Justin, Mountain Town Detail, and Zaya, previous winners, and Bradley, and all the Grand Ambassador who winners and runner-ups who weren't able to be here. We love you all. You're all here in our hearts. And first off, write down your Instagram password so you can log in.
Yeah.
Second of all, you know, if you're older, have your kids help you. But you know, if you don't get in, don't get discouraged. Keep going, keep growing. Watch what everyone else is doing, and just grow off of that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'd just like to say, like, don't take it too seriously. Have fun with it.
Yeah.
Because it can be fun, and you meet a lot of cool people. So, and you get like how many Grand Ambassadors each trimester now?
Oh gosh, I mean, how many?
There are 6.
Oh, so now we're at 6. So we used to be at 10. So now it's 6 people, which makes it even.
Yeah,
you get to build more of a relationship, which is kind of what this is why I wanted to do that, because we built such an awesome relationship and repertoire between all of us. And so
we still talk years later. So
literally, I still have group chats from I create group chats every trimester, every quarter, and I still have group chats that are still going off to this day, years later, because that's the type of friendships that are built. But ultimately consistency, and just know that, you know, it's not always about the highest quality, but it's about trying. It's trying to be creative, and it's trying to put yourself out there in like the best way possible, right? So when I'm judging your profile, right, you think, how can I stand out, right? How can I make myself a little bit different, or what can I offer? And those are things I typically look for on top of consistency. So if you're the person that posts once every 5 months and you get upset that I didn't pick you, you have to understand that means I get 1 post from you in 4 months. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, you know, sponsorship-wise. So just keep that in mind. Consistency is key. So anyways, Dane, that's going to wrap it up for us here. That's the secrets of the trade. That's how maybe someday people watching could be up here with us right now.
No, thank you guys so much. That was a lot of fun, and I can't encourage it enough. You heard from everybody there and the folks who are at home chiming in the comments. It really is. It's special. It's not just another affiliate program kind of thing. It's got more to it than that. Anyway, thanks, guys. I'm going to the schedule. So if we could pull up the schedule, please. Take a look at that, what we got in store this afternoon. But first, I'll recap the morning. We had Stjarnagloss, followed by the International Detailing Association. Brite came in with a bunch of dog hair, which we always love. Then Solution Finish with Chris and Anthony was a great time going over the Mazda Speed 3. Then we had the Grand Ambassadors, which you just saw. But coming up here, we have a halftime show. Yes, the halftime show with the cleaner cast. Jamie and Alex won't be far behind. Then, in this afternoon, we've got Detail Factory. Yes, you've been mentioning the brushes a lot in the chat. We will get to that. Not to worry. We will be checking those out. Then, after them, we've got Ego Blowers. That's a new addition to the TRCMA lineup. Should be a great time. Curious to see what they bring in the way of batteries and more. Then we've got Rupes. Of course, they've got that brand new polisher that everybody's talking about. They want to check it out and see what's up. You'll get to see that in person here shortly this afternoon. And then last but definitely not least, Stinger Chemical, bringing something new to the program. We'll have to see what that's about. But that's enough from me. Aaron, can you take it from here?
Woo! I can hardly wait, Dane. All right, we've got trivia coming at you now, TRC edition. Hopefully you were able to snag one of those limited edition red Eagle blankets during our Valentine's Day sale. Our next question is, what was the size of our Eagle blue blanket? That was a little bit of a trick question there. The blue Eagle blanket is the same size as our red Eagle blanket at 60 by 80 inches. Our next question for you. What classic TRC microfiber towel shares its name with a pop song and only differs by one letter? Write your answer below and we'll get right back to you after this message.
Hey guys, Levi from the Rag Company. In today's video, this is the dirtiest truck we have ever had at the Rag Company studio. Covered in bugs, covered in filth, covered in drool, covered in dog hair, covered in, I don't know what that is, but it needed to be cleaned. And so we decided to take it upon ourselves and clean it. Now, because it was so filthy, because it was so muddy, because it was so dirty and dusty, we decided to wash it in the outdoor wash bay for its first wash. So as you can see, I made sure we foamed everything with a nice layer of Forced to help break down any of the dirt and grime and grease. Then we pressure washed it. Then I decided to foam cannon it with reactive soap. This is a low pH acid wash, so to speak. So we're wearing gloves because we don't want to hurt ourselves and we want to stay safe. So we used reactive soap also in the bucket. So we foamed it, we scrubbed it, and then we rinsed it off. And ta-da! Let's pull it in and wash it again. Now that we got all the mud and dirt and grime, we pulled it into the wash bay inside the studio for another wash. That's right. This time, we are gonna neutralize a lot of the acidity on the paint. So here I'm spraying Power Clean on the engine bay to get more of the grime that was left over that we missed. And then I am spraying Power Clean and Forced on the exterior of the vehicle as well as the door jambs. And I'm using Undressed on the tires. And we're making that chalky milk that everybody loves to have. Don't drink it. Now, the goal of this is to reset the pH of the paint surface. Now, once we start rinsing and washing, we're able to kind of shock the paint and get a lot of that grime that maybe didn't come off with the acid wash. It's able to come off with the high pH wash. Now, I am getting in the jams with the pressure washer. I've been doing this for 27 years, washing door jambs. And on vehicles like this, where I'm gonna deep clean the interior, it's okay to do that. If you're not experienced with a pressure washer gun, I'd recommend maybe just using a steamer, maybe using a towel and maybe some cleaner to get in those jams. But for this vehicle, I was able to get in there, get it all cleaned up. Now, once the vehicle was done being washed, it's time to tackle the interior. So what'd we do? We pulled it outside because I don't want that stuff in our shop. That's a lot of gross stuff. We decided to bag all of those personal belongings, all the change, everything, and we also got consent by the vehicle's owner to pull those seats. This allowed us to really, truly get into the deepest, darkest parts of this vehicle and make sure that we were able to clean it the best we can because, oh man, this thing was filthy. But it's a construction worker's truck. They use it every day on site. They carry a bunch of folks around. They carry their dogs around. They carry tools and equipment, everything in the vehicle. So, of course, it's going to get filthy. So it needed that deep clean. Now, once we got everything out of the vehicle, we made sure we locked and loaded with our Ultra Air Blaster to get in there and get a lot of the majority of the dog hair, the dirt, the grime, everything out of the vehicle. This made it much easier to vacuum up everything that was left over, and not only were we able to use the For Real, but we were able to use the whole suite of Detail Factory pet hair brushes. After that, Anthony busted out the PNS Trifecta, the carpet system based on Terminator, Carpet Bomber, and Finisher. He paired it with a drill brush to get a good deep scrub in those carpets and get it cleaned up, followed by some steam to release the rest of it, and then we hit it with a towel and dried everything up. Now, on the door panels and the plastics, this was a different combination. we had some really, really ingrained dirt and grime in some spots, but other spots we just had some light dirt. So we used a combination of Express and Cockpit for this job. Express was able to tackle light things, kind of like the door panels and pockets and things like that. And this pocket's really gross. There was still a lot of dog hair that didn't get vacuumed up. Gross. That towel's dead. But on other spots, we had to go a little deeper and a little harder with it. So that's where Cockpit came in. Shout out to Kyle Clark. Gabe decided to hook up a Detail Factory brush and throw it right in the drill, get a little speedy cleaning going on. Cockpit was designed to be able to be used in heavy soilage situations such as this. Now, on the dash and the dashboard and things like that, we want to make sure that we get everything cleaned. You can see Anthony creating a good lather on the surface. We're getting that surface cleaned and getting all the dirt out of those spots. The one thing, if you're going this hard in the paint, is you want to make sure that you're going to stay away, as you can see, as much as we can without hitting it with air on the gauges and the stereo controls. The reason for this is we don't want to damage anything. So we're making sure we're not using air or steam around those areas, but we are getting it in the vents. We are getting around the buttons and knobs and things like that. But we're trying to make sure that we're keeping it as clean as possible and making sure we're not damaging anything. And here, beautiful before and after. Woo, look at that baby shine. Now this truck definitely deserved a spa day. It leads a hard working man's life every day, and it needed a little TLC. Now, we also asked the customer to replace the headlights and taillights. We recommended it. We said, hey, this is really gonna help because we tried to polish out the headlights. We tried to do a restoration. They were too far gone, and both back taillights were cracked. So we said, hey, spend a little money, couple $100, get some new headlights, get some new taillights, put them in, and this will really change the look of the truck, and it'll bring it up and make it feel like you're driving a brand new truck again. And that's exactly what they did. Now on the outside, we just polished the vehicle and gave it a quick one-step polish with some Uno Advanced. This allowed us to buff out a little bit of the light scratches that were on it, but it wasn't that bad and didn't deserve or need a full paint correction. But it now has some protection to last when it's on those job sites. All right, guys, so there you have it. Hopefully you enjoyed this disaster detail. Let me tell you, it was a disaster. This is by far one of the dirtiest cars I have ever done in 27 years. As always, guys, hopefully you enjoyed it. Make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe, and stay tuned for more videos right here at the Rag Company YouTube channel. Thanks for watching.
What classic TRC microfiber towel shares its name with a pop song and only differs by one letter? Well, the answer to that question would be, "Dry me a river, dry me a river." We're asking you, what did Anthony Fisher do before he found detailing? I know this one. He was a bodybuilder. You may have worked with him in that regard.
Could you tell? Hey guys, where's the gym? I'm looking for the gym.
Hey guys, Anthony of the Rag Company, and in today's video, we're going out with the old and in with the new. And I'm gonna show you how to protect them. Let's jump into it. All right, so in today's video, we're doing something a little different. So Nate at the Rag Company just picked up a set of brand new Corbo RRX seats, and these things are absolutely beautiful. Now he bought these to replace his old, nasty, and grungy Chevy S10 seats. Now this particular seat is from the 90s and was quite literally pulled from a junkyard across the street. This thing is full of cigarette burns, holes, questionable stains, and other things on the surface that I can't quite identify. So what's gonna happen today is we're gonna probably take this seat and toss it into a dumpster. And we're gonna be coating these new seats with Diamond Protex leather kit. So a leather coating is going to offer some water repellency, which is great, but it's going to resist oils a lot more. And it's going to remain semi-permeable, meaning that this coating can actually breathe, right? Leather and vinyl does need to breathe because it is very porous. And this coating, while it's going to coat everything, is still gonna have some pores in there so air can still escape as needed. Now what's awesome about the leather kit is that it can be used on both coated leather and vinyl surfaces. In today's case, these seats are in fact vinyl. Now in terms of what kind of leather or vinyl should you coat, it's really up to you. Now if you were to have a very used seat or maybe even a lightly used seat, then you're going to want to go through all of the preparations before the coating, meaning that you're going to have to clean that seat with a dedicated leather cleaner or interior cleaner, really clean it well before jumping into the body prep stage. Now in the case of these new seats, they're new. There's really not much I have to do other than lay down the body prep and then I can jump straight into coating. With that said, we're going to toss this out of here, move this over here, and focus on the main event. All right, so jumping straight into this, we're gonna go ahead and grab our gloves out of the kit. You're gonna wanna wear the gloves for both the prep step as well as the application step. Now, what I find is that this little bottle goes a long way, meaning that just this bottle of diamond leather is probably able to coat, I don't even know how many seats at this point. I don't think we've actually ran out. And then from there, we're gonna open up our diamond body prep. Now, one cool thing about the body prep is that this is going to be the same prep product that you would use on the exterior of a vehicle as well with the rest of the DPT products. Now, each product is obviously very different from another, but it's pretty cool that you're able to still use the same prep for a lot of different things. Now, the glass prep, for example, don't use that on the body and don't use that on the interior. That's really its own thing, whereas the body prep is somewhat universal. So, cracking this thing open right here, we're gonna go ahead and throw in our sprayer, and I'm gonna be using the towel that they provided within the kit for the prep step. They do only provide one towel, so I highly recommend having an extra towel or two for the coating process. And in today's case, I'm gonna be using our famous purple pearl. Now I know some of you might be thinking, Anthony, you're using a body prep on vinyl, and yes, it is safe. We've tested this on many different vinyl and interior surfaces, and we've never had an issue with color bleeding or anything like that. Now, if there was a spot that was touched up or re-dyed, I could see that being somewhat of an issue, but since these are factory sealed and coated, this is not going to remove anything like that. All right, so at this point in time, we have the entire front side of the seat all prepped with the body prep, but what we're going to do now is actually flip the seat around and focus on cleaning the back of it. And this is actually where we're going to start on the coating process. So we're going to start with the back first of the coating and then work our way to the front just to make things easy and to note where we've been. What I like to typically do is use the different type of sewing marks or the different structure of the seat to kind of determine on where I'm going and where I need to go. So for example, I might cut off the coating right here at the zipper and then say, okay, I've gotten this area right here on this panel, and then I'll move on to maybe a side panel. And so what I do is I kind of plot it out like it's a map, find my areas I need to coat, find where I need to go, and that's pretty much it. So we'll start with the back, get this coated, flip it around, and start coating the front. All right, I'm gonna do a 50-50 just to show you the difference in terms of color and what it's going to look like. Then we'll wipe it off and you'll see that it actually finishes to a nice new look. Well, these seats are new, but it's just gonna look even newer than new. So opening up my box here, I have diamond leather. I'm gonna pull this out and I'm gonna give it just a decent little shake here. So it does come with a 2x4 applicator, which is gonna be perfect for the job. You don't need anything fancy such as a pearl weave, but if you do prefer a pearl weave applicator or have a few lying around, you can use that as well. So taking the diamond leather, I'm going to be applying this to the frontmost part of the applicator. That's pretty much what that looks like, and just that amount right there should be able to do quite a bit of the back of this. So from here, starting up top, and we are going to draw our line and start working it in. Now the flash time on this coating is pretty long, so you don't really have to worry about it high spotting or anything like that within seconds, but it's something that I would recommend wiping off at least within a couple of minutes. So you could actually work quite a bit of an area, but just for this first part, I'm gonna let this set up and then wipe it off just to show you if there is a difference in the look. So crosshatch is needed. And then up top here on this plastic piece, I can coat that as well. So go over the top of that. And we will call that good for right there. I'm gonna let this set up for just a little while just to kind of watch it flash. Now in terms of it flashing, it does look different than paint. Basically when it becomes kind of damp looking but not wet, that would be the time to wipe it off. All right, so this looks about right to me. Got a couple damp areas right here. Got a little bit of a wet line right there, but I'm gonna clean that up with the Pearl Weave. So coming through, take my towel, start knocking that down. So going back to what I was saying before, how I kind of plot out my course when it comes to an interior coating, I'll just use the panels on a seat to determine where I need to go next. So for example, I did this one side, I need to knock out this other side, then from there I'll section everything out by this zipper, by different stitches. So maybe I'll go from here to maybe this whole side panel, maybe up top here, over to here, before I flip it around. This just makes things easy to know where to go or where you've been. But yeah, we gotta keep going here. So I'm gonna knock out this side, all this top section, then we'll flip this thing around. All right, so it's finished up the back of the seat here, and so far so good. You're gonna wanna check for high spots, especially on darker leather, such as black here. High spots are gonna look like just a darker, deeper area. And so for that, if you do have a high spot, the easiest way to remove it is just to take your applicator that has more coating on it, go back over it, and then even it out and level it out with a microfiber towel. So just basically wipe it on and then just buff it out, and that high spot should go away almost immediately. So lighter tan colors and things like that, you're probably not gonna notice it as much, but definitely on black leather. So at this point in time, we are going to be taking our patient here and letting them relax a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and recline this seat all the way to as flat as we can possibly get it to expose everything in the seat to be able to coat it all. All right, so with the seat fully reclined, this makes things much, much easier. Now, is this something that you can do in the car? Absolutely. Some people forget that their seat reclines as far as it can, so just try to recline it as far as it'll go, just to expose all this area here underneath the seat back, as well as the seat bottom, because when you're coating something, you don't want to miss any spots. You want to coat anything and everything, and especially when down here along this crack is where a lot of dirt falls, a lot of water, a lot of other liquids, you're going to want to make sure that this is coated as well. So starting from the top here at the headrest, we're going to take more of our coating, and I'm going to section out my top section here, which is going to be the headrest to the sides of the headrest. So setting down my applicator, coming over to here, buffing off the excess, and now we can focus on the sides as well as this whole mid-back area. And then I think I'm going to start on this outside edge here. I'm gonna go deep into the seat back right here. Now this middle section here is going to be a perforated vinyl. Some people are kind of weird when it comes to conditioning perforated leather or vinyl because they don't want to see a bunch of white spots inside the perforations. And I totally get that. That would annoy me as well. Fortunately, since this is a coating, it's going to be transparent. You're not gonna be able to see anything like that. But I do agree that with old school conditioners back in the day, you would go to apply it over perforation and it would just look absolutely hideous. So I promise you, it's going to look just like it should with a coating. So taking my coating here, I'm gonna start on the bottom of the seat back. And then some people might be worried about a stitched logo here. You can go right over the stitch, it's not gonna hurt it. So taking this, going over the stitch, and bam, we have knocked out the full upper section here. So this is now protected against oils, it's gonna be protected against water, and it's going to hopefully look newer for longer. But now we need to focus on what's considered to be the most important part of the seat, which is the lower section with these aggressive bolsters. Let's go ahead and get this coated, starting from the inner section here, and then we'll work our way out to the outside bolsters. All right, so I just finished up the driver's seat over here, and this is now completely coated. Now, as a comparison, here is the uncoated passenger seat. So as you can see, did this change the look of the seat at all? Did it add an oily look to it? No, it's going to retain that nice matte to satin finish that I still think looks very, very OEM. Now, as far as how much product I used on the driver's seat over here, guys, I barely used anything. I could probably coat another 10, 12 pairs of seats with what's in this bottle. A little goes a long way, and you do get a lot of bang for your buck. Now, as far as the expectations of a coated leather or vinyl seat, things you can expect. About 12 months of protection out of Diamond Protex leather coating, as well as oil resistance. It's going to be able to have some hydrophobic behavior, meaning it's going to resist water, hopefully out of these perforations here on the seat. It's going to resist dirt, it's going to resist grime, and it's going to keep it looking cleaner for longer. So again, this is going to be ideal for when you have maybe a new car with new seats or maybe lightly used seats. It's not going to transform your old seats by any means, but it still will protect anything with vinyl or leather. So I could see this being great for somebody that's driving a race car, such as Nate here with these cool seats, or just if you have kids, right? If you have kids that are drawing with crayons in the back seat and you want something that's going to be easier to clean up, then I think coating that leather, coating that vinyl is going to be one of your best bets here. So that is Diamond Protex diamond leather coating. Very, very easy to apply, very easy to use. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video, and as always, if you guys like this kind of content and want to see more obscure seat coating videos, please make sure to give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe down below for more, and stay tuned for more videos right here at The Rag Company.
All right, our next question is, who was the first person to be featured in a Rag Company YouTube video? The answer is Junkman. Hey, thank you all for joining and participating in our trivia. That's it for today. We're gonna send it on over to Jamie and the Cleaner Cast, powered by the Rag Company.
And that is my jam, because the halftime show is underway. Welcome, everybody. It's such a pleasure to have you join us today in the mid-show. Well, the halftime show, as officially we call it.
That's right.
Here at TRCMA 2024, the biggest rag company event of the year, and boy, has it been delivering, huh, Dewar?
That's right. Look at all these amazing people and all these amazing cars. Like, the set looks totally different than this morning. And
legend Jason Rose right over there. Oof. It's coming up. Stay tuned. I mean, it is popping off here. We got Ego to the left of us. We got Detail Factory setting up.
Yeah.
It is very active in the building right now, Dewar.
That's right. And like Jamie said, with Detail Factory, 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Do not miss it. I am serious.
Oh, it's going to be quite colorful.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. But boy, have we had a show this morning. But before we get to the recap, we got a sale going on, Dewar. It's the 25th anniversary of the Rag Company, and I can't believe it. 25 years.
25 years. 2024 minus 1999.
Boom. 25.
Hot and ready. 25, just like that.
So what's the sale rundown? Dewar, give it to them.
So we have 25% off everything Rag Company.
That makes sense.
Ultra line, all that good stuff. And we have 20% off everything, just about everything else.
Yep.
And I think they have a special T-shirt.
Yeah, I think there's a big 25 TRC T-shirt walking around here. Me and Dewar, we need to get some of them T-shirts. They're looking styling and profiling for sure.
And speaking of styling and profiling, who's keeping us hydrated this week?
You know who's keeping us hydrated, Dewar? It's our friends over at PepsiCo. I'm sipping on a Diet Pepsi, just like the Master Shine loves. I love it as well.
Most definitely.
Keeps you hydrated.
Definitely. So this morning, let's go over a bit of recap.
Let's
get
on the recap, Dewar. This is the roundup. We had Stjarnagloss coming on. This right off the top. We had Jack foaming it up, that kind of deal. Who's next, Dewar?
So then we had the International Detailing Association, or the IDA.
Yep.
Which
Shad Stoker, Keith Plessy, Jason Rose.
Shad's got the most slick back hair I've ever seen in my life.
Man, it looks like he took some of that Stjarnagloss wax, slicked it back. He's looking real good.
Definitely. And Keith Duplessis in the booth, keeping Dave on his toes.
Answering those questions.
That's right.
That's right. Then we had Tom from Brite, who may be joining us here in a minute. Stay tuned for a little arts and crafts action.
Had the bag of hair.
Had the classic bag of hair again.
The grid of carpet, which I thought was super cool.
Was pretty cool. Seeing how the different carpet interacts with the fur reel tools. And then we finished it off with the legend himself, Solution Finish, Chris West.
So happy he was able to make it.
Yep, and then we kind of had a little fun, huh, Dewar?
We were not expecting that.
Yeah.
We had Jamie yourself on multiple different levels.
Yep.
We had Hunter, we had Matt Dabbler, and we had myself.
Yep, that's right.
And,
the Grandmaster Roundup had another showdown to kind of kick things off here on day 2. And what a time. What a time, Dewar. It was fun. Fun stuff. When you get a group of creative people like that and bring them together, Swamp Creature comes out, all that good stuff. It was a fun time.
Yep. So how you feeling? We're just about halfway through this.
I'm feeling good. Yep.
Perfect.
I'm all hydrated with the Diet Pepsi. That's the key here. Staying hydrated. We're on our feet. We're moving. We're grooving. You can see all the activity in the back as they're setting up. We took a trip to Foam Town. And what else did Jack do in that video?
Well, shout out to Jack. Those that missed our pre-show.
Yep.
I'm rocking the special edition.
Yes, he is. Look at this.
Canada.
Fantastic.
Edition. So shout out to my North of the 49th Parallel. Jack was remote doing some great stuff with the one and only Master of Triumph Levi Gates.
Yep. Couldn't be here this year, but that means more chip cookies for us, Dewar.
That's right. That's right. And one of our favorite products. Last year had a bit of a mishap with iron remover.
Iron removers. We gave Dewar nothing but air fresheners this year.
Sniff test. Oh, smells just as good as last year.
Let me get a hit of that. Let me get a hit.
Let's go.
Yeah. Let's party. Let's bring the party.
There we go. There we go.
One-Eyed Jack still bringing the heat.
Oh, he doesn't even need to be here to bring the heat. So
it is strong.
He was going over Forced.
Yep.
You and I both used it.
Love some Forced.
That's
some strong stuff.
Eats. Whether you're dealing with the Oklahoma stuff, I know you're going on holidays and stuff like that.
Sticky red mud situation. You go down back to Louisiana, get some that wet swamp mud on there. And maybe some traffic film along the way, Dewar. Forced will take care of it.
Good old traffic film.
Yeah.
And the Canadian nasty.
Chris West.
And that's the first time you've ever seen it without a sunglasses on.
Yeah, that was a rare sight.
You only get that here at the halftime show, folks. That's the only place you get that.
Hopefully someone screenshotted that. That's pretty cool.
I hope so. Yep. I hope so. But overall, been a fantastic day.
Oh my goodness, excitement is off the charts. Electricity, lights are bright.
Look at all this. Everybody's working. Everybody's organized. And so this afternoon, Detail Factory.
Detail Factory starting
2 o'clock. Okay.
2 o'clock.
Yep. If you're wanting to call in sick this afternoon, not a bad weekend to do it, because
I would suggest it.
After we have a very colorful experience, with our friends at Detail Factory, then we're going to boost our ego a little bit.
I'm looking at him setting up the brushes over here, Dewar. I'm blown away. They are setting pretty.
Yeah,
big ego coming in.
Yep, clear those credit card balances because you're going to need it with the but a good sale.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
Lots of fun stuff.
Oh yeah.
And we're going to have Glenn pop back to us because we have somebody driving my vehicle of choice behind me.
Oh, we got some live action going
this
on
is
here.
Unbelievable.
Fisher's doing donuts.
Yeah,
on the floor
Fisher's
cleaner.
doing donuts on the floor cleaner. After the events yesterday, you know, we had a lot of cars in here. We had Jeeps, we had Mercedes, we had Forever cars, we had Toyotas, and they were marking up the floor. Went to do a clean, the batteries died. So we had to charge that sucker up overnight.
Charge it up. It's fully charged, ready to clean some floors.
Large and in charge.
But sometimes we put a little force pre-treat on the switch tracks. That helps a lot. What's your floor cleaning solution package?
I think the force is really going to help.
Yeah.
They do have a detergent tank that I think they have forced in there. I'll have to confirm with the media team.
I'm sure they do.
I think spraying a bit of pre-treat won't hurt anything.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we did last year.
Yeah.
Yep.
But to your left,
to my left,
there is a German engineered machine there.
Is there?
That
I see it.
I think there may be an Eagle product used on it. Do you know what that might be?
What was that?
It sprays water.
Sprays water.
Yep. Under pressure, maybe a pressure washer.
I got it.
Yeah, if you don't like
if the Grand Ambassador section wasn't,
yeah,
I'm not
that's
good
it. He's done.
at questions
He's done.
and answers. Yeah.
But if you like your gas pressure washers, if you like your quarter pressure washers, that's great. Amazing options if you're static. But if you are mobile, you do want to look at a battery-powered option. Eagle may have you covered this afternoon.
Yeah.
Chris Metcalf.
I'm looking forward to it. It's very exciting to have Ego here. Quite the big brand.
Yep.
Followed up by the legendary Jason Rose at Rupes. It's going to be fantastic. Then we're capping it off with Stinger Chemicals. I'm looking forward to looking to what exactly a Stinger chemical is. I don't know much about them, Dewar.
I don't know if it hurts your hands or what it does.
No, I'm sure
idea.
it's good stuff. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see for sure this evening and the main event there.
That's right.
So, Dewar, I got you a surprise.
Do you?
Are you ready?
I guess so. Yeah.
We're entering some arts and crafts here, and boy, did I had to make Dewar some custom Buff Brite skins here. We got full America Dewar here with the big face coming in, looking pretty there. And then we got the Rag Company Blue Flames Dewar edition. Check that out.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it.
And we can't, we don't have a polisher here, but you know who does? Our friend Tom from Buff Brite.
Tommy Tom.
Come on in, friend. Get right here in the middle.
Jack Skip.
Come over here in the middle of us.
But I'm gonna.
That's
come
Skip.
right in the middle.
You got to have some good, strong knees for that Jack Skip. Let me tell you.
That was a few years ago for me.
Yeah. So Tom,
yes, to answer one of the questions all the time, you're talking about our Mountain Standard Time.
Yes, Mountain Standard Time. We are here in the mountains, Boise, Idaho. Tom, you're from here, right?
This makes it very convenient for me. It's right in my backyard. I can.
Yeah, good times. Well, great presentation, sir. It was fantastic seeing all the attachments and new stuff you got. You're always cooking up some very interesting stuff for the detail.
And we're not done. There's more coming this year.
That brain never stops working, does it?
No, I don't sleep. I just imagine things, and my wife says stop, and I say no.
Yeah.
No.
What did you think when I sent over this picture of Dewar and said we need to have a custom skin ready for the halftime show?
I said that face just needs to be front and center where everybody's going to see it.
So walk us through what a polisher we're putting the skin on and how someone can customize one like this one for the polisher.
Well, I have to say, first of all, if you guys want this exact one, we can throw it up on the website. So you throw it up in the comments if everybody wants.
There you go. If not that one, we got the America Dewar.
Either one you want, we can get it set up there on the website for you. So
it's looking good.
Yeah, so these are made out of a really thick PPF. I mean, that stuff's thick.
Yep. Yeah.
And is it sticky? Tell me, is that? That's
pretty sticky.
That's pretty sticky.
Pretty sticky.
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and put this on.
Sticky, like that Canadian syrup.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's give it to Dewar. I want to see Dewar do this, Tom. I mean, you're the pro. Let's see someone who's never done this before really.
Don't let the eyes mesmerize you there.
Yep. So
it's stuck to my hand.
Yeah. So walk us through it, Tom. So this is the middle section that's going to go in the middle.
We've already cleaned this.
It's already cleaned with isopropyl alcohol.
Fully prepped. Yep.
All prepped. And now you're just going to kind of split the difference right there in the middle. Just trying to get. Before you apply any pressure, just get it where you kind of want it.
So you want to get it in place before you really
you can lift
rub it down.
but it's got some tack to it.
In front of all the good
I think that looks good about there.
I think now you're just going to run your finger right down through the middle of that.
Okay.
Okay. Now work yourself over through the low areas, down over the side, just a little bit. Don't go clear over the side yet. Just don't want to trap any air in there if we can help it.
Take your time, work the sticker on.
Now if you look here, the low part of this polisher is right there.
Yeah.
So you're going to take this over the top and then work down through that area.
Okay.
So keep it, there you go.
Look at that, the cleaner cast.
Look at that, you just completed most of the installation. Now just go ahead and press all that down on that side.
Yep. Beautiful.
Get in there, Dewar.
Look at that little hot sticker action.
That's looking good already. That polisher is looking pretty.
There you go. Now flip it to the other side.
Yep. I gotta rub that side down, Dewar.
I mean, who doesn't like putting stickers on?
Right?
It's
I
like
love a good sticker. I got them all over my Husky cabinets.
Yep.
Gotta love them. I've had many of your Buff Brite skins. As here, I had Tom make me these two with my logo, with kind of the.
There we go.
Okay, so you just make sure you got no air bubbles. Okay. They'll push out. Now, why don't you grab that center front one there?
So again, let's peel back the paper.
Front and center time, Dewar. So I have these on my Flex machines. Yeah, right here you got the Flex.
There you go.
XCE.
Yep.
So we're gonna take that little piece there.
Flex. All right, we got a little bitty piece here.
Okay, now just line it up. Line it up and lock it in.
At the top of the polisher.
Yep. That looks about good there.
There you go.
Nice. Show the people what it looks like so far.
Just like that, we just added that piece right at the top there.
This is a great.
Now the rest are just plug and play. You can pretty much figure out where they go.
Yep.
And you're just going to lock them on there, and away you go.
Beautiful.
So Tom, where is where can we get that custom skin? Is that buffbrite.com?
Well, if you have any computer background at all, you can go use our tool, and you could just sit there on the toilet and design it if you want to. I don't know.
So head on over there.
We do recommend your desktop or your laptop. The phone's a little small to see everything.
It's pretty hard on the phone,
Yeah, so try and get on your laptop or desktop. Just go in there. You can push it. You can choose your design or choose your template. Yep. So I think we have 27 different templates now.
Oh, wow.
And even some of the Chinese stuff, which I don't use, but I do. Some guys do.
Yep.
Sure. And we're adding more all the time. Like we just added that new Rupes HLR 15 and 21.
Oh wow!
And it looks amazing on there. So
where are we putting this piece?
I don't know, dude.
I think you might be. Well, you're on the right side. You just got to flip this around, and it goes down here.
Yeah,
see how the flames will line up?
Yep. There you go.
Follow the flame.
Stuck to my finger.
Follow the flames.
Follow the flame. Yep.
And speaking of flames and hot, I think there's a hot sale this week, Jamie. Do you know what that is?
There's a hot sale over at the Rag Company for their 25th anniversary. Quite a big deal. They're giving you 25% off all TRC goods and the Ultraline, all that good stuff, microfiber. So
you
head
could
on
probably
over to
even
the
pick
website.
up a for real if you wanted to.
Probably for 20% off, Tom. Everything else is 20% off over at theragcompany.com. So go check it out.
Yep. So this little piece here doesn't cover your little Rupes logo, which is super nice.
Keeps,
or as Jamie calls it, Rupes.
Your Rupes keeps the Rupes in vision.
I've heard rupees sometimes
adds
too.
enough little Buff Brite skin logo, and it's looking real good. Got a couple left, Dewar.
Yep.
We're looking real good. So
for a first timer, you're doing real good.
I appreciate that.
Dewar's real good at this live arts and crafts stuff. But these over here, Tom. So these are for These are for the flamethrower.
Yeah, you can put them on the flamethrower lights, or they're just swag.
Oh yeah, you can stick them on the Husky cabinet.
Stick them on the Husky cabinets.
Yep.
Stick them on your dog.
So let us know in the comments what you think of that.
There it is.
I think that looks pretty cool. So, special edition cleaner cast.
Yeah.
Doer edition. So
to really stretch it out, Tom, is there any bonus, like do we take a hairdryer to it or anything like that?
Yeah, all adhesives will lock better when you add
really
heat to them. So taking a hairdryer or something and putting it in there and heating it up to about 140, 150 degrees.
Yep.
And then giving it one last little kind of extra pressure, because the pressure helps lock it in.
It really locks it in.
Yeah, and some are easy to install. Some are a little tougher. The Nano is a little bit complicated, but it's not bad. But some are just stupid easy.
Right. Yeah, that looked pretty. What's the review of the Buff Brite skins?
It worked out really, really well. The thickness is paramount, because there's, you can probably have a lot thinner of a sticker, but I mean, this is just much better.
It gives you a little protection too, like Tom said. It's like a PPF film.
Yeah. And I know we were talking to Sydney backstage that I know that she loves hers, and she said it's much easier to wipe down, if you're doing this every day. I mean, this is nice and easy to protect, because this is an investment after all.
Right.
Yeah.
And
especially
if you're getting
it's your money maker, right? So
big investment.
You're able to keep it nice and fresh.
That's right. So Tom, I have a signed polisher in the back there, getting all the legendary signatures here at TRCMA 2024. Is there a way we can design one maybe that's clear?
We've done it many times.
There you go. So I'm going to be.
We can, whoever wins that, have them reach out to me. I will make them a clear one that they can put on and protect all those.
It's a good thing, Tom. I'm the winner. I won.
Yeah.
Well, excellent. Okay.
So I need a clear skin
himself took the crown.
Protect all the signatures that are on the polisher. So we'll be setting that up. But if there's any questions for Tom, let's bring him in. He's here. So let's answer them while we got him here live. What you got, Dewar?
And I just want to reiterate, Super Auto really helping us out.
Super Auto.
I know we did get that order signed.
No codes required.
No codes required. That's
head
the
on over
best
to the website.
Code. But
that is the best code.
If you missed out this week and you're only catching us later on, which I don't know why you are, but how can people find out of deals in the future, Jamie?
Oh, you subscribe to the Rag Company newsletter. Bottom of the website there. Sign up. It's easy peasy. They don't spam you. They only send the important stuff to you. The big time sales, that's when you're getting email.
Yep.
Something new comes out, that's when you're getting email.
That's right.
Only the good stuff. Yep.
Perfect.
So we got any questions rolling in, Dewar?
So Tom, how long have you been making the skins for?
We've been about almost coming up on 3 years now. And here's an interesting fact. So the very first one I installed was here in Boise, Idaho.
Okay.
A friend of mine, Danny, at Boise's Best, we put it on there, and they do a lot of cars. I mean, a lot of cars.
Yeah.
And I went back and saw it about 6 months ago, and it's still holding on.
Still
it's got little
good?
scratches, not peeling up, nothing. And he loves it because not only does it protect that polisher, we put it on it when it was almost brand new, but it's a billboard. I mean, you're holding a billboard in your hand for your business.
You're able to take back, put your logo on something that you use every day. You might take some promotional pictures, put it on your website. Your logo's right there, front and center. That's a great.
You can put your dog on there.
I mean, put your dog on there. Hey, put him on
Facebook. I think Jamie should print out some swamp creatures, put that on his polisher.
There you go.
Get some crocodiles.
Yep.
I know Hunter had a wild boar going down the street.Maybe he can get a boar edition.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
whatever you want. Yeah.
I mean, full
I
wild.
think the logo is definitely a key feature there.
The world is your oyster. So what's the craziest design you've received?
Oh, that's a good question.
For a skin.
A guy in Canada.
Oh no.
Oh, Canadians.
You can only imagine. He sent me a thing, and he said everybody calls me Booger, so you can imagine. So I said, well, fine. I'm not going to go looking up pictures of boogers for you.
That's right. That's right.
So I said, you find something that we can use, and he sent me this neon green, just all sorts of different colors mixed up together. It was one of the coolest designs.
Really?
When it was
came out
wow.
good, huh?
Okay.
You could not. It almost glowed in the dark. It was amazing.
Wow.
And then we had his logo on there, and it was fabulous. So guys, you can
you can really get creative with it.
You can get creative. Yep.
There you go.
So our good friend Tim.
Oh yeah, this is a common question.
Do you have them for my Fine Lab Fine Mac V2 polisher?
Have you got the Fine Mac yet?
There is not a lot of Fine Labs that are running around here in the U.S. that I've seen. So there is, if we get enough requests for something, we're going to make it.
There you go.
I have to have the polisher physically in my hands, and I don't have one of those.
See. A bunch of the questions were for, did you have some for the Milwaukees, too? That's popular polisher.
It's 30 days.
30
We're
days.
very, very close.
Oh, very close to getting them Milwaukees.
That Milwaukee cordless is going to be ready to go.
Nice. Yeah, it's become a very popular polisher.
It has.
And just behind us there, the legendary Jason Rose, he may have the new battery-powered Rupes that was dropped.
He's got that lightsaber, I like to call it.
Have you got a design for the new...
Crazy.
The new Rupes battery powered
Absolutely, it was kicking around here, but yeah, we got one just about like yours. We got it all wrapped up. In fact, there is on the they're giving away 6 of them. I brought them 6 different designs for that new HLR 1521.
Okay,
and they're going to be including them in the box with some of the 6 next people that purchase those polishers.
Just at
random.
Okay, very cool.
If it's your lucky day, you won the lottery and you're getting one.
Speaking of purchases, Dewar took over some special edition TRC bingo cards to put in special orders for today. So there wasn't many, probably what, 30, 50?
15 or 20 maybe.
Yep, so if you place your order, you might win a limited edition bingo card.
That's right.
TRCMA edition.
And those that followed Tom's segment here, he had a great filter guard for the vacuum, which I think is amazing. Because I mean, it's a pre-filter, if you will. You know, some guys have them on their cars for their filters, and you know, similar environments. I have a vacuum at the house, and again has that filter, and I wish I had the filter guard for it because that would save me a lot of dust inhalation.
Yep.
So,
yep.
So Silverado 2K was asking, are the Buff Brite filter guards not available from TRC?
Not yet. This is the first. Levi went over and bought one next door from one of our suppliers, but which is the Rag Company's main store here, the retail store. But he picked one up and he loved it. And honestly, we've sold over 3,000 of those, and people love them.
Yeah.
And we haven't had a single bad review. It's been wonderful. And if you want to save money and get rid of one of the most nasty tasks that a detailer has to deal with,
it gets pretty gross. Doesn't
pick up a filter guard. I guarantee you guys, you're gonna love that thing.
Especially if you're one of the guys doing the minivans all day, every day. Yeah. I mean, that's a good buy right there.
Yep. So, and I mean, it's you know, stuff's getting more and more expensive every day, and you want to keep your investment safe and
keep your tools good.
Just again, keep it good, and not just with the filter, but also with the skins.
Also with the polishers.
I mean, these polishers are not cheap. You know, it's a great tool. You know, it's Jamie's moneymaker, and I mean, it's something that you want to protect
for sure
for a long time.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of comments here, Tom, about the different kinds of polishers and things like that. So if somebody has a unique polisher, if they just mail you one, will you make a skin for it?
Yeah, if you mail me the polisher, we have to physically have it. We'll mail it back to you, but if you've got something that you think, it's kind of hard to want to do for one. It takes about 20 hours to do a complete setup.
Wow.
Okay.
So, but if we feel like it's something that a lot of people are asking for, then we're going to do it.
Makes sense.
But you know, some of the European and things from on the other side of the pond that we don't see here, I haven't been able to get into my hands.
Yeah.
But if you guys want to send it, we'll go to work on it.
There you go. Where can they email you at to get all that information?
Yeah, Tom@BuffBrite. That's BRITE.com.
Gator skins. That's a good idea, Tom. I might have to work on that.
That's we had one that we left them that was all snake. So you might want to check that out. Maybe the Rag Company will throw that up there. But Gator's a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. So all these ideas in your head, can you give us maybe a hint of what's next that you're going to pump out? Something interesting.
We've got one. We kind of debuted it at SEMA, but we went back to work on it, and we've improved it even more. It's going to be a killer tool. But it's you've heard of a wash mitt on a stick?
Oh yeah. Very popular.
Well, it's going to be everything drying on a stick.
Oh, that's fantastic. So it pairs up perfectly with the Rag Company.
It does. If you've got towels or anything, chamois towels, anything you're drying with, this tool is going to just rock your world. It's going to make. I'm all about efficiency, and I'm all about making things better for you guys. Because if we save you time, we save you money, and we make the detail industry better.
Yeah, especially if you're doing the larger vehicles. You just pop whatever your towel is, pop it in there.
Your RV, doesn't matter what it is, it's going to blow your mind.
I'm excited for that one then.
Yeah.
And one of our favorite Europeans, Han Closen, will there be a new light attachment for the new LHR 15?
Good question.
We're working on that. We love Rupes and what they do, but they did not give us a side attachment hole on the new HLR.
Okay.
And so...
Maybe we drill our own hole.
Our flames are, well, you do that on your own.
I was going to say, maybe
pretty expensive, right?
Mine was expensive.
Maybe after the warranty period, you can pick up a flex drill that they talked about yesterday.
That's right.
And
your own.
Get that. So we are not condoning messing up your polishers, literally. So.
No, but we're trying to work on something.
Jason eyeballed us back there.
He's like.
we did come up with one for the little Flex PXE80, and we bottom mounted it, and it works perfectly, and it works nice. So
that's awesome.
If we can find a way to do it, we'll do it.
Fantastic.
I think our good friend Joey Polisher on a stick. I don't think that's the. I don't think that's what's coming, Joey.
I just saw one on Instagram the other day. The guy had his weed whip and his weed whip machine, and he put a pad on it. So it can be done.
Interesting. He'll work on it.
Very cool. So to kind of recap for those just joining us, we have Tom from Buff Brite here for the arts and crafts section.
Yep.
To recap what happened in the morning, Tim's thankful for you being here, Tom.
Yes.
We know you have the IDA patch on your shoulder, so they did a bit of a presentation here this morning. So what does the IDA mean to you, and how has it helped you with your business and and whatnot.
You know, I've been in the detail industry for 42 years now, so it's a long time in the industry, but the IDA has been a great chance to rub shoulders with other people, like-minded people who really love and care about their industry.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that guys that aren't in the IDA that they don't love and care about detailing.
Right.
But it's just different when you can be involved in planning for and trying to uplift a whole industry and a whole organization.
Yep.
Until you get involved in the IDA and get on a committee and things like that, you won't really understand what it can bring to it, but also what you can bring to that community that blesses you and everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and those that are interested in the IDA, if you don't want to go back and watch the segment, which you can do
definitely
after
go back and watch the segment.
Their website is the-ida.com.
There you go.
And it's just a good group.
Absolutely.
That helps detailers, because I think it's really for the detailer at the end of the day. And
especially the people that represent it. You had Jason Rose, Shad Stoker there. Keep
those are some big names.
Those three are awesome.
And you can have a certification in your shop. You can network with that team, and if you're in an area where there's a lot of detailers, that's one way to stand out is have that certification that you are a part of a group that was official, legitimate, and is recognized amongst the industry and its partners.
Yeah, completely agree. And being able to, I'm on the board of directors right now. And you really get to see what goes on behind the scenes. All that these people do is care about building and uplifting.
Right. That's great.
And everybody is volunteer. Nobody's making any money at this. We're just there to bless you guys, but you won't really feel it unless you get involved.
Right.
Once you do and you see the difference, you'll see a difference. I promise.
There you go. Nice. Well, we got any more questions for Tom, or are we going to get him out of here?
I think that's it. So,
right.
Tom,
Tom,
we really appreciate having you on.
I think that's how good of a presenter you are. The fewer questions, the better you present it. I think
enjoy the skins.
I appreciate it.
I can't wait to see your mug held up by your mug, showing that off.
That's right.
All right.
You'll definitely see it.
Tom, it was a pleasure.
Yep. Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Yep.
All right, Sam, Jamie, what'd you think?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, look at this. I mean, you can't beat that right there.
Yeah,
can you make that? Can you match the face? There we go. Yeah.
There we go. So
that's a Dewar's breakfast face.
But yeah, for those just tuning in again, welcome. We are the halftime show powered by the Cleaner Cast.
Yep.
This is TRCMA 2024. This is the fourth one they've done.
Fourth one.
And the second one you've been to, the third for myself.
Really finding the groove, I think. It's been a continuous show for 8 straight hours yesterday, 8 straight hours today. It's getting bigger, better every single year.
Yep.
And I'm here for it. It's a good time.
Yesterday we had some amazing new products from our good friends at P&S. And we had flexing their guns, getting everything good for us.
If you missed day one, you gotta rewind the clock, go back, go check it out. It's not going nowhere, Dewar.
That's right.
So
that's right.
Go check it out. It's a good time.
Justin Pay with Avery Dennison.
Oh my goodness.
I rewatched that segment because we were doing some stuff and I didn't catch it live.
Yeah, for sure.
The amount of stickers and adhesives in your life that are Avery Dennison are unbelievable.
Yeah, you were telling me that adhesive just on regular stickers.
Yeah, you really can't go a day without touching something Avery Dennison.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
And in the afternoon, I mean, that was just jam-packed. We had Alex from Viper.
It was such a good day.
That's always a good time.
Yep.
Always a
day
good time.
two, keeping that energy maintained, going strong. It's been a wild ride so far, and we're only halfway through because Detail Factory's coming in hot. I see him over here setting up. It's a lot of colors. He's looking right over there. It's going to be a good time.
That's right. Yeah, if you're into rainbows, this is your segment this afternoon for sure.
It's going to be awesome. Glad to see Detail Factory here.
But yeah, the Chris West had a short and sweet intimate session with Anthony Fisher himself.
Who's always
a little red Mazda that they used.
It's always a good time with the legendary Chris West and Solution Finish. It's always, like he says, if you squint, you might notice a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this delivers every single time.
So like they said with that, and then over-the-top plastic sealer. I've used this before. Have you used this, Jamie?
I have used that, yep. Seals right over the top.
Yep.
Like the name suggests, the Solution Finish really locks it on there, adds some hydrophobics, that kind of deal.
And I think what's really important is that Chris said that the Solution Finish isn't so much for brand new cars.
Right.
It's for plastics that have seen some things.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
A little bit of oxidation, whether you're dealing with harsh weather or direct sun or just the combination of the two.
Yep. And like he said, like last year's TRCMA, he finally perfected the solution. So the solution is finished in its final form. So if you haven't tried it out within the last year, go buy you a new bottle, and I think you're going to be even more impressed with the now kind of finalized version that he's been working his whole career towards. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that kind of blew me away. And I think you said about 30 minutes or so, and then he can slap on the
over the top.
Yeah, over the top.
Let it soak in. Get deep in that trim.
Yeah, because I know, like, we have some friends in the industry. They like to bring their cars in, punt them out the same day.
Oh yeah.
You know, if they don't have time, they're not sleeping over like at your place sometimes with some of those trucks that that are hanging out. So, you know, it's great for the detailer that is really tight on time.
For sure. Yeah. About time you make it around the vehicle with the round solution finish, you're ready to restart from the beginning position with the over the top. Come in, seal it up. It's a good time.
And our friends putting on this amazing week just developed this.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. He teamed it up with the no-soak applicators. It's got that patented barrier in it, so it doesn't soak all the way through, whether it's a ceramic coating, whether it's solution finish. It keeps it on top of your little applicator there. That's pretty cool.
And then what do we got packed in here? There's 3 of them.
Got some microfiber. Yeah, this is the whole kit, ain't it?
Yeah.
This is the full coating application kit. Comes with 2 applicators and some pearl weave towels in there, so you can do a good job coating that vehicle. That's pretty cool.
Is this included in the sale?
I'm sure it's part of the Ultra line. It's got that high quality microfiber, so head over there. No promo code needed.
No.
And get you some high quality microfiber.
I've been a big fan of the new line of stuff here.
Absolutely.
TRC is going to be presenting their stuff a little bit later on, so we're not going to tease it too much.
Yeah,
but,
they'll take care of that, dude.
But again, because Chris is such a genuine human being, and he wants you to buy the product. He doesn't want you to waste it.
Yeah.
Because he said a little goes a long way.
Yeah, little dab will do you.
Yeah.
With some solution finish. It's true.
You,
I had a bottle for years and years, and finally, threw it out and got me the finished solution last year, and that bottle's still going strong. So, good stuff.
But I mean, it's certainly not like I don't need the 12-ounce bottle myself.
Right. Yeah.
But because I know he was saying with like one of the original versions, it was like 2 years of shelf life.
For sure.
Right. And now he's like, I don't know, probably 3 years.
Yeah, that was kind of the final step, was making sure everything stays stable in the bottle. He figured out some kind of magical, product that he got from overseas, and it keeps everything afloat in the finished bottle. So
that's right.
Stuff.
That's right.
Chris West doing the dang thing.
But yeah, so. Again, if people are making orders with those sales, and if you want us to sign them, I know P&S has left the building. So
it might be too late, there's so many orders that have come in, but you can try.
The customer service team has been working their butts off. They are taking the orders that are asking for the comments from whether it's us, which they might want.
Yep.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Or the lads.
Whoever you want to sign something, write it in the comment section. Don't write it in this comment section. The comment section of the order form.
Yep.
And that'll get to the crew and bring it to us, that kind of deal.
But what's a little thumb-shaped icon right above this comment section that people can click?
You know what they can click? That like button, doer. Click it, interact with the video, comment, share. That is going to help grow a program like this. TRCMA is a big investment of time, money, resources, even not just from TRC. All the other brands are making time to come out here, put on a show, entertain the people, and tell you about all the premium stuff in the auto detailing industry. So it's up to you guys to interact with it, like, subscribe, all that good stuff, and keep this show going.
Yeah, and it's
bigger, better every year.
There's even brands here that they don't carry, but they're just the best of friends. The Rag Company is just an amazing source for all of your favorite detailing stuff. And
I think the way they bring in companies and stuff, all the companies they bring in align with each other in a certain way or another.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
That's synergy.
Everybody's friends here.
Oh, yeah. It's a big family reunion, all the fun stuff, hugs, all the handshakes, kissing the babies. Matt brought his baby. I didn't kiss the baby.
I saw Shad backstage that purchased a big banner, and he was having all of us sign it.
Right.
So I'm assuming TRC still has the little 2-foot by 2-foot banners.
I'm sure.
That's a great thing to ask to be signed. Right?
That's the perfect thing. Hang it in the garage, that kind of deal.
Hang it in your bedroom. I don't care where you want to put it.
Memento.
Yep.
What kind of comments we got coming in?
There's not a ton of comments. Aaron Bauer here. I wonder if they'll sign a TRC banner.
Just
Absolutely.
like that.
It's like he was reading my mind.
Send it in.
Okay.
And someone will sign it.
But yeah, what do you say we if people are just checking us now, we got 27 minutes left.
Yep. We're keeping you engaged, up to date, informed with all the activities here at TRCMA. The morning has come and gone, but boy, do we have a rest of a day 2 for you. Let's run it down for them.
Most definitely. So this morning, Stjarnagloss, Forced is probably one of my favorite products from them. I love the smell of soap with snow.
Yeah, what is that? That coconut earth?
Yes, it's coconut earth.
Something like that, yeah.
I know our good friend JB really loves, I think he loves Bubbler.
I think he likes mixing a couple of them over there. I'm not sure
man,
about
that guy
JB.
just mixes everything. Like, unbelievable.
Yeah, people think I'm the mixer.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
so,
Jack always
and then the IDA, a great segment. It's, if you're in a business and, whether you have employees or not, and you want to be, not so much legitimate, but want to be part of a good organization. If you need some guidance, a great option there.
Guidance is a good word.
And then, we had Tom from Brite. We're going to quickly show you a great skin that he gave us for our polisher here.
Did a little halftime show action. He's got all the attachments, whether it's for polishers, whether it's for vacuums. He's got it all.
I think Tom's a little like me. He just loves gadgets.
Oh,
right?
You definitely.
So, he loves to...
He was someone who probably liked that channel with all the as seen on TV products.
Oh, my
He's
goodness.
definitely a lot of inspiration there. He's always coming up with some new stuff.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to what he has down the line.
Most definitely. And the pet hair.
Pet hair.
In cars.
Yep.
Okay?
Always a problem.
He's got 2 great tools.
Oh, yeah. Furreel and the hammerhead,
That hammerhead is insane.
I love the hammerhead for the back of SUVs, that kind of deal with the big cargo hatches. You can make quick work with the hammerhead, and then you switch to the furreel to come in on the rest of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Well, we got some washing going on back here.
I think we
got that electric pressure washer.
He's making sure that thing is ready to go.
Going to town.
I think you might need to step in and see if Foamtown USA qualifies with that.
Yeah, I wonder how the foam it produces with a good quality foam can.
Yeah, so maybe we'll have to ask our friends here in the media studio if we can.
Yeah, they're coming in.
We can do that. So
what's the afternoon schedule looking like, Dewar?
So
Detail Factories first. They're coming in hot.
Detail Factory. So if those that don't know what the Detail Factory is, Jamie, can you shed a bit of light on what the Detail Factory is?
Yeah, they're chemical resistant brushes, which are designed specifically for the auto detailing industry, pretty much. And they've been producing some really good stuff as of late, for sure. With the fender well brush, the tire brush, the XL tire brush, that kind of deal. Those they knocked out the park with them. I'm looking over here at the table. They got a lot of good stuff about to present here.
If you could just see out of frame,
it's a beautiful
man. Okay,
it's looking good. So following Detail Factory,
we
saw
have
the battery powered pressure washer going
the biggest
ego's coming
you've ever seen. Jamie, if you just slide a little bit over to me, we'll see their amazing little banner there.
There it is. Ego in the house. That's insane.
Yeah, they got fans, they got
Ego's
lights.
here.
Man, yesterday they actually had one of the fans on one of the doors here because it's pretty warm here.
They did a good job.
We were super lucky with the weather because, April I think can be super inconsistent, and
for sure.
If you have a coated car, with any of the great coating companies, Diamond ProTech had a great demo yesterday.
They had a great demo. If you missed that one,
if you want to blow your car off, what are you going to be using? I think Chris has one in his hands.
Ego blower.
Yep.
It's going to help you out. Yeah, this fan right here might work pretty good because
you feel that?
I can feel it all the way from here. The Ego power is real.
Yep.
I mean, I was starting to sweat.
Oh man,
now that's nice breeze.
And that's not that loud.
That is a nice fan, man. Thank you, Chris. I needed that.
I know Alex from Viper has some fans, but I mean that's the best fan is the fan you have with you.
Yep.
And right there is the Ego fan.
So I have an Ego system. I got the blower. I got the weed eater. I got the combo from Lowe's. And that's a great combo. So I'm gonna have to get one of them fans to add to the ecosystem.
Yep. So if you the eco stuff, it's great. Again, if you don't even have to be mobile, because you're in the swamp. You like to work with your garage door open. And having some air moving. Keeping it light, keeping it airy.
Sometimes I take the leaf blower and just put it right there. Get the dog jowls going on down the wind.
But
and rolling into Rupes.
Rupes, drop a comment. How are you pronouncing it?
How do you pronounce it? That's how.
Is it Rupes? Rupes?
Yeah, I had Jason Rose sign my Rupes polisher, my first Rupes polisher. That's pretty freaking cool. Got a picture with it. Surreal moment for sure. But they're going to be bringing the heat.
Yeah.
Hopefully with some good polishing demos, it's going to be awesome.
The new battery-powered version is...
it's futuristic.
I think you tried it yesterday.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I think, like I've been saying, it's an unbelievable tool to hold. you're like, I don't even know if I want to use this. It looks so cool.
And look at this.
Look at this. We got the man with the plan, Gabe Garcia. Gabe, come in here, give us an update. Come give us an update. Bigger, badder, better.
Where'd you get this T-shirt?
Oh yeah,
I got it from a really, really, really nice guy.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Must have been Anthony, wasn't it?
He was Canadian.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
He is Canadian.
He was.
That's
Canadian.
right. That's right.
Yeah. Not anymore.
So Gabe, how's this week been going for you guys?
Yes.
We're almost halfway through the week, which I mean, it's already been a lot of work for halfway.
It's a lot. It's been a great show. As you can see behind us, a lot of people setting up. It's basically like this all week long.
Yep.
Realistically, it comes down to the planning, because you put things on paper and you organize as much as you possibly can, and you hope it works out great. But sometimes there's the hiccups. Like yesterday, software hiccups where a monitor shut off and it updated and
time for an update.
Yeah, it's just, there's things that you can't control.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I think it's been awesome. The segments. Hopefully, you guys are liking the segments.
Keeping the action going this year was a big theme, I think, for TRCMA.
Yeah, a lot of new drops. I think TRCMA is slowly progressing where it's a show that really relays new products coming out. And Gabe got caught on camera. Hi, Gabe.
Yep.
Hi.
Shout out to MVP. They're across the road.
It's MVP.
We may have a bit of a tour going on this afternoon.
Tune into the daily vlog. We're going to tour that here shortly.
Speaking of which, if you are in the Idaho area, the Boise area, stop by
Come
MVP.
on down.
That is the place to buy your stuff. Why is Gabe there? Where's his baby?
What's the update, Gabe?
Mazel the Gazelle.
So I'm running on very minimal sleep this week.
Very tired.
My baby girl is a little over a week.
Okay.
She'll be,
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. She'll be 2 weeks on Thursday. So
that's exciting.
The night feeds and then coming here.
Yep.
And then going home.
That is a rough schedule, sir.
It's a little rough, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
It's a good time.
Very cool. Well, thanks for stopping by, Gabe. I'm sure you got all kinds of stuff to be doing right now.
I appreciate you guys, the Grandambassadors of the years.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You guys take it easy.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you all for watching, and hit that like button.
That's right.
That's right. But yeah, I mean, that's that Grandambassador segment. I was not expecting that.
No. They surprised us with that. Had to answer, put some A's to some Q's.
Yep.
It was a fun time.
Yeah, really fun time. It's
brought the swamp creature out a little bit, you know.
That's right. Big shout out to AA Ron.
Yes.
Customer service extraordinaire.
Amazing. He is hilarious.
And they had some multiple choice questions. If you missed it, they asked us some multiple choice questions of a lot of the behind the scenes jokes. If you know, you know.
Yeah, you have to be pretty deep in the.
Real
watch
deep,
all the podcasts, that kind of deal, and stay up to date on your TRC news to answer those questions. But it's a fun time.
Yeah, most definitely. So, Jamie, why don't you tell our people about the sale they have going on?
The sale we have going on. It's the Rag Company's 25th anniversary, so that means 25% off all TRC Ultraline products in a microfiber, all that good stuff from TRC. 25%. The time is now, doer. Stock up on that high quality microfiber. Tools like this no soak coating applicator kit, 25% off. That's a heck of a deal. Get all your applicators ready. Get your pearl weave towels.
Chris Metcalf's ready.
You're gonna have a good time. Chris is ready. He's coming up soon, and 20% off everything else.
That's right.
New PNS drops, all that good stuff. Buff Brite. You need fur reels. Go over there. Stock up. Time is now. No promo code needed.
John Rickert.
Yeah.
Richard, I hope I pronounced that right. Hoping to get my t-shirt signed by everyone.
Nice.
Start a tradition with it.
Hey, get your order in.
If people want to get that done, Jamie, how can they?
You head on over, you place an order, then you go to the comment section of the order form. Make sure you write it in there so the team can see it and bring it over here, and we can get that done for you for sure.
Very cool. Very cool.
Definitely.
And our best friend, Lucas Berge. Joey definitely won the tattoo one. I'm going to fight Anthony for that one. So
That's right.
Very cool. Very cool.
Doer knows his stuff.
Yeah, I thought the answer was going to be Luke, and he wasn't one of the options. So
Right. The man with the dragon tattoo was the answer.
Yeah,
He's
the
got
dragon tattoo. The man with the dragon tattoo.
It makes sense. But I heard, Doer, we can preview tomorrow's schedule as well. So if we want to pop that up, take a look at tomorrow's action.
We are ready to go. Look at that. They got that up for us.
What a day. We got G-Technic coming in hot right off the bat early in the morning. That's going to be a really good segment. And Chris is coming back on for the halftime show action. He's going to show us some G-Technic mixes that he's got. That's going to be interesting. Usually you get certified with G-Technic, and then he kind of gives you the scoop of the good stuff. He's bringing the good stuff to the halftime show tomorrow. Then who are we going over to, Dewar?
We got Scan Grip, okay? Now, if you are doing interiors, exteriors, lighting is the most important thing, in my opinion. You know, Scan Grip, we're going to have some amazing stuff. I haven't been told of any new drops or anything, but, you know, they may be lighting up the day with some drops.
They're going to light it up, but first, Detailed Roadmap's coming before them.
That's right. That's right.
Our friend, Chris coming in with Detailed Roadmap. They're going to talk about some hot websites, and I think he's going to roast my website.
Oh, most definitely.
And,
most definitely.
He just made me a brand new one, so he's going to, you know, there was a give and take there. He can roast mine live, but you got to give him a new one. So,
was your old website an example of what not to do?
You know, it just had some, he's going to show it tomorrow. I don't know. I'm not on that technical level I can share it with you, but Chris is going to bring the heat. He's going to tell you all that good stuff. Detailed Roadmap, fantastic company. He knows his stuff.
Okay. And then we also have our optical films.
Optical films. Our friend from Chicago, Car Supplies Warehouse, Chicago Auto Price. Jason Otterness started Optical Films. He's going to call into the TRCMA from live wherever he is. I don't know. You know, he's a busy man, so he could call in from anywhere. But he's going to call in him and Eric, I believe, from Optical, and they're going to give us the rundown on that hot film technology.
And then you have us again.
We're back, bringing the arts and crafts, all that good stuff. But then we go into the afternoon. Who are we kicking it off with?
This is a hot afternoon. Our favorite human being, Abon, is going to be here. Like he's bringing the heat.
What a guy. He came on our podcast a couple weeks ago and gave away like 30 freaking sprayers. It was a good time.
If you didn't win one of those sprayers, you can pick them up on the sale.
He went full Oprah on that episode. You get a sprayer, you get a sprayer, you get a sprayer. He was going crazy.
I was looking under my chair to make sure there wasn't one sitting there, to be honest.
For sure.
And then
before we move on from IK, we went over to Sydney Bray Gwynn's garage yesterday. I got a video we filmed where she had some problem getting at the foam, the IK Foam Pro 12. Shot a little tutorial on how to fix all the problems she was having. We got it foaming good, took her to Foam Town. It's a good video. Stay tuned.
Most definitely.
And speaking of Sydney Bray Gwynn, she's coming back tomorrow with Buff and Shine.
Can't wait. We have the pastrami sandwich master himself,
Justin Lobato,
boxer extraordinaire. I don't know if he likes sandwiches. I have no idea. I'm just making that up.
I bet he does. He looks like a sandwich
guy. But they dropped the edge guard earlier this year.
Dropped the edge guard. They got some fantastic stuff coming in from Buff and Shine. Always a good time. You know, that kind of stuff. I love Buff and Shine.
And then to finish off the day, we have Stoner Car Care.
Lovely friends over at Stoner Car Care. I wish they were here. Because we just filmed episode 99 of the Cleaner Cast. Stoner Car Care was episode 1 2 years ago.
That's right.
And I was going to film episode 100 with them live here at some point. But unfortunately, you know, Rich had a little accident. They won't be making it here live in prime time, but they will be phoning in. And I'm sure with a great presentation.
I think it was a trampoline-related incident. But either way, with trampoline, you can bounce on over to the Rag Company site.
Bounce on over.
And they have a special edition garment going on. Do you know what it is, Jamie?
I think it's a TRC shirt. Big 25. We need to get our hands on
25 years
of high quality microfiber action.
That's a lot of towel talk.
That is a lot of towel talk. That's a lot of years of. How many towels have they sold in 25 years? I bet it's
so many.
Crazy.
Like
astronomical.
Going from boxes in a garage on a shelf
from this massive
to
what do you call this? The Mecca.
Compound.
Yeah, this compound here, full studio. They got the MVP store across the road now. It's crazy.
And we had the Junkman doing all kinds of videos back in the day.
I don't
know if you remember the Junkman videos.
Then Ivan and Levi used to make some crazy good videos. That's where I learned a lot about rinseless washing, that kind of deal.
This was
Fisher came in. We learned good stuff over the years here at the Rag Company.
This is Ivan pre-bus.
Pre-bus.
Okay.
Yep.
Like he probably had a physical location at that point.
Yeah.
So,
He's probably still in the shop. Yeah. Could be. All right. Well, we're winding down here at the halftime show. Do we have any comments, questions, concerns? We want to keep you up to date, all that good stuff. So bring it on in. Drop your hot questions, and we're going to maintain you here.
Yep. In our last dozen minutes or so here, again, recapping, if you're just joining us, I'm Alex. He's Jamie. We're the Cleaner Cast. Here at the halftime show for the Rag Company Media Access Show.
Yep.
their take on the trade show industry, if you will. It's a lot more intimate than SEMA because it's right under their roof.
We bring the show to you.
That's right.
In your homes.
Yep, that's right.
So it's up to you to stream on all the devices.
Yep.
Make it bigger, better, badder every year with all that interaction from the good people out there.
Yep, tons of work that they're doing. Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
So hat in front of you. We had Stjarnagloss this morning. We had Jack from across the pond showing off his fantastic products. And, you know, really brought that one car he's working on back to life.
You know, the 2 years since he debuted here in the U.S.
Yep.
I think it's going pretty good. Everyone loves Forced, all that good stuff. Loves the snow foams, that kind of deal. Bringing the UK style back to the US.
Yep.
Bringing the high quality waxes. That's fun stuff from Stjarnagloss.
Most definitely.
Definitely go check them out. If you haven't tried them out, definitely a brand worth trying out.
Yep, for sure. And IDA dropping some hot information.
Yeah.
There's a couple IDA certified people here, if you will.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And because you can start out with your, I think it's your skills validated. You can be a certified trainer.
Yep.
All that good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's a great group to be a part of if you're in a business, have employees, don't have employees.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I think Anthony and Levi have had a big hand in helping that organization get established through the years. So.
And I think Anthony did a lot of the motorcycle stuff. With them. So I've worked on a few motorcycles myself. I don't know if you've worked on bikes.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
They come in
and Anthony rode his motorcycle to work today.
It was quite cold this morning.
It was about 3 degrees Celsius. I think that's 37 or so
about
Fahrenheit.
30 degrees. Yep.
I don't know if you would have been wanting to ride a motorcycle today.
No, I wouldn't have made it. I've been frozen solid on the bike. Game over.
Yeah, we had a great night at our great friends at Home to Sweets by Hilton.
Sweets. I mean,
did we hit up Chip Cookie last night?
We finally got us some Chip Cookie action. About
they
had
of
a cookie did us in. So powerful.
They had stock, which was the most important.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, our friend Jack didn't make it this year to buy all the cookies, so we had some room there to get some ourselves.
Is that what did it? Is that what helped?
Yeah, that's what helped.
Okay,
Jack came. Justin came.
Yep.
Justin is here till Thursday, I think. And we got all the chip cookies to ourselves.
Yeah. The next couple days are going to be hot. So,
for sure.
But yeah, running out with Buff Brite. If you missed him, we did a really neat skin. What else was he doing with Levi?
Who's that? Tom.
Oh,
they were doing the Buff Brite, fur reel demos. You had Levi spreading out the hair again this year. You got that crazy bag of fur. Fun times.
Yep.
And we got the bag, the vacuum filter. Got the polisher lights. He's got all kind of gadgets, man.
So
Tom's got it all.
Chris, I'm asking the hot questions here. Can you call my work and let them know I need to prioritize TRCMA this week?
Yep, we sure can.
I can
Send
make
us
that
the
happen.
DM of the number.
Yep.
Me and Dewar will call them up, and we'll give them the full rundown of what's going on. Yep.
I think we should call them right from Anthony's phone.
Definitely.
Directly.
We'll
his
call
direct
them straight from Fisher's phone.
Yep.
It's going to be a good time.
Most definitely. So, but, if you are stuck at work, maybe have those tabs open in the background. But I think they should have just booked the week off. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, for sure. This week is the week to do it, especially when the show is bigger.
Yep.
Full 8-hour days, start to finish.
Yep.
Non-stop. No breaks this year.
Yep.
I mean, they're keeping it entertained, energized with pre-recorded segments, this and that, while the next live segments get set up. And it's just really become a phenomenal show.
And nonstop, Chris is nonstop bringing the heat with his solution finish here.
You know it.
I love that stuff. It works so good.
It's the best trim restoration product in the entire industry. Gets it done every time. Yep. And he developed a phenomenal product over the years.
Yep, using those no soaks is a great option.
Yeah,
and then
their new no soaks, pair up perfectly with it, like he demonstrated. He's a big fan of it.
Yep. But this morning was fun. Light, airy, and
got a good breeze coming in
keeping
right now.
Keeping us fresh on our feet. Our good friends at Brooks.
Brooks running. Shout out to Brooks. Yep.
Rocking the Brooks here. I think you've got a pair on as well.
Yep.
But that extra snap in their step. So this has kind of become a fashion statement event.
Especially now that we stand up here at the halftime show. We like to keep it energized, keep the blood flowing, that kind of deal. So we're having a good time here.
That's right. So and you're staying hydrated with what there.
Our friends at PepsiCo, you know it. They're keeping us hydrated. They keep the refrigerator stocked, all that good stuff. And it's fantastic.
And I think it's a blessing in disguise that they're out of stock on the Mountain Dews we had last year, because those things
they worked. They crashed. Good.
They made us crash so hard. But what I want everyone else to do is go crash the TRC website.
That's right.
With that great sale going on.
No promo code needed, dude. You just head on over there. You buy what you want to buy, 25% off TRC and the Ultraline, all that good stuff. High quality microfiber, 20% off everything else. Get you some frostbite.
That's
Get
right.
you some rehab.
Ooh.
If it's still in stock, it might be sold out at this point. I know it was hot. It was a big segment yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
there was some great smelling products yesterday. I think you dropped a video. I think JB dropped a video. JB's part of the T1 Grandambassadors right now.
Yep.
I think T2 Grandambassador applications are opening up real quick.
Yep, a few tips from us, the previous winners. He's kind of our eaglet in training, if you will.
That's right.
And
That's right.
He's off to the races, man. We don't even have to babysit him no more. He's got it down pat.
No, he's ready.
He's coming in hot, trying to go for that 2024 Grandambassador Championship of the Year.
He's ready. And a shameless plug for the PNS team. We did a fun little TikTok yesterday.
We sure did.
So,
she had us dancing.
How many takes did that take us, Jamie?
That was my first actual TikTok. I think it took us about 2 or 3 takes to do a TikTok. That's a tongue twister.
I mean, we were in the presence of greatness. Okay.
Yeah, well, she had Bob dancing.
Who did we
she
have?
Had Dave dancing. She had Keith rolling across the floor there with the
and then
chair.
we had what?
Huh?
We had Keith.
Yep.
Bob, then we had Bob.
Yep.
Then we had Dave.
Yep.
You and I.
Yeah, that's it.
Dancing like goons. So
doing the TikToks. We're official TikTokers.
That's
now,
right.
everybody.
That's right. So hashtag dummy viral. Hashtag viral.
Head over to PS, TikTok, all that good stuff. Go check out the video. It's a fun time here at TRCMA. What else we got going on?
So, Luke Berge.
Shout out to Luke Berge. That's the real deal right there. Head over to my channel. We're doing daily vlogs. I'm staying up late editing these vlogs, people. So
I woke up after our. Oh my goodness! What is this?
Oh, we got a special guest. It's the floor cleaner. Dewar's favorite floor cleaning device.
Yep.
I wish
they upgraded the steering wheel
Canadian
amenity
license plates on it. They sure did, just for you.
Yeah.
Premium steering wheel.
That was
Viper
great.
logo. Gabe's back. What a time.
What do they have to do, Jamie, on the website? There's a little bit of this shape.
Thumbs up button you can smash, that like button, all that good stuff. Interactivity is what keeps this show energized and going. Gets it out to the masses. A share always helps. A comment helps. Like, all that good stuff.
Yep.
And that'll get us all going.
But yeah, JB, he's been making us
proud.
Shout
out to JB.
Yep. I love hanging out with all my friends here.
Last year he was just kind of a random guy in the comments. He was very interactive, and this year he's full
more up
here
in the comments.
He's a big tall guy in the comments. Yeah, but he's now full-blown Grandambassador. He's got his own podcast. JB's killing it out there.
Yep. So a little bit of sidetracking here. The door's closed. Secrets are inside now.
Look, this is this is the Dewar shirt.
Yeah, I'm the one not wearing it. I didn't even order one.
This is a Dewar slogan: Eat, sleep, high spot, repeat. You can get over that at Fake Detailer.
Most definitely.
That's our t-shirts for our podcast channel. Go check it out.
So we got Mr. Viper Chair himself. Lex Garage. See you later.
He's still here. Why is he still here?
I don't know why he's still here.
He doesn't know how to drive this thing.
No,
stalled out
either way. But we're glad that you're still here watching the halftime show.
I'm still here. Me and you are here the rest of the week. We're bringing you all the up-to-date information you need to know schedule-wise. We clean the floor in the afternoons. I edit a daily vlog. We got it going on, Dewar.
That's right. That's right. So
here at the big show. Dang.
If this...
What's going on, buddy? Come over here, help us end it.
I'm just trying not to get run over.
You all cooped up in the podcast room.
Chris M here.
Staying hydrated.
The floor scrubber needs spoke wheels, air ride, curb feelers. The only way that TRC can afford to do that is by taking advantage of what this week, Dane?
What, Dane?
What
can they take advantage of?
What could they take advantage of?
Maybe a big 25-year anniversary sale?
That would definitely...
That's crazy,
That would tickle my fancy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
my fancy needs to be tickled.
Who was the first person to realize that this is the 25th year?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because we completely missed it.
Yeah.
And we see microfiber 99 all the time.
I couldn't tell you who got there first, but it is one of those fun things where it just hits you one day and you're like, oh yeah, should have planned for that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It would probably look a lot smarter if we did that. Being
kind of a big deal, Dane.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Maybe we'll figure it out when 50 rolls around. We'll have a better game plan.
Pretty impressive for a little
25
microfiber
ain't bad,
company.
though, I gotta say.
Yeah, that started in the garage. It's an amazing story, the Rad Company.
No, it's been fun, and I prefer this to just being alone in the garage answering Reddit comments. Yeah, this is definitely a little more exciting, I gotta say.
I'd say so, yeah.
Not
Full-blown
anything wrong with
studio.
answering
It's
comments.
crazy now.
Because,
pretty freaking sweet. Well, Dane, we're wrapping up here. Yes, sir.
Steal your iPad at the end of this.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can just hang around for
Alex,
another 2
teach
minutes.
the other Alex how a real Zamboni driver does it. So, Jamie, I think you have a bit of a social media channel that they may be able to watch some vlogs on.
Yep.
Let's give a plug for your channel.
Jamie the Cleaner. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward there, Dewar. You just head on over there. I got some daily vlogs, all the good shorts and TikToks and Instagram reels. I'm pumping them out, keeping you up to date on all the TRCMA action. Dewar, we're winding down here on day 2 of the halftime show. We're about to do a little tour of the TRC campus.
Yep. Most definitely.
It's going to be a good time on this today's daily vlog. So,
so
that's what we got going on. So up next is Detail Factory coming in hot at the top of the hour.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it.
I am beyond looking forward to that. I know on their socials they posted
it's very colorful.
They posted a teaser. We're not moving that camera whatsoever. You got to wait 32 minutes.
You don't.
But a couple days ago on their socials, they shared a picture that was really 90s vibe, you know, with all the colors. And people were trying to zoom in on the picture to be like, what in the world's going on? And all I saw was, you know, hang upside down, squeeze the water out of it. Alex used to squeeze some, skill into his driving with those freaking Zamboni.
And just like that, squeeze right between the camera. And we're going to squeeze on out of here, Dewar. We're the halftime show, the Cleaner Cast, representing. We got Dane here. Everybody get in here for the group hug.
Yep, there we go. So
we'll catch you tomorrow.
We need to send it back to our amazing trivia host, Aaron.
Hi, everybody.
Wasn't that an amazing show? Jamie and the Cleaner Cast always put on a stellar show. Well, what we've got up for you now is a dose of trivia, TRC edition. How many times has TRC moved its location? If your answer to how many times has the Rad Company moved its physical location to wrong, the answer's 3. Tell us, what was the first year TRC participated at SEMA? The correct answer is 2017. Which participant won our Cheap Car Challenge? We'll get back to you with that answer after this message.
Hey guys, Andrew Rag Company, and welcome to a long-awaited garage tour where today we are somewhat lost here in a woodsy area in Essex, here in the United Kingdom. But I found this cool-looking garage, and I think that there's something even cooler behind this door. That was the slowest open in all of history. But this should look like a familiar face to you guys. We have Jack from Stjarnagloss, and we have his cousin, Alex.
Nice to meet you.
Nice. Well, guys, this does not look, I did not expect it to look like this from the outside of this building.
Okay.
This is absolutely insane.
You like it?
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. This is the ultimate Stjarnagloss garage tour, essentially, right? So give me the rundown. Give me the lay of the land. What's going on here?
So this is the Stjarnagloss content factory, but more importantly, it is the pure detailing, which is Alex's business. This is his home from home. This is where he's getting his cars meticulously polished. I'm going to give this to Alex because this is his space.
This is your space.
Yeah, this is obviously the space where business goes from. And should we have a walk around?
Yes, I would love to have a walk around. So how we do this, Alex, is that I'm going to ask you some questions about what you've done with certain things around the shop, and we're going to kind of answer that in segments because people at home watching this may want to do something like this for themselves, right? Yeah. Jimmy was in here just a little earlier, and he was asking you all sorts of questions on how you were able to kind of put this together, and I'm sure many people want to know watching here on YouTube. So first and foremost, this is amazing, but what's the size of this space? Do you have any idea?
I think around 1,200 square feet. Yeah, it sounds. I'm not too sure.
It seems bigger than that. I'm guessing that this has got to be, I don't know, 20, 25 wide by I don't know how much deep. I mean, what do you guys think? Watching here on camera, what do you think of the size? It's got to be something over, well over 1,500, maybe upwards 2,000 square feet. But okay, well, that's not important. All right, so we have a rough size. How many, I guess the big question is, how many cars can you fit in here?
To work on, like, as you see, there's 4 cars in here at the moment, comfortably. We've had 7, 8 in at a time.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah, it depends on working on them and obviously just having them in for a sort of storage overnight.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I guess the first thing we'll ask here, because the most obvious thing to me is what's above us. So what did you do for the lighting here?
To be honest, all the lighting is the hex lighting, which is in most sort of garages. The only difference is obviously we put the straights in for on the outside section.
Yeah.
And then as you can see in the bay, we've sort of gone more sort of, I don't know what you'd call zigzag, sort of just sort of mixing it up. We wanted obviously the straight lines at the front to give the height. Okay. And sort of break the front of obviously the main detailing area to the actual bay.
Yeah.
The bay is obviously sort of our focus, sort of focal point of the unit.
And what's really cool about the lighting is that I want to highlight something is that you do have a panel over there that can activate each individual section at a time.
Yeah,
right?
We wanted sort of control from by the main door.
Give us a quick demo. We'll just kind of show you guys what we mean by this. Oh yeah. You could really set the mood. A lot of options there. Yeah, right. Light a candle. I mean, we're ready to rock and roll. So okay, so we've covered the lighting, which is amazing, and then for the walls, right? Everything is very beautifully bright white, but you also have some really cool. I mean, that looks like art in the back there, and then you also have a lot of black.
Yeah, it's sort of a lot of detailing shops are black. Black is good for scratches. So obviously see scratches.
Yeah.
It just looks dark, like
small as well.
Yeah, we wanted it essentially to look like a dealership inside here, but to obviously still function as a detailing company.
Yeah.
The bay is where majority of like the correction goes on.
Yeah.
So it gives us space, but it means when customers come and get their car, all they want to do is take photos in there. They turn up. Obviously, we take the photos of the cars in there before and after. But all they want to do is take photos so they can have their wallpaper on their iPhone, whatever. They just want the photos of the cars. They look so good in there.
It needs to be social media friendly.
Yeah. So do you have a color? Is this just a bright white, essentially?
I think I'm not too sure.
Okay.
It's white emulsion, isn't it?
Oh, what, the walls?
Yeah.
Yeah, white emulsion.
Okay, all right. All right.
Big tubs.
It did the job, though. And so because the color temperature in here, it's definitely got more of a brighter white color, right? It's not a warm white. It's a nice bright white where you're able to really see everything, and it really kind of just, I mean, it makes this place glow, right? So going back here, we do have some black on the walls that I want to cover, as well as this awesome, is this a mural? Did somebody paint this?
So anybody that follows Stjarnagloss on Instagram may remember the lady that does our modelling for our twin sets, Misha. She is also a tattooist and a graffiti artist, and she's also started doing engraving for Rotiform. She's blowing up. She's huge. Her main job is tattooing, but she got back into graffiti recently. Saw her doing some work on social media, and I just thought, mate, you've got to come down. So she did this in, what was it, a day and a half?
Yeah, a day and a half.
Everything hand graffiti. There was a little bit of both of our logos are stenciled on because she wanted them to be perfect, but everything else is freehand graffiti. And I wanted to add something just to stand us apart from. Don't get me wrong, Alex has done a beautiful job with the lighting. Like, I love the way that we've got zigzag lighting, and as he said earlier on, the black against the white, contrasting. But ultimately, it's black and white walls. We needed something that was going to pop, something that was instantly recognisable. Oh my God, that's the Pure Gloss Detailing Factory.
Yeah.
That is the main purpose of that mural. So we've got the fuel can, which is our hero product.
Yeah.
We've got a bottle in the middle, which is affectionately spraying BDE, Big Deck Energy. And then the bucket on the right for Alex, because he is the one that's on the tools, using the products day in, day out. Yeah. And then she's tagged it down the bottom right. But it's the difference of this is cool and oh my God, this is home for us. Like, we know where we are now.
It absolutely, like, literally 100% takes it to the next level. I mean, like, the vibes in here are good with just the lighting and the walls, the floors, but like that is the first thing that catches your eye in the back, and I gotta go, well, what's that? And I'm also thinking, how do I get my car from the US of A all the way over here, right, to park it right here to get a dope picture for Instagram or something?
It's one of those So obviously, because we're shooting this video, we haven't got the music on, but rather than just having a set of earphones or a crummy speaker in the corner, like Alex has spent some proper money on a good sound system, so it thumps. So it really is, you want to be here, it's not work. You know, it's taken that, out of it, and you come in, you crank the tunes, you're working on beautiful cars in a stunning environment. I get it, I get why he's here until 11 o'clock every night. Obviously I can't do that because I've got kids, but the amount of times he'll ring me at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, I've just left the unit. And I always think, oh my God, he's putting it, but he doesn't want to leave. Why would you want to leave this place? It's amazing.
Dude, it's fun.
Especially, and the type of cars that Alex gets in. For somebody that's only been in this industry 18 months, who else has got £1 million sat in their detailing shop at any one time?
Yeah, no, it's insane.
Last week, he had the Gunther Works Porsches in here, they're £1.5 million each. Like, the amount of trust that people have in this man, because he's been in it such a short amount of time, but it's because he puts in such a shift. I'm giving props to my little cousin.
You are, and you're doing a great job. I think everybody watching this is clapping as well, because this is crazy.
And give him a little follow on Instagram as well.
Yeah, give him a follow. So come back over here on this wall here. I just want to talk about this really quick here. So we got Pure Detailing here, name of the business. We have, there's the graffiti artist there, slash tattooist, slash friend of Jack's, everything model. The amount of detail in this, guys, is nuts. It's not like something that's like a blur from the back there. I mean, everything is shaded and shadowed, and you have all sorts of cool, like, I mean, hearts and everything, X's and O's, and like, you know, hash marks and all sorts of stuff. I mean, that's just so, dude, it's so freaking cool. Yeah, you guys knocked it out of the park. So, all right, so from here, we've talked about the walls, right? We have black on the walls here. I'm guessing this is a satin, kind of matte black?
Yeah, matte black.
Matte black, okay. And then we have the white over there. We have the graffiti on the wall here. So let's talk about everything on the floors.
Flooring was garage style. You will see they do a lot of work in the UK. I know they are in the States now starting to work.
So garage style is what it's called?
Yeah, garage style.
Okay, garage style.
I've just done Jake Paul's entire garage.
No way, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, so they did full flooring, came in. Obviously we've got the vented floor tiles all outside here. Provided obviously the skirting boards that you see around the whole unit. And then
Alex's Pure Detailing's colourway is silver / grey and black. And obviously Stjarnagloss is the Porsche Mint. So that was the border to sort of solidify the collaboration, was a bit of Stjarna, a bit of Pure, and then black for the rest.
Very good, okay. Because the flooring, I think, takes it to the next level, right? But you guys aren't doing any washing in here, correct?
No.
So all the washing is done out front, which we kind of shot a couple of videos out there. They have a Krenzel set up there. They'll go and pressure wash everything out there. And they do have drainage that runs right in front of the building. So everything will drain off there, go to another area, and then this will stay nice and clean. And so you don't ever have to worry about mold, mildew, anything like that getting underneath the flooring, right?
I suppose you could do wet work in here, but it's a very flat floor, so it's not set up for drainage at all. So if you brought it in, there'd be a good chance that it would be there the next day underneath the floor.
Yeah. Or if you needed to, I suppose you could always like cut out a piece of the tile right there and sweep it into the drain, right? That'd be one way to do it. But for the most part, everything coming in here is going to be clean after being washed, and it's going to be ready to go. So let's talk about what we've done with some of the decor in this place, because I see some stuff that catches my eye, and I think this is pretty freaking cool, right? Because of Jack, because of the way you guys set this stuff up. You have the fuel cans up there, limited edition fuel cans, right?
So where we are in Elsenham, where we've got the manufacturing and the warehouse, we don't really have a place where we can put our hero products. Yeah. So when Alex built this, and obviously wanted to make it kind of a collaborative thing, I thought, perfect, there's somewhere I can put the one-off cans that we've had made. Yeah. So the one on the far right is for the Saab, because that's Porsche, black, grey, and then gold, same as the wheels. That was the can that I made. Alex's mum bought him for Christmas, 3 years ago? 2019, before he even got into detailing. Yeah. And then the second from most recent, Cantini. This is one, so we did a open day a couple of years ago, and we did a charity fuel can. Basically, did like a bid. Yeah. And Alex was like, I'm taking that can home. So I think he paid way over what he should have. But that was the can that he bought from that. And then the pink one, we had that made for a competition, and the winner never collected.
No way.
I fell in love with that can, so I was like,
they're gonna chime in now. They're gonna say, it was me. I won that can. I want it back.
find us.
They will come and find you.
And then on the underside, so we recently had the pleasure of maintaining the Guntherworks 2 993 Porsches that they sent over for Festival of Speed.
Yeah.
So to celebrate that, I wanted to have colour match cans. So we have a bubblegum pink against the carbon grey, because the naturally aspirated car was bubblegum pink and covered in carbon fibre, and then the turbo car, what they affectionately call the Tornado, is orange and carbon fibre, so we did contrast in black against the orange livery.
Very good.
And then, yeah, the new Formorgan backpack that we've got, that's just out to display, obviously. The finest microfiber accessories.
Of course.
And
I don't know if that was here when we first came in, but it's there now, right? Yes, and it will stay there. Put that in. More microfiber. So I guess, because I see this over here, and I see this setup over here, which is also...
That wasn't there this morning either.
What? This is also very aesthetically pleasing. I like seeing all of this. It's just... Because I was asking before, these aren't necessarily products that you're selling, right? It's just kind of just a quick little display, right?
Yeah,
sets
exactly.
the vibe.
Again, just to sort of solidify the collaboration, just to have it here. I like to think that the product is aesthetically pleasing. Obviously, Alex is a great ambassador for Stjarnagloss as well, because I think everybody that he tells that he cleans cars, he also tells them that his cousin is Mr. Stjarnagloss as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's just got some heroes out. And also, one thing that I wanted to highlight. Thank you very much to Pro Detailer magazine, because they recently did a feature on Alex's space, and he is also the front cover of their newest edition.
No way.
Yeah, recognise the flooring.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty sweet, man. That's awesome. Sorry, I hope you don't mind. I was just spraying some of the Stecada in here.
Just you can pay for it later.
Wait, hold on. I thought those first 3 sprays were free. But what I think I like the most about this place is, it's like, I've been to a lot of detail shops, right? And a lot of them are, they're crazy, working, high volume shops, and things get away from people, right? Trying to keep things clean, trying to keep things tidy and all of that. But the way I look at everything in here, it doesn't look like things will ever get too out of hand, hopefully, right? I mean, hopefully you guys will stay up on top of it. But what do you guys do to try to keep the shop clean and maintained, and keep all of the squirrels, pigeons, and these little beautiful dogs out of here? Well, you can actually keep the dog in here.
To be honest, we've worked in other spaces before. I hate mess. So when we built this, it was designed that it never gets dirty. The storage room out the back stores all the products, all our tools.
Okay.
So essentially, this is like a showroom in here.
Yeah.
We have one trolley out for some machine polishers if we're just sitting on the side, but I don't want any clutter on the walls. I want that when you walk in, you see lights, flooring, and cars.
Very good.
It's their eyes drawn to the cars, not I've got all my compounds, all my pads just everywhere.
Yeah.
You intentionally didn't put spaces where you could lazily put stuff on and not put it away. So as you said, the trolley on wheels, that's the only thing that's ever out.
Yeah.
And when he said it, when he initially built this place, I was thinking, God, it looks a little bit bare, but with the cars in and a little few hints, it's just enough, and it does, as you say, it looks super clean, super simplistic, but rightly so, the eye goes to the car, which is what the customer cares about.
Because myself, at least, I mean, I'm not good with horizontal surfaces, right? So anything that is flat like this, I will set something on it, right? And if it's not flat, right, I don't care. I'll just continue stacking things, right? So that's kind of my enemy, but what it looks like around here is that there's not a lot of space to be able to do that with, and everything is so nicely organized that you wouldn't want to set something and obviously forget about it. But you do have a storage room in the back in which you basically load up all the product that you're using for that job, wheel it out here, use it for that job, and go straight back in.
But
that's sweet.
Unlike 99% of other people, the storage facility is normally the dumping ground. That's as aesthetically pleasing as it
is.
Bottles lined up, all facing the right way.
Yep.
Everything's perfect. Like, have a look. It's just as pretty as in here.
I think we will. All right, so we just entered the front office area here, and this is the storage room that Jack was talking about. And so, like he said, everything here is nice, neat, well tidy. So Alex, you'll pull product from here, put it on a cart, and wheel it out there, right?
Yeah, correct. So for me, I wouldn't say I got OCD, but I just like things being clean. So you'll see all our polishing lights, all the chargers, everything from all the IK sprayers, your Kosh Chemi products. Obviously we use a few other products, it's not all just Stjarnagloss, depending on what job needs to be done. Obviously all the Stjarnagloss products are all blind. We we try and keep everything in order. So your wheel cleaner, your fuel, your force, your snow, so everything from your 5 litres to your 1 litres. It's just trying to keep everything as organised as possible, having towels just all put away nicely, all the pads just put away.
Oh, nice.
So
Very
then
nice.
when you sort of look in every drawer, everything's got a space to go, and you're not just putting stuff for the sake of something in a drawer. Everything's got a place for it to actually live.
Yeah.
And a fridge full of energy drinks.
Yeah, there's
and
also
a fridge full of energy drinks. Right on. Very good. So, no, I like it. This is the first kind of concept like this that I've seen of all of our garage tours that we've done. Most of the working shops will have everything that they need right next to them on the floor, but again, the trade-off is that it gets messy, right? And this is still such a manageably sized shop that walking over here isn't too far.
No, it's not. Like, people will say, oh, you're wasting time coming here. It's less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, it is.
And if you're organising, you know what you're doing, you're not coming back here every 2 minutes.
Yep.
You pick your pads up, you pick your compound up, and then you go start working polishing on cars. And if you need to come back, then you come back and get something. But it means you're not just leaving everything out on the side. And if it gets out on the side, it's getting dirty. Whereas we finish a pad, we have a storage out the front for all our pads, dirty pads to go in before we clean them. But they're all put away in a cupboard, so customers aren't walking in going, there's just dirty pads everywhere.
No, it's very clean. Like I would, if I were to come inside here, obviously TV here, if I were to come inside this shop with my vehicle in here, it's gonna make me feel like, you know, it's getting the real showroom treatment, and I really like that about it. So you got this beautiful Porsche in here. You got this Bentley over here, which is, awesome as well. It just kind of does something. Like right when we open up the garage and I saw it for the first time, I'm like, all right, this is something pretty special. So I guess at this point, right, the next question we usually ask in these tours are, what plans are next? What are next for, you know, the design, any changes, any add-ons, anything like that?
I would love to continue with the graffiti out the front.
Okay.
Because the wash bay ultimately is just a forecourt outside. It's concrete floor. I'd love to inject a little bit of personality out the front. Thank you very much. In fairness to Alex, this has only been open, how long have you been at this? 6 months?
Listen,
Not even
maybe 3-4 months.
3-4 months since the door's open. So it's. I don't think the next thing is in mind just yet for him. I think what I would love to start doing, so we're very, very lucky to have a huge space out there, like 1,000 cars space. So we're definitely going to get some events going on down here.
Yeah.
We would love to do some training days. But yeah, for 2.0, it's a little bit early in the day yet to say what that's going to be.
No problem. I can't really think of anything else to do. Actually, I can't think of one thing. It'd probably not be the most helpful thing in terms of productivity. But see this black space right over here? See this? I keep thinking there's a TV there, but there's not a TV there, right?
So you want one?
And so I think I want just a nice mounted TV with like a kind of an angled thing. And then just throughout the day, you maybe just have like F1 in the background without any audio, right? So that way you're not super distracted from the music that's just bumping through the whole place.
We might need to put a Rag Company Rising Sun in there as well somewhere.
Somewhere, right? Ooh, can you just do a graffitied one? In like the teal color and have it be like drippy, like it's like you could tell it's obviously being graffitied, like it's kind of got runoff.
Yeah, sounds good.
And you can put that right there if the TV doesn't work out.
Just wanted to take a couple of seconds to say thank you to all the brands that helped make this thing possible. Gary Style for the floor, Viper Chair for the chair, Flex Tools for keeping us polishing. Huge thank you to Misha for doing the wall as well, the centerpiece of the whole space. If you've got any product that you want to see in here, just feel free to send it to Alex.
All right, very good. Free plugs, right? I think we know a company that makes some pretty cool teal colored towels, right? That kind of match and yeah, you know, there's a few.
Obviously, the Rag Company for the microfiber, and also we mustn't forget Lake Country because they've been good to you, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've looked after us a lot.
Very good. Well, all right. So I think that's pretty much going to round out our garage tour here at Pure Detailing / the Stjarnagloss / showroom, right? Something like that.
Pure Gloss Detailing Factory, we like to call it.
Pure Gloss Detailing Factory. Guys, thank you so much. This has been absolutely amazing. We love seeing this kind of stuff. I think you guys have a very bright future ahead, and can't wait to see what you do. So as always, if you guys enjoy these garage tours, whether we're on the road or back at home, please make sure to give us a big thumbs up, subscribe down below for more, and stay tuned for more videos right here at The Rag Company.
And just know that I love you.
Which participant won our Cheap Car Challenge? The winner of the Cheap Car Challenge was Dane. Yay, Dane! And we appreciate you joining us for today's trivia show. Now on to the main event, TRCMA. Take it away, Dane!
Well, welcome back, everybody. And this is the second half of day 2. That's right, 2 of 2. And we are ready for the afternoon of TRCMA. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to the first half, getting to see all of our friends from across the pond. We got to see Cousin Alex and Jack in that video. It was great to have Jack on. And then all of our other guests that we had on today. Now, this week, we've got a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to be kicking it off with Detail Factory, Ego, Rupes, and Stinger. Now, to recap, again, we had Stjarnagloss, the IDA, we had Tom from Buff Brite getting with the dog hair. We had Chris West from Solution Finish. And if you missed it, the Grandambassador Trivia, you're going to have to go back and watch it. But do that later when this day is done. So we are going to be kicking it off first, of course, with Anthony over in the White Room with Detail Factory. But again, we couldn't do it without you guys. I want to say thank you for all of you tuning in. Stay tuned and keep those questions coming. Dane's in the control room fielding those and moderating. And we really appreciate everything you guys have done so far. We couldn't do this without you. And a big thank you to Jeff and Carolyn Hennon for helping us put this on. And as always, make sure you guys like, share, comment, and subscribe. And please give us thumbs up. We need those because it's going to get out to more people and they're going to be able to see it. And then we're going to do a lot better and we're going to really appreciate it. So without any further ado, let's go over to Anthony in the White Room with Detail Factory.
Levi, thank you so much. Do you guys have any idea how excited I am for this segment? This is by far the most colorful segment thanks to Detail Factory and Brian Tabor. What's going on, dude? Hey. Thanks for coming out, man. Are you excited?
Yeah, pretty excited.
This is going to be sweet. So, Detail Factory, honestly, one of my favorite brand partners that we have here at the Rag Company, specifically for all of these amazing accessories and everything they've created over the last several years. We've been working with Detail Factory for, I think, what, 5 years now?
About 5 years.
About five and a half years now since we started this beautiful relationship, and everything that's come out along the way has just taken things to the next level in terms of detailing and ergonomics and everything in between. So, Brian, I could talk about Detail Factory all day. I probably will talk about Detail Factory all day, and we have a ton of color here on the table. It's like somebody took a paintball gun and went to town. But I believe before we get to all the candies and all the different, desserts here on the table, I do want to know a little bit more about Detail Factory's background and history for people watching right now. So how did Detail Factory actually start?
Well, one of my guys, we were an engineering company years ago, and one of my guys had the idea to make a detailing brush, and came to me and was like, hey. And
here's an idea. Sounds kind of crazy, but let's try it, right?
Right. So I gave him a budget, and he developed it and put it on the market, and the rest is history. Yeah, we had that first brush for like 3 or 4 years, just it. And then started making new brushes, different brushes. And coming out with an awful lot this year. Not only the color, but a few different things here, and then later on in the summer. So,
awesome upgrades. No, it's funny because I remember the very first Detail Factory brush that we received, right? And this is back when our first sample was sent to us, little, I think, vanilla envelope or whatever it was, and there was a little card in there, just a little business card that said Detail Factory on it. And me and Levi grabbed this brush, and it was the ultra soft bristles, and we look at it and we go, dude, like this is nice, right? And I had seen Jim White's videos, right? So Jim White Details had been testing out the brush in his videos, and this was, guys, years and years and years ago. And he was using this on door jams, he was using this around emblems, he was using this on soft piano black interior trim, and things that typically nobody was using a brush on for the reason that there was really nothing soft enough to be able to safely clean those areas and really lift the dirt and remove everything. And you guys kind of changed the game there with bringing this essentially makeup brush style bristle to the detail industry that is not only extremely chemical resistant, but it's also extremely durable. So as a plastics company, right, what is it like to create brushes for you guys? Is it fun? Is it exciting? Is it kind of like, what can we create next?
We enjoy it. We have an idea for something that, like a gap in the market that needs to be filled. And then we do some research and pretty much make a ton of different designs for brushes that would fill that gap and prototype them, and then you know, we test all those prototypes. And from there we pull things from each unit, and that goes into the final and sort of massage that down.
So. No, absolutely. So it's kind of a similar process in which you go through with towels and the testing and whatnot. It all kind of starts with an idea. Sometimes it's like a napkin design on one thing or another, but I would say how far the brand has come, again, with making small but subtle changes to certain things that have just kind of genuinely improved the process along the way, right? I mean, starting from your basic brush, right? Essentially, the first brush was this, not the tri-grip brush, but it was a standard gray brush, all plastic. But one of my favorite things about it was that it had that perfect weight distribution right there below the handle, to where you can literally balance this brush. I mean, let me see if I can do it on camera, see if I still have the magic touch here. You could balance this brush right there on your finger to show how perfectly the weight was distributed, so it maintained the comfortability in your hand, but also didn't offer any like stress on your joints and stuff. Now with the tri-grip existing, it's even taken it to the next level. So I know there's a ton of people in the comments that they want to know what's going on with the different colors. They want to know what's going on with the brand, all the new products. So I think really we should start jumping into this, because I want to be able to answer those questions. So Brian, a unicorn has thrown up on our table. I don't know what's happening. This is insane. So talk to me about the colors. What's going on with these?
Yeah, we had the idea last year to come out with a color line, because really not many people have vivid colors in detailing. So we named it Octane, and these are the first 5 we selected for that line. And my personal favorite's the teal, but so it's pretty much all of our legacy products, just in the color combination.
Now with a twist, but I don't think that people realize how important color is, because in detailing, color is more than just aesthetically pleasing stuff. It's color coding your particular tool for that job, right? And so this now allows people to say, hey, this essentially unicorn brush right here might be for this particular style of tire, or maybe this style of wheel, or this is going to be my dirty jobs brush. This is going to be my own personal brush on my own cars that aren't super dirty, and they're going to be able to try to give a job for each tool. So I guess starting with a couple of these colors. The brand is Octane, or I guess the brand is Detail Factory. The sub-brand of that is, I guess, for the naming of this is Octane.
Correct.
Do you have names for the actual colorways?
Yes, we do, actually.
Okay.
Like the pink and blue is Underglow, and Riptide is your teal.
Like that.
Yeah, we have Solar Flare, which is
sweet. Yep.
This one's called Ectoplasm,
so
and
cool.
Then Black Ice for the white and black.
I don't know what I love the most, but I mean, I'll tell you right now, the thing that I'm most drawn to is probably the ectoplasm. Seeing this black and this awesome lime green, it just stands out to me. And the camera, I'm looking at the camera right now. This is not picking up how vivid this brush is in person. Seriously, it is so lime green, it's crazy. All the colors just look absolutely just amazing. So starting from, I guess let's go with some of the older legacy style brushes, right? Going with the tri-grips. Let's talk a little bit about that now in the new colors. So we have the long handle and short handle. You said teal's your favorite color, right?
Yeah.
So how do you kind of talk about these? What do you recommend these brushes for?
Just general interior, exterior detailing, trim, your upholstery, shampooing, things of that nature. Smaller jobs, unless you want to take a long time. So
this is a detailing brush, right? What's in the name? Detail, right? It's about the details, and this is going to be a brush that's going to take care of the details. So on an interior, right?
Correct.
We have panels that meet other panels of plastic. Some of them have an overhang, some of them have a ledge, some of them have a recessed area. What happens in those areas? We have dust. A lot of dust buildup, right? This brush, a little bit of interior cleaner, it's going to clean out all of that, right? Using this on vents, it's incredible. Using on envelopes, it's amazing. I like using it around window trims and seals and all of that. And this is something that I genuinely think that everybody needs in their arsenal, especially in the ultra soft line, just as well as having maybe a few of the boar's hair options as well from Detail Factory. But these are awesome.
Yeah, and we're keeping the boar for now with our standard handle.
Standard line, perfect. Yep, that's hey, totally understandable, totally fine. So then from here, right, we have some other options that have now kind of expanded even further. So we have interior, we have our barrel brushes over here, which now have the new colorway, which is super awesome. And we have 2 heads on these barrel brushes, right?
Correct. Yeah, one a scrub head and a plush head for.
So what I tell people is that the scrub pad here, right? Grabbing this. What was this one? Underglow.
Yes.
Right, Underglow.
Correct.
So grabbing the Underglow version. So the scrub pad is going to be ideal for wheels that have not been maintained in quite some time or need a really deep all the pictures on the wrong phone. This is going to have some really good scrubbing power with the style of microfiber that this is, and it's really going to be able to get in there and take away a lot of that grit and grime. Now, if you haven't noticed, Detail Factory already made another improvement to their barrel brush here with adding
double snap.
Double snap. So this is going to be a massive improvement. We'll show you guys that here on camera. So previously this had a single snap with like a zip stitch coming around this corner here. And so what they've done now is done a double snap to keep this nice and rigid and to keep this from actually wiggling at all whatsoever, even when it gets heavy and wet. So having this is, massive improvement. It's made a big difference with this brush. Another cool thing I like about it, look at the flexibility that this brush has. This brush has a ton of flexibility to it, and it's able to really kind of get in those nice tighter areas. But the one big thing is that you want to make sure that your rotor to wheel gap is going to be wide enough to be able to fit this in, right? So if you have massive GT3 rotors, this might be a little bit tight, but if you're on a standard everyday car, then you're going to be absolutely fine. So an absolute, just amazing brush to have. So this has been a hit, but you know what's also been a hit?
What?
These new fender brushes. So we kind of have to bring this up, handing you your favorite teal color.
Right.
So where did this idea come about?
Pretty much, we just wanted to make a short and long handle brush for, you know, getting into different areas on your car to clean. Fender well, undercarriage, whatever, and just put a nice medium stiffness bristle on it. But yeah, it came out with these wheel brushes, I think, last year.
So I'll kind of grab this one right here just to kind of show you. So this is the wheel face brush. Again, another kind of medium stiffness bristle here. It is going to be safe on almost all surfaces, and it's something that's going to provide good scrubbing power, but also something that's going to be able to hold a lather really well. So in all of our testing here, I was actually using the IK Foam Pro 2, which is going to be our mobile foaming sprayer. And as always, I'm a big fan of loading my brush with foam. So I'll take my foamer, I shoot it into my brush, fill this up like shaving cream, right? So if you've ever seen how people, people do shaves, they want to load their brush up. I load my brush up the same way, so I have instant lubrication, but I also have instant cleaning power because now my chemical is at the foremost front of my bristles. And so I go in there, I start cleaning, and it's just a tremendous experience. This same process, but on your fender liners, right?
Right.
Let's be honest here. How often do you clean your fender liners? Before this, how often did you clean your fender liners?
Not often.
Not often?
No.
It's not a fun job.
No.
Right?
No.
And this is something where you can use the fender brush if you want to. You can also use the barrel brush as well, depending on how much wheel gap you have, right? And also depends on how well maintained those fender liners are. So you can shove this up in front of a tire, put some more cleaner on it, and make your way around between the two. So, yeah, amazing. Now, another big thing here is going to be these bad boys.
Right.
You have the curveballs.
Yes.
Did you guys, be honest, the curveball, when you guys first launched this, did you think it was going to be as successful as what it was?
We weren't sure. I had high hopes for it. I could see where, it would speed you up versus something like this on a large area job, but I didn't realize it would do what it would do, or I didn't expect it to do what it would do.
Well, because there's a particular person out there, which we'll talk about his other brush here in just a second. He was taking this beautiful brush, right? This pristine, amazing brush, and he was taking this. What was he doing? He was shoving tire dressing down into the bristles and using this to dress his tires. Do you know how many people had tears in their eyes? They're like, that's a $40 brush, and he is using that to dress his tires. Is that guy out of his mind? He wasn't out of his mind. He was onto something, because this does work really, really well as dressing a tire, before dressing a tire. But when you feel this, you go, I don't even think I want to use this on my car. I want to use this on myself, because
it's pretty soft.
That is oh my God, it's like it's the most buttery smooth thing that, I mean, I think in this whole line up here, this is the most buttery smooth thing. I could sit here and pet this all day, right? What I want is I want an animal made of that. Do you know where I can find one of those? No. I think it's gonna be like a mythical synthetic animal,
right.
Something like that. So, no, everything else on here is great, but let's talk about this. So this is actually.
It's a collaboration with
OG.
Yeah, with Obsessed Garage. This is a wheel dressing brush. They gave us all their tips and pointers on what they wanted in it, and we designed it and made it, and it's launching today. So
that's awesome. Yeah, this thing is super cool. So you actually see the grip here. They have the OG Hex logo in there, which is great. And then also now the synthetic fibers over here are now in all black. So you're not going to see that staining when you do apply your dressing to the bristles themselves. You have a really nice ergonomic grip that's going to be thicker here, feel more comfortable in the hand. And I think that you guys just did a killer job on this with OG. So a great collaboration. Now, couple other new tidbits here on the table.
Right, yes.
I want you to, what the heck is this thing? This wouldn't be very comfortable in my hand, right?
No. So this was a user comment generated item. We just made a drill brush and popped our large bristle set into it. So now you can chuck that up in a drill for cup holders or, whatever.
I got to give credit. So Kyle, right?
It was one of your guys the first time.
Yeah, Kyle, one of our friends here at TRC. So he was actually one of the first person to show us kind of this action with the original Detail Factory brush. And really, there was no chuck on it. It was just shoved into a drill.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was literally just shoved in there. But it worked really great for cup holders. And then now with you guys actually, working on top of that and coming out with the bit here, for cup holders, this is insane. And the reason why is that once the spinning action happens, the fibers flare out, right? Just like that. And they're able to twist and clean the sides of your cup holder, right? With your favorite cleaner.
Right.
And it's like, you ever seen the movie Dune? You haven't seen Dune? All right. Have you seen the Dune 2 popcorn bucket?
No.
Okay. It's like that, but the reverse of that, right? So instead of sticking your hand in, this thing's cleaning everything on the way out. It's kind of like the plumbing effect, I should say, right? On those cup holders. So pretty incredible. So now on top of that, we have
just a detailing pick set is what we call it. If you have cracks or crevices you want to shove a rag in, pry body panels, interior body panels to get behind them, things of that nature. They're also actually good for like sticker removal on your paint, and the black ones are a rubber material, very stiff rubber material. It's Shore 95, and then we went with our hard plastic that's on the rest of our products.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was rubber.
Yeah, it's just a really stiff rubber in case you want to, get on it and don't want to tear anything up.
A shot of my face here, Jimmy. I'm gonna hold that, and just the shock and awe of knowing that this is rubber. That is crazy. And so each one of these is gonna have a hole in here, so you actually hang this up on your pegboard or however you want to hang it out. But I use plastic body clip things for all sorts of different stuff, right? I use them for not only popping, tabs, but I'll use them for plastic pop clips, and I'll use them for prying different areas. The fact that you guys have made a high quality pry option now with this really cool rubberization on here, this is going to be great for cleaning out cracks and crevices, but also just, even just me being an auto guy and like working on my car.
Anything, yeah.
This is super freaking cool. Actually, I think we got. Is that what I think it is over there? Mr. Gabe Garcia, thank you so much. We were friends over at Flex, right? For providing some awesome tools here. Let's go ahead and get this thing chucked up here. Lock this down. That's so sweet. Now, you guys would normally be freaking out, right? Like, this has got to be hurting Anthony's hand. Not at all. This is giving my small yet soft hands a massage that I'll never forget about. That's awesome. That's Brian, that is super cool. So I mean, I don't know what else to say other than I'm so thoroughly impressed. I'm so stoked on these colors. Everybody that's walked past here, the Grand Ambassadors were actually drooling because they thought that these were all scented and flavored. And I had to slap their hand away and say, hey, hands off the merchandise until after the show, right? You can chew on these all you want. But unfortunately, they aren't scented. They aren't flavored. Please don't stick them in your mouths. But please do use them to detail your vehicle. So, Dane, we've been talking for a little while. I want to know if we have any questions over there in the studio.
We do. We actually do. There have been several people asking about the availability of brushes, but let me go down from the oldest to the newest. So we'll start at the bottom here. And of course, easy one to answer, will TRC be stocking all the new colors?
So we will. I believe at this time we're launching 2 colorways right now, just to kind of keep things manageable at first. But I do know that we will eventually be bringing on the other 2 color sets as well. Just keep in mind, this is quite a few different SKUs, and so I believe on the website we have 2 colors ready to rock and roll, and then the rest of them you can pick up from detailfactory.com.
Correct. Yes. You know, you all got the pink and blue and lime and black.
Which is, those are, so the pink and blue, I don't know why. I don't even, like, honestly, pink, I don't even like the color pink. The blue, color blue is okay, but that's the brush I am most drawn to.
On screen, it looks like the original Spider-Man outfit, is what the color scheme looks like.
Maybe that's what it's triggering.
It looks like the classic blue and red on screen, but in person, it's a little more pink, but it looks like classic Spider-Man.
I think it's triggering like a core memory for me or something like that. I don't know, but I mean, I see this brush and I go, I just want to pick that up and rub it, as weird as that is. So I mean, but yeah, we will have the rest of the colors in stock here sooner than later. Just as of right now, we're launching with 2 just to try to keep things manageable and to give you guys a little bit of variety in the meantime. So.
Right. Now, I have Hans Klozen here. He's from the Netherlands, but he's asking, will the new colors be at Wax Stock? So that would be UK show.
So I think it really depends. If I believe John Hull, Clean and Shiny, right? So Detail Factory distributor. It's going to depend on what he brings out to Wax Stock. I believe he typically does representation for Detail Factory over there for you guys. So if he's out there and brings as many colors as he can, then I'm sure they will be available there, Hans, for sure.
Okay, and then of course Carlos here also asking, are they available in TRC right now? I believe they are.
Yes.
And oh, here we go. One who shall remain nameless. How are those fender well brushes on carpeted fender liners? I know that can be kind of a pain.
No, good question. I think that they're stiff enough to be able to work well on carpeted fender liners, and I think what's really cool about them is that with typically carpeted fender liners, if you can knock off a lot of that dirt and debris while it's dry, it's a huge help, right?
Right.
So, Brian, this is going to sound kind of janky, but do you know what I do with this brush on carpeted fender liners?
What?
I just whack them.
Oh, really?
I just, like, straight up, dude. I just kind of give them a good couple taps right here on the side of the brush, and I let a lot of that debris just start to fall down. And then from there, you can actually dry brush them to remove a lot of that debris that's sitting on top, and then pressure wash them out. Right? Because what's going to happen is the second you introduce water on top of that existing layer of dust and dirt, it's going to start to get really muddy really fast. It's going to really work its way into the fibers even further. So if you can just lightly brush it, tap some of that dirt out, and then pressure wash it and clean it with your favorite cleaner, it'll go much faster.
All right, then I've got Ronald Lokers here saying, when will the Detail Factory products be restocked on the European site, and will we get the new products? So this would be more EU-centric.
So as far as the stock, I'm assuming you're talking about Rag Company Europe. And Rag Company Europe, I don't have an answer for you on that, but I do imagine that they will be stocking the new colors here soon.
So probably have them reach out directly to Patrick then.
Yeah, I'd reach out to Rag Company Europe on Instagram. It might be a fast way to do it, or you can email them and try to get a quick answer, and I'm sure they'll get back to you within the next day.
Okay. Then I've got Enthusiast with a challenge. He wasn't feeling the same way about the brush for use in a particular way, but maybe you can convince him, Anthony. Enthusiast says, I'm sorry, I don't get the curveball. I tried the tire dressing and I don't see it, and tried on interior and preferred Scrub Ninja. I ended up using it as a wheel face brush on gloss black wheels, probably because it's just so gentle and you want to use it for that kind of thing. But what do you have to tell about that? User error, or is it just a preference thing?
It's a so a brush is a brush to many people,
right?
And you're gonna find things to do with that brush, right? I'm trying to think of a weird analogy, and I can't right now because I usually like to work in analogies, but I can't think of one. So I'll just say there's different strokes for different folks, right? This is the easiest way to say it. So some people might like to use a brush like this for using to clean their gloss black wheels. Some people may like it for tire dressing. Some people may like it for interior. Personally, I like this for interiors because I like the amount of lather that it builds. Because of the abundance of these synthetic fibers here, I find that the lather builds quicker, it builds faster, and I'm able to really kind of start working those suds around and really start using this to the best of my ability without having to introduce more product, right? So when you're whipping up shaving cream, right? A barber only needs so much shaving cream to actually cover the whole face, right? Same thing when it comes to like a leather seat, or same thing when it comes to like a plastic dash or a door panel. You only need so much product, and then you can start working it around, build that lather, and actually start spreading around the door. Some people will overspray things, sometimes you don't need to. I will tell you right now that this paired with PNS Express Interior Cleaner, it's Sud City, right?
Really good.
There is enough foam there. You could slip and slide on that interior for days, Brian. It'll look like you have had one hell of a party inside there, right? Depending on how you look at it. So I will say that, right? Interior, this is my go-to, but for you, this may be a go-to for your wheels.
All right. And then Aaron here kind of following up the same. Which brush did they say you could use for tire dressing?
This is the one that many people were using, but this is the new one that's been now in collaboration with Obsessed Garage, which is going to be the new tire dressing brush in their lineup. So this is what they helped design, and things pretty cool.
And to answer the question here that was about the OG brush not available, that was going to be an OG exclusive, I believe.
I think it is an OG exclusive. Were you guys selling this on DetailFactory.com?
Yeah, we'll have it on DetailFactory.com, and then Obsessed Garage is pushing it out to all of the retailers after that.
Okay. Yeah, and so this launch, what's kind of cool about this is, while yes, here at TRCMA, this launch is happening with us here at the Rag Company, it doesn't mean that this is just all just Rag Company stuff. I mean, Diesel Factory is a worldwide brand, and so these products are going to be available from other distributors as well.
All right. Then I've got Daffler here, who's in the building, but sure, why not? That drill brush looks sweet. Will the next iteration have a handle to snap on? What, like, so you can turn it into a regular brush? Like it's just
Dabbler, we will talk about this.
Cover?
We'll talk about this after, right? If we're going to talk about any, we need you to sign a small contract called an NDA, and then we will talk about some design options. But keep that comment to yourself. Moving on.
Right.
Now this one is probably actually for Tim back in inventory, but the pick set showing sold out on the TRC website, is that correct?
That is a fantastic question, Jamal. I will ask the team, or hopefully I'll have somebody chiming in, and Tim Cormello can check on that to see what the stock situation is.
Yeah. And then let's see, we've got SH with, I wonder if you would need to put an extension on it to use the drill brush. I don't think you have to, but maybe you could.
If you got those Stanley Cup,
yeah,
recessed. If your cup holder is a foot long, then possibly, but I think that this with your drill is going to fit into any standard cup holder 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it has plenty of reach.
I actually think the length of this is perfect, because any longer, then you might get a little bit more wobble to it, right? You might put a little bit more stress on the components there and wear this out faster. So I think that this is a perfect length for that.
Nice. Then I've got Chris M here. I bought 3 of the new color brushes to match my Columbia Bugaboo jacket.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah.
Hard in the 90s paint.
Matchy without the scratchy. Honestly, if I was a superhero, I know this sounds kind of dumb, dude, I'd probably have 2 of these bad boys over my back like this, and I would walk down dark alleys and I'd beat the crap out of bad guys, right? I mean, like, this could do so much damage to the right person. Anyway, sorry about that. I kind of got off track. Moving on.
Brush pool. Let's see. We've got details of me. The drill brush appears to be super soft. Is there enough bite in the bristles to do real cleaning?
What do you think?
That's really the idea, is that it's a soft brush to be used on your interior, in a power tool. I would be I would be nervous even putting a bore on it, to be honest.
Well, and the reason for that is that you got people in the detailing industry, right? I love them to death, but you got people that will try to do things with products that they shouldn't, right? So if this was a stiffer bristle brush, I already know that they would be like, well, I use this on a full piano black interior, and now I'm stuck with swirls everywhere because of this brush, and it's your guys' fault. Common sense isn't something that exists, as much as we would hope sometimes. And so this right here, I think it actually is a kind of a saving grace to where if you were to use this on piano black, at least it's not going to cause any marring issues.
Yeah.
All right, and then this one's kind of an interesting one. I don't know how you feel about this, but Jason Love asking, will custom color options ever be an option? So somebody come up with something. It's probably MOQ, right?
If you show up with a bag of cash, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, if they want to buy enough, sure.
There you go.
I think if you come in with like a duffel bag of money, I think a lot of things can happen,
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got, oh boy, here we go. Anthony, avoid making jokes. One who shall remain nameless. Let's talk about stiffness. How do larger brushes compare to each other? Example, interior scrub brush versus wheel well brush versus wheel face brush or tire brush, etc.
How larger brushes compare to each other. So,
It sounds like he's talking about these.
Okay.
So
actually, I'll pull this one out right here.
Yeah. I mean, this will, being that the bristles are longer, will have more flex to it, kind of feel a little softer. This is a hair stiffer. Part of that's the shorter bristle, but part of it's the diameter of the bristle. And then these two are really stiff.
So the tire brush, I got to give credit where it's due. You guys have made an insanely good, tire brush. I mean, everything from the larger handle version to the smaller one. I don't think it gets better than this.
Good.
I think that everyone would agree. Jamie was around here somewhere just he's actually trying to sell people on brushes, right, that already have them. And I go, Jamie, they already have one of these. And they go, yeah, they need more, right? And he said it in his beautiful Southern accent, which really got a lot of people convinced. So, yeah, no, amazing. And Anthony didn't even mention the large tire brush. Yeah, well, hopefully there you go. That answers that for you. Large tire brush. I have KO2s on my truck. Right. BF Goodrich KO2s. Nobody likes cleaning off-road tires.
No.
It sucks, dude. I hate it, right? That brush changed the way I felt about off-road tire cleaning, right? I used to hate it. Now I kind of enjoy it. Weird enough.
It's acceptable.
Yeah.
Now I got Fred here, good friend Fred. Is the screwball able to clean tires, or is it not stiff enough?
I would sort of shy away from that. That has a bore bristle set in it. The screwball, yeah.
I feel like the rubber kind of pulls the...
Well, that and depending on the chemical they're using, being a natural fiber, it could dissolve it. So.
Yeah, true.
Fair enough. Now, Joey on the other end of the spectrum here. Curveball is great for lathering shaving cream on the entire body before shaving for aerodynamic purposes. Thank you for that, Joey.
I haven't tried it yet, but I mean, you've piqued my curiosity.
Now, Johnny Shield agreeing, curveball brush is perfect for leathers and door cards. Leather like Joey.
Awesome. Yep.
We've got, Anthony didn't mention the brush, he did. Roland saying, will these brushes come over to the EU? If so, any idea when? Much love from the Netherlands. Okay, we did address that one already as well. But to answer again, got to talk to Patrick. How do they get in touch with Patrick, Anthony?
They can reach out to the Rag Company Europe. Go to the Rag Company Europe's website, theragcompany.shop, and you can head to the contact tab and you can shoot them an email, and they will get back to you usually within about 48 hours, which is pretty cool. So these will eventually make their way around. This isn't something that's going to be a U.S. exclusive, I don't believe, right? So these will eventually make their way around. I mean, really, I guess I want to know, for all of you guys watching, comment down below, because I think, Brian, you probably are curious, what's your favorite color?
Right, exactly.
We want to know what everybody's watching, what your favorite color is. I mean, I kind of already picked mine. I know Brian's picked his. Dane, do you have one? What's yours?
You know what? I was really liking the black ice. I like that one a lot. But
clean, yeah.
Additionally, the solar flare, kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like that too.
Sweet.
And you know, it's hard to pick just one, but I think if I were to pick one and it wasn't one of those two, it would be the teal. That's
Cool.
where I go next.
So I don't think Sydney Gwen has seen the teal version of this brush.
Oh no,
but
Sid's watching. She said she would stalk him in the parking lot and hunt those things down. So look out.
If there's somebody that pulls up in a red Jeep, start running.
Okay.
Right. I'll actually give you the keys to my motorcycle because
Gotcha.
I don't know if you could actually escape.
Right.
How quick she is. She will hunt you down, tie you down, and steal all of your brushes.
Now, Chris M here. Would the fender brush be suitable for engine bay cleaning?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that everything other than, I would probably say, the tire brush, I would feel comfortable using on my interior, no questions. Just, don't tire brush anything. Maybe like, I would tire brush like a, what's that called, like a reservoir cap? You know how like reservoir cap, like a brake fluid kind of gets built up around it?
Yeah, anything that's like a rough texture injection molded piece would be fine.
Yeah, I think so. What's cool is Brian being like a master of plastics. Like I love the knowledge because like he would go, yeah, anything that's injection molded is probably fine with a rough texture. I go, sure, I don't even know what the difference is, but I would say, yeah, anything that's just a dirty thing, sure, why not?
Now, I had a question here from DS. This is definitely a good one. Once again, it comes down to preference, but DS wants to know, what's the advantage of the tri-grip over the standard synthetic brush?
Really comfort. The tri-grip, your hand just naturally sets in it. Like, I don't know if you can see,
You get a shot there, Jimmy, there you go.
But comfort, grip, I mean, you're holding rubber with a really severe texture on it versus hard plastic with lesser texture. So that's really the only, difference. But you can see like our old tri-grip brushes, the rubber was color matched to the hard plastic. On here you can see the differentiation of materials.
So this is all, the black is going to be all your rubberized area right here. And what's cool is it's a textured rubber, so it actually has kind of like these, I'd almost say like chicken feet, right? So it's actually going to help with grip as well. So it's not just a smooth rubber. It feels really, really good in the hand. And again, too, you can also, if you get the right spot, you can keep that perfectly balanced like that. And this is a great party trick, right? If you go downtown to the bars and you do this, you might get a free drink out of somebody, and you might say, hey, look at this detail brush. They might think you're weird, and they might ask you to leave. But if you're lucky, you might be able to stick around and get a few drinks out of people.
And the most recent one I got here is Wilfred Gomez asking, hi, everyone. Any brush to clean carpets and or upholstery?
Yes. So as far as carpets and upholstery goes, I would probably say their interior scrub brush has enough stiffness to be able to get into carpeted areas. Sometimes you might want something a little bit stiffer, but I've also found that you can use the tire brush on certain fabrics without the de-pilling happening or having the pilling happening to where things start kind of getting all strained.
Use common sense.
Strand-like. Yeah,
Don't
use
go
common
crazy
sense.
at first.
But
Work your way up to that.
Interior brush was designed for interiors and plastic cleaning. So it's still safe on all plastic surfaces. Don't use it on piano black trim. Use common sense. But rough injection molding?
Yeah, but just any rougher texture.
Any rougher texture. Okay, gotcha. So this can be used safely, and this can also be used on leather as well. Don't apply a ton of pressure, but just common sense, circular motions, and this will work great on leather as well.
Now, a less serious question. Joey wants to know when the knuckleball will launch.
In development.
Okay, fair, good answer.
TBD.
Everybody else is just screaming different colors, so there's clearly a lot of variety there. I do have, not all the colors are available for the sale. What is the longevity for everyday detailer? I think that's a good question there. Something people could kind of just ballpark expect to get life-wise out of the brush. Maybe buy each brush if you kind of knew some last longer
Quite
than others.
a long time. Like, it's really a detriment to us, but when we develop a brush, we just make it the best we can make it. So it's going to last, as long as any brush on the market can last.
Agreed. Yeah, I have some brushes going on 3-4 years.
Oh yeah.
I still have some of the originals. From when we first started. Your guys' process for not only molding and even the adhesive and all that has changed over the years as well to be improved. So I have certain brushes that have held up forever, and I've also seen some detailers that have boar's hair brushes that are literally, they started this long, now they're this long, and it's been years, and they still use the brushes. So it just goes to show these are meant to last a long time. But I will say, just because again we have to start rounding this out, buy from the OG, right? Detail Factory has put a ton of work and has put a ton of, effort into making such an amazing line of brushes. And there are quite a few products, I'm not going to say who, but there's probably different companies that have kind of taken their design from them. Buy from the original. You're getting the real deal when you do this, because I don't want people to compare their, other sourced brushes to these, because it is not the same thing.
Right. Yeah, and our logo's on everything, so you'll be able to tell quickly.
You can't miss it. So anyways, Brian, thank you so much. This has been awesome. Dane, is that going to wrap it up for today, I think, for questions?
If you guys are on the way out, although I did have a few more questions, if you just had a moment, depends on your
I think we got room for one more, according to Nick in my ear here.
Okay, so let's try a simple one here from Hudson. Just wants to know what would be best for the inside of doors. So maybe you got some regular interior plastics,
this
metal to contend with,
or this, whatever floats your boat, whatever you like to stroke. You go like this way. Yeah,
and then
perfect.
The last thing was just wanting a close up on the colors.
Close up on the colors, yeah. Jimmy, come on, dive right in. Get in here, stick your head in it, and get a good whiff. I hope everybody smells their phone in this upcoming shot here. Oh my gosh. You know what you guys should have done? You guys should have told people to taste the rainbow, but I think that line is unfortunately trademarked.
Oh, and the very last thing I'll actually ask is there any chance of different pH products damaging the bristles on any of them? Stuff to look out for, just for people's own safety.
Not on any of the synthetic line. That's one reason we didn't put a bore on, the tri-grips and stuff. These can all hold up to pretty much anything you're gonna buy to clean your car. So
Good to know. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dane. And I believe the next segment we have is Ego.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. We're really pumped on that. Chris, what's going on? Good to see you. It was a very quick transition, and we like to do things quick around here. And what I also couldn't help but notice is that you were working the Flex booth.
Yeah, so there's a little bit behind that. A lot of people don't realize, but Flex and Ego are actually owned by Chervon. That's our parent company.
Sweet, okay.
So Chervon is one of the largest battery manufacturers in the world. And really, a lot of our battery technology actually comes from the Ego brand.
Okay.
Actually,
I had no idea, and that makes a lot more sense.
A lot of people don't,
And so I think it makes more sense, too, for distribution, too, right? When somebody goes to buy maybe an Ego product, they might walk down the aisle and they might say, there's a Flex product right there, right?
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
pretty cool as well. And so you're out here representing Ego as well. You've brought a ton of goodies.
Yeah, a lot of cool products. I think the real big thing here is, obviously, this is a detailing-related trade show.
Yep.
We're here to show a lot of detailing products. Flex has been in the industry for a long time, showing a lot of great polishers, and now we're showing all of our drills and stack pack systems and things. But what we wanted to do is start to incorporate some of our other brands like Ego into the detail market.
Absolutely.
And I think it started quite a while ago. There's a lot of detailers out there that have had our blower. And I think our blower really is one of the first things that kind of came to the detail market. And internally, we had a lot of discussion about how we can start making new products on the Ego line that would incorporate the detailing industry. And I think one of the big things that we thought of was every single person that has an Ego product probably has a car as well. So they're going to be doing basic things to their car, washing their car. You saw earlier Tom showing our vacuum, vacuuming the car out. Blowing it dry, blow drying your car versus, hand wiping it off, trying to get all those cracks and crevices and things like that.
Yeah.
So those are the type of products we wanted to introduce on the Ego side of things, and really let the detail market know that there's a lot of great products on the Ego side of things as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am so impressed with how far Flex has come in the last few years, right? And you guys with Ego as well. I mean, the battery technology, how everything has just improved immensely. I'll never forget that this last year, 2023 at SEMA, right? We're walking through, and me and Dane were going live, checking out the different booths and whatnot, and we walked past the kind of Flex Ego area, and everybody, right, on the live stream was like, stop. You have to go check out the stack pack system. You have to go check out all the cool new Ego stuff. And I was kind of like, has that much changed, right, within the last year? And the answer is Yes.
Yeah, we really launched a lot of products over the course of the last year. And I think, the Ego line, we have a ton of engineers that are always developing great products.
Yeah.
And we call this actually our lifestyle. So if you're looking at our website, which is Ego Power Plus, and you go to that website and you'll see in the lifestyle section a lot of these products that we're showing, because the bottom line, everything's going battery powered. I don't,
Everything.
I hate to keep, reiterating that fact, but our company is one of the leading companies in the battery technology, and we know it started in California, where they now have a requirement for any lawnmowers sold will be battery powered. I think it's after 2025.
Yeah.
But because of that, you have companies like Honda that are literally closing up their gas engine manufacturing. So we're ramping up. We're ramping up, making sure we have the products for the demand and the battery, side of things, not only in the lawn and garden, but now the detail area.
Yep.
And we got a lot of cool products. So
we have a lot to cover today, and so we're probably going to jump into it pretty soon. But I just will say that for the last, I think, day, we've had everything charging, getting everything prepared for the segment. But not just that. Like, this is the crazy part, right? All of our TVs and monitors that we've had here in the studio are being ran off of Ego batteries and the Ego inverters, right?
It's crazy. That's our new inverter. That's actually a 400-watt inverter. It works great for tailgating.
Yeah.
If you had this, this TV in the back of your car at a tailgate, you wouldn't have to run a gas-powered generator. You could literally use that power inverter to run TVs. And it's nice for little power outages, or even if you're in the car with kids and you need, you don't have those plug-ins. Maybe you want to run whatever off of it. It'll run basically anything except a polisher. That won't run a polisher.
Yeah.
But this bad boy will. We'll get to that in a minute.
We'll get to that in a minute. But it's funny because it was about I think I mentioned this on the podcast that we had on the Ride Company podcast a couple months ago at a power outage, right? Power outage lasted almost 6 hours, right? You don't really know how long they last, right? You think power outage, maybe 30 minutes or whatever it was. Turns out it was something on the power unit had snapped or broken, and the part was going to take hours and hours and hours and hours to fix, right? A full crew kind of thing. And so I was in darkness forever, and I was like, God, I have all these I have a couple of these Ego batteries. Yeah. That little inverter right there, I could have turned on a TV.
Would have been able to take care of it.
I could have put something on, and my daughter would have been happy, my wife would have been happy, and things would have been much easier. So you never know what's going to happen, but it's kind of cool to be prepared, and that's one of those things that people can get. So we're going to get a lot of questions.
What do you think the average power outage is? This should be a question in the comments.
God, I don't know. I don't know the answer.
3 hours. So the average power outage is actually 3 hours in the U.S. A typical battery that we have would be able to provide enough power for you to at least get, hopefully the power comes back on. So.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it is really cool, and I 100% agree with you. Everything's going battery powered, but just the technology, the developing of all these new amazing things. I mean, back in the day, people used to look at battery, chargeable batteries as like, oh, it's a lesser thing, right? Because it's battery powered, right? It's not the case anymore.
No, I think the biggest thing is like companies like us are developing products that are actually beating our corded products.
Yeah.
We want you to continue to buy our corded products. They're still great products, but we're creating battery-powered products that are meeting the demand of the user. So
yeah, no, I 100% agree. So, anyways, we should probably start jumping into some of this stuff.
Yeah, let's start with the blower, because that's really one of the highlighted products that we manufacture. Okay. And a unique thing I have here is actually a new piece that we just came out with. This is now available at our dealers.
Sweet.
Okay. It's called the AST 2000. It's actually an adapter. MSRP on it, don't quote me on this, I think it's $25.99.
Okay.
But it fits all of our blowers, and it fits properly. I think that's really what it comes down to. What we found was a lot of people were making 3D printed versions, which is fine. It's, a lot of people have these 3D printers, and you can create those things. We wanted to provide something that really fit properly and didn't blow off. And that's this. So when you buy this blower, this is an additional add-on. You will get a standard nozzle, which obviously a leaf blower, so you could use it for blowing your leaves. Yeah. But you can also use the blower for blowing off your car.
It's huge. So I'll
let you pull this. I know you've used one.
Okay.
But just pull the trigger and don't push the turbo yet. That's one of those things. I mean, there's a lot of air when you pull that. Now press the turbo.
What? No way.
So I like to do that, demonstration with people that pull the trigger on this, and I don't want them to hit the turbo right away. Because when you pull that trigger, that's what like a standard gas-powered blower is.
Yeah.
When you pull the turbo button, that's when it takes it to the next level.
I think I'm gonna take off.
Your face again, your mouth dropped. You're like, oh my God, that has a lot of power.
I should at least tell people. So I have the 530, right? And I've had the 530 now for, gosh, almost 2.5 years, right? It was my first Ego purchase, right? Fell in love with the Ego line, right? And I have the small battery, the 2.5, right? And I have the 530, and I actually, shot a couple of videos of me blowing off my car when it snowed, right?
Yeah.
And because that's a totally safe way and a valid way to be able to blow snow off your car without
don't do the
damaging
snow
anything,
rakes,
right? Don't do no. So I have the 530, the 2.5. I'm blowing snow off my car, and I post it online. It gets over 1 million views, and people go, "You can do that?
Yeah,
that's a thing that you can do. Nobody's ever. It's almost like nobody ever thought of it." And it's
that was 6 inches of snow too, at least on your car. I was like, wow, that's impressive.
Granted, it was a little dry, but I mean, the fact that my 530 with a 2.5 battery on it, right?
And you and I had this conversation yesterday. The 2.5 battery is definitely something that is a little bit smaller. It's easier to manage, but it doesn't provide the blower just quite enough power. This 5 amp hour battery that comes with this standard really gives you some true power.
Yeah.
The 2.5 is nice. It just doesn't run. Your run time obviously is just a little bit lower on that.
Yeah.
I know in the control room they have some of the run times for the blowers. Or the batteries. I don't know if we have it for the batteries, but you can go to our website and definitely see some of those run times.
Yeah, no, it's this thing feels like a beast. I felt like I was starting up a jet engine. So this is going to be one of those things that I think everybody probably should have in their arsenal. Detailer or just home hobbyist, and let's just say you like cutting grass and you like blowing leaves.
So this is another thing we actually incorporated into the blower. We had a lot of people that were building 3D printed holders for their garage walls.
Yeah.
We actually put it into our handle now. So all of our new versions have a little spot where you can just literally put a screw in the wall and hang it right on the wall. So it actually hangs like this because the majority of your weight's in the battery, and it'll just hang right on that wall. So
sweet.
Nice.
I do recommend probably drilling into a stud though. Don't ask me how I know. I've had bad luck with drywall. So anyways, we have some other amazing things on here. Now, you guys obviously have created, you have generators, we have fans, we have all this that we're going to be covering soon. But I mean, I heard something online, or I saw something about a bike.
Yeah, do you know anything about bikes? Or?
I know quite a bit about bikes, specifically miniature bikes, right?
Okay.
I'm a big fan of a particularly famous small bike that's one of the best sellers out there, but this is something a little bit different.
Yeah, we have a video we can roll real quick, and we call it the Ego mini bike, but you'll see in this video what it can do. That is the coolest. That is the coolest thing. I never expected that to happen. I'm like mind blown. It's so cool. I mean, that bike was something that, we have obviously a bunch of social media, groups, and so many people were commenting over the years, hey, we want a pressure washer, hey, we want a vacuum, we want a fan. We want a mini bike.
Yeah.
So we do listen to the market, and I think that's a great example of something we came out with. We had to show that, for you. I wasn't able to bring one here to studio because they are actually in stock at our dealers.
Yeah.
But because of the dealer demand right now, we weren't able to bring a sample here.
I get it.
We probably would have gotten in trouble if we had it here.
Oh, we would have gotten in a massive trouble. I would have probably been trying to wheelie up and down this area. I probably would have fallen, but I can tell you one thing. I did have a chance to go and feel one over at a local distributor here, and I walked up to this thing. I said, no way. I'm like, no way. Like, this has got to feel, it can't feel that good. I grabbed the handlebars, I grabbed the brakes, I looked at the dash, I looked at the way that the batteries are input into the bike itself, right, where your gas tank would normally be, and I went, dude, this is like the real deal.
It is.
It's not like some like little gimmicky toy. Like, there was thought put into that bike, and yeah, I'm a little jelly. So
the only thing, it's not street legal. It is designed for off-road, maybe in your neighborhood, those types of things, but it's not street legal. But it's just fun.
It's a fun
product. And you notice at the end of that video, we have 80+ tools now on this Ego line, which is crazy to think. Every single battery from your 2.5 amp hour battery will run all of this Ego product. There's no different.
And thank you for not
batteries
changing it halfway through, right? Because I was fully expecting to be like, all right, I bought my Ego blower like a couple of years ago. I'm like, well, we'll see how long this battery design lasts, right? Now I have to buy a different battery, but the fact that you guys all kept that in the same family is incredible.
Yeah, for sure,
so
for sure.
Let's jump into some of these other products here. I'm going to kind of get behind the table here, so give you some more room.
We can look at the fan here. This is just one of those things. I think, yesterday, even here up in the front office, it got so hot. And we put this at the door to try and bring in some of the cool air. Right now, we have it set on the low setting. I'm going to swing back here and kind of look at the control settings.
Okay.
So, you can clearly see where your battery is through the door here. And then there's a bunch of different settings. I'm going to slowly turn this up.
Okay.
And you're going to feel the difference as we're going up.
Oh, yeah.
So that's high. And then we got turbo. So, I mean, it is really crazy. I know people on screen can't see that, but just the power that's coming out of this. We also have a couple pictures that we can show. This also has a misting capabilities where you're able to have this, on your back patio, maybe at a baseball game or softball game. And just literally, it has a hose attached in the back. And this can just go right in your 5-gallon bucket, and you can mist whatever area you want. Obviously, when you're detailing, you may not be misting, but in a detail shop, I know a lot of these shops don't have air conditioning, so it does get warm. And this would be something that you could easily add to your shop to help cool it off during the summer.
Easily. Actually, really quick, Chris. Nate, would you be able to hand me that teal eaglet, or that teal Eagle 450 right there? You know how you said it's kind of hard to show people?
Yeah.
I'll just grab a towel and I'll kind of hold it, and then that way people can actually see what kind of action this thing has, because it is really incredible. So thank you, Nate. Appreciate that. So I'm just gonna kind of hold this right here. Okay. So we're getting a little bit of air.
So that's on medium.
Medium. Okay. All right. We're moving a little bit of air. Okay. We're moving a lot of air.
Turbo.
That's a 450 GSM towel, baby, and that thing just flew away. So
with one 5 amp hour battery on the low setting, this will actually move air for 60 hours. And that's like crazy. So
60 hours? You guys actually measured that? That's insane.
So they measured that. They know all the different times. Actually, I'm not even sure who turned it off yesterday. I'd be curious, whoever turned the fan off, how long or what the power was left on the battery.
Yeah.
I had it on medium starting in the morning. It ran basically all day. So I mean, and no one changed the battery in it. So it's crazy.
That's nuts. So a fan, I actually felt this when I was over at Obsessed Garage. They had this. They were actually using this to cool down their area as well in their office space. And I go, that thing's pretty sweet. I need to see what this is like for myself. So bringing this into the office, I was able to tell, like, okay, this is a really quality fan.
You grab this. I don't mean to walk in front of the camera. Say goodbye to your box
fan, right? Throw the box fan out the door.
Just a quick thing. If you are going to a ball game or you're trying to take this anywhere, it has a collapsible handle that you can roll it around very easily.
Cool.
So it's kind of nice.
That's sweet. So what I love too is, you have a lot of engineers that are thinking about a lot of things here.
Yeah, for sure.
At Ego, which is, I mean, there's not too many situations I've seen with any of these products where it's like, oh, this opportunity was missed here. Maybe you guys should have done this. You guys are covering a lot. I mean, between Flex and Ego, it's very impressive.
I mean, there's a lot of things on the drawing board, and I think we've always talked about this as we've come here as manufacturers. You know, we've told you, like, our projects are 2 years in the making. So we've been working on a lot of these things for over 2 years, and it takes time. It starts on the napkin, and then it goes to the engineers, and they develop stuff.
Love it.
This light here, we have a few numbers on the front here. 10,000 lumens, 35 hours of runtime with a 5 amp hour battery on low. That's crazy. And when I turn this on, I don't know if you're going to get the full range of how bright this is, but it starts on low.
Okay, all right.
So, you know, that's how bright this light is. I'm not going to stare at it. I'm actually going to move over here.
Okay, I'm seeing that's pretty dang bright there on the camera. Okay. The camera crew has started to squint. Jimmy is over there.
It's very, very bright.
He is squinting, dude.
You know, so it is super bright.
That's a ton of light.
We had our flex light that we showed yesterday, which is a great light as well.
Yep.
But this light, just you're able to use your Ego batteries, and it really illuminates the area. I mean, as a detailer, there's so many areas that you could use this light. I used it for cornhole.
This is the light that will solve seasonal depression, right? We're gonna get.
It's gonna give you.
We're gonna get this in the home of every person in England, right? And you know what? They're gonna feel pretty good here in the wintertime.
You can push all the different buttons.
Jimmy's laughing.
And it can give you the different. You know, if you want just one light on, you can change that. This moves.
So cool.
This moves all around, so you do have 360. You have a nice handle,
Sweet,
and then this also collapses.
Tucks away like that.
Tucks away into a nice little setup.
Sweet. That's sweet. I'm telling you, I dig this kind of stuff. It's not just the quality, but it's like the reliability. It's everything, and it's all in this really.
Everybody loves tools, and like that's why we call this our lifestyle.
Yeah.
Because there's so many areas that this can touch in your life,
100%.
not just at the shop. At your detail shop and things like that.
No,
but
it's me going in I have an attic, right? Like I built like a crawl. I don't want to call it crawl space. I put planks up above my garage, right? And I always go up there and I have like my headlamp, right? I have a little headlamp. I go, I can't really. I wish I had more light up here, right? This thing would light up that entire place, right? I could literally
sure.
I could live up there. And how many hours do you say it runs for?
On low for 35 hours. So
hours.
if you're in a power outage, this would be just something you could have in the corner and lighten up your area and have plenty of power.
It's nuts.
We actually had this next product. I have a story.
Okay.
So this is our power station, and we had a customer that purchased this power station, and he was in the rolling in California when they had the rolling blackouts.
Yeah.
And so at his house he had rolling blackout, but at his office he had power. So he would take the batteries to his office during the day, charge his batteries, and be able to power his house at night during the power outage. So. A lot of stories like this, so many different places this can be used. Obviously in the detail market, this is a 3,000 watt generator. It's actually on right now, so it's running.
It's running right now.
There's actually no noise, you know, and I wanted to bring out one of our flex polishers and go ahead and plug it in here.
Okay.
So you do have 3 different outlets. I know, you know, the Detail Mafia, they use these at Monterey.
Yeah.
They used them for a couple years. They put them in their wagon, and you know, Rennie and his crew are running, you know, polishers, literally
flex polishers
in the middle of a golf course, polishing cars up. So I push the plug button, I'm on, and right now you see it's telling me that it's monitoring this tool. I can get 51 hours, and as I turn this tool on, it's actually going to judge how much electric I'm actually using, and it's actually going to change. So right now, if I ran this tool, I would be able to run it consistently for 6 hours. The second I stop, it's going to jump back up. You do hear some small fans that start turning on the inside to help keep it cool, but that's it. The other thing that's really interesting about this generator, say you have someone that has a medical condition, they're on a machine that they can't lose power.
Yeah.
This you can actually remove a battery while it's running. So the unit's still running, I'm able to take this battery that may be dead, go swap it or charge it somewhere else, and literally bring it back and just put it right back on the generator, and it's still running. So that's a key component to our generator, is that you can remove the batteries and it never turns off as long as you have good batteries that are still have charge.
That is so sweet. Now this is a unit. This is an absolute unit. Just looking at this thing, and it is quiet because typically I think when people are camping, right, you are used to hearing a very loud generator that is waking up the whole forest.
I think when I look at the market and I look at a lot of these different generators that are out there, you really see a lot of generators that have internal batteries that are not removable. When those internal batteries go bad, it makes it a lot more challenging for the customer to have to swap those batteries.
Yeah.
With this generator, if you have a problem with your battery, it's just a matter of pulling it off and swapping that battery.
This is which battery is this?
So that's our 7, is that our 7 or our 10? It says right on the front, right here. That is our 6 amp hour.
6 amp hour, okay.
6 amp hour. We have a large range of batteries. I think they had a picture that showed our batteries right there. So that's all the different batteries that we have. It tells you a little bit of information. And these clips that we're showing are on our website, which is egopowerplus.com. And you can go and check out these batteries and see what works best for you.
What is it, 12 amp hour too?
12 amp hour, yeah.
Smokes.
We have a couple 12 amps that we're going to use in the pressure washer here in a minute.
Okay.
But I wanted to swing right here. Let's move this guy just a hair.
Yeah,
not much. Don't want to lose it. But we do have a couple different battery chargers. I think I wanted to highlight this just to kind of indicate to you, that all of our chargers are high-speed chargers. So right now with our standard charger, we have a 320 watt.
Yeah.
So a typical, just as an example, like a typical Milwaukee or a typical DeWalt cordless drill comes with a 60 watt hour charger. So this is a 320 watt charger that comes standard. And then we have all the way up to this big boy, which I believe this is the 700 watt charger. So this will charge your battery in double the, 2 times less, it'll charge it faster, bottom line.
Oh, absolutely.
This also has a Bluetooth capability now, so we have an Ego app. So if you have an Ego product, like you have this power station, or maybe you have one of our mowers, or this new charger, you can actually look at your app and see where your battery is as far as charging. So it can be in another room. You can connect to your charger and see where it is as far as how it's charged.
Crazy. Technology's nuts. That is pretty wild.
The other thing on all of our chargers that you hear fans running. And the biggest thing with any battery is to keep the battery cool while it's charging or while it's being used.
Yeah.
So it's very important that we use these small fans inside these units to help cool the unit and keep it cooler.
Yeah, 100%. That's awesome.
Really, the only other product out here that I wanted to talk about was the vacuum. I'll give you my rundown. Earlier today, I know a lot of people, let's take this off and we'll put it up on the table.
Yeah, of course.
So Tom with Buff Brite did show this off this morning with his vacuum attachments. This is a great vacuum. I don't know how many cordless vacuums there are on the market, but this vacuum is a serious vacuum. We really did a lot.
This is the real deal right here.
In it. One of the cool features is that it has a Bluetooth remote. So I'm able to literally turn it on and off. So once I press the power button on the main unit, which we got to put a battery on, that would be key.
No, that's okay. I got a couple right here. There you go.
So boom.
Perfect. Okay, you're in.
Now press my power button. Once my power button's on my unit, now I can use my Bluetooth right on my handle, and I'm going to be able to turn that unit right on. It'll come on a low setting, and then I can change that. So even give that a whirl.
No way, dude. That's wild.
I don't know how many times today you're gonna have that face. Even with the brushes, I didn't think you could do that with brushes, but you were impressed over there.
I'm living in the golden age of detailing, man. Like this is it. This is like I don't think it's get much better than this. This is like everything, all the new stuff, all the new tools, all the new accessories. I mean, towel technology, everything has just gotten so much better now to where, you know, a lot of the struggles that we had just a few years ago aren't going to be the struggles that we have here in the future. And the fact that we've essentially cut the cord on here, I mean, the car's not going to vacuum itself, not yet, right? But this is pretty close.
You know, I'd love to give the Rag Company credit because they invite all of us as manufacturers to come to this facility. You put this program on. And you know, we bring these innovative products to the market, but a lot of people don't get to go and participate at SEMA, where we launch a lot of these things. And this is just a way that we can highlight in a live video. You can ask us questions, people can type in the comments, and it's stuff like that that really makes this event a great event.
100%, 100%. This is way too cool. I mean, I'm looking over here. Literally, look at these attachments, dude. All stored here within the thing. My freaking attachments are falling off on my top of my vacuum, and I lose them all the time. This just gets all stored in here.
Everything has storage, and even on the back of this, we've got tailpipes.
You guys don't understand this, right? So look, the crevice tool. We never know what to do with this. Let's be honest. We don't. You don't know where to put yours. I don't know where to put mine. So it usually ends up kind of in the top of our vacuum or tucked underneath the handle weirdly. And this just goes.
Look at the tailpipes. So. You got tailpipes on this, but yet they're your extensions. So they store right on the unit. You've got the extensions.
Jimmy is over there behind the camera. He's drooling. He's just jumped into the Ego world. He's picked up the 765 is what it was?
The 765. Yeah, that blower that we showed was actually only the medium level.
Yeah,
I didn't mention that. The 765 is the next version up.
He just picked up the 765 and he came in here and he's like, you don't understand. And I go, I don't understand. I got the 530, I don't understand. He goes, no, like it's crazy. And so he's invested in the Ego world. So now he's looking at this probably like, oh man, this is nuts.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those great products. It does have a bag filter on the inside of the unit. You know, you definitely want to use those bags. This can be used wet as well. Obviously, you remove that bag when you do use it wet. But it also has a HEPA filter that is washable that's in there. So the air that's exhausted out of this is actually cleaner than the air we're breathing. Yeah. And I think the biggest point there is that you want to make sure that you take care of this vacuum to make it last for you a long time. And by using all of those, you know, different components is just going to make it last. We do have a that shows the runtime on this. Maybe a clip real quick. So here's your run times. And I know, you know, you don't want to be scared away here, but I think a lot of guys, that turbo is a lot. I don't think you always need the turbo. Yeah. And the biggest thing when you look at these times is understanding what a battery-powered product is. The time is only when you're actually running the tool. So the reason we put this Bluetooth setup here, that you're able to turn it off, is if you're in the car, you know, you're able to stop the vacuum when you're not actually vacuuming.
Yeah. So like, for example, if I have my cord plugged in on my current vacuum, I'm vacuuming, right? I throw it off to the side. I let it suck in whatever it's sucking on the ground, right? And I clean my next area, then I pick it back up and I keep going. But I mean, I'm wasting power. I don't need to have that thing going, right? It's loud and it's not doing anything for my hearing. I guarantee you my hearing is just gonna get worse the more I do that. So now you have a little bit more control over that, which is the way I see it is, you know, buy once, cry once. You spend a little bit of the money, you're gonna protect your hearing, and that way you won't have an expensive doctor bill in the next, you know, 30, 40 years, and you have to get a hearing aid.
Yeah, exactly. This vacuum really isn't squealing, is it?
No.
It's not that loud.
No, not at all. Invest in your health, invest in Ego. Here, just kidding. Okay, anyway, so we've covered the vacuum. What else do we have?
We're going to move over here to the next product. The cameras are going to get all squirrely here. They're going to get pissed that we're moving over, but
yeah, it's okay. Do that. It's okay. I think we have some pretty cool stuff to show over here. And I saw you setting this up earlier, and I am, I am very excited to see what's going on.
I wanted to get this all set up, but I think this, you know, we have a little bit of time left in this segment. I want to get through this real quick and show this off. There is the on screen, you can show the times. You know, they can show that while the cameras get set and everything. You know, and when you look at those times for this pressure washer, I think that's kind of what everybody asks. You know, the unit comes with 2 6-amp-hour batteries in a kit. And, you know, I think you pressed the turbo earlier, and a lot of times I don't think you're going to need the turbo.
I don't think you need it, no.
So
maybe off-road mudding, things like that. But, I mean, realistically, you could probably use the eco mode, and you could just wash a car like you normally would.
So I saw a lot of videos in YouTube, people that have bought this already and people that have done their reviews. And a lot of people were skeptical at the beginning. Why would I want a cordless pressure washer? There are so many times that you could use a cordless pressure washer. And I think the key point to this entire unit is the fact that you can suck water from a 5-gallon bucket.
You're sold.
Right there next to you, we've got 2 buckets full of water. He has on the end of the hose a weighted filter. So that weighted filter just goes right down into the bucket. One thing I will point out, Anthony, is the fact that you cannot, so from where the unit sits, you can't pull water more than, I think it's 18 inches deep.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that you're using a 5-gallon bucket or some sort of, you know, water system that looks similar to that. You just can't pull water from very far down below the unit. And that has to do with the pump and how it works and everything.
So you're saying that you just want to make sure that this is submerged, right? So
yeah, you just want it to be submerged.
Okay.
And things like that. The unit is running now. You hear a small fan turning, but it's very quiet.
Yeah.
It will obviously, the pump will kick in when we pull the trigger. We've got a couple different nozzles and different things. We do, you know, include all of this in your kit, but this is your standard nozzle. It all has its own place, you know, storage place.
People need to see this. You guys want to see look at this. Look at that nozzle. Rubberized tip there. 40 degree. Look at that. It's beautiful. That is just, God. I'm not going to shoot it at the car, Jimmy. I won't do that. I made that mistake once on Dylan Von Kleiss's truck, and I shot it at his window, and he looked at me like I was a noob.
So Bluetooth on the handle, that's the crazy thing. I'm going to start it on low. I literally just changed it by pushing the button. So it also shows you where your batteries are as far as charge goes, right on the handle. So you don't have to be looking at your unit. So this is low. I'm going to go ahead and crank it up one. So I think this is the setting that most people will use it on, which we call high.
Yeah.
But this is turbo.
Okay.
So I mean, it has serious power. 3,200 psi is, you know, with 1.2. When we first launched this, I was working with Jason at Car Supply Warehouse. He was one of the first people to do a video and see this.
Yeah.
And we were up at Lake Country's facility. And we did 2 cars. We used about 15 gallons of water. That was a full wash, wheels and everything. And it really doesn't draw a ton of water unless I'm trying to waste the water.
No, not
But
really.
maybe you got your side-by-side.
Yeah.
I know Connor over at MVP sold a unit to a customer that had a side-by-side. He was up in the hills. He wanted to wash it off before he came down, and he was able to use that unit. So we also, it comes with a foam cannon.
Yeah.
You know, which, you know, you can use whatever foam cannon you have or you want, but it comes with this.
Okay.
So obviously we're using P&S's new product, the Frostbite. We put that in there, gives it a nice coating. I'm gonna switch right now, rinse it off real quick, and we'll get to some questions.
What the heck, man?
Here, why don't you get to use it?
This is incredible. This is amazing. So I know you're probably thinking, okay, somebody's gonna go wash their car up in the mountains. Sure, wash their side by side, sure, whatever. I'm like, I could be the dead of winter. I don't have to leave my garage. I could be in my garage with a warm bucket of water, wash my car in my garage, squeegee out all the water, and I can just do that in there, right?
Yeah.
With soap and water, or I can throw ONR inside here. I can throw Absolute inside here, and it'll come out at high pressure. That's insane. Okay, so this, I'm gonna pull the trigger down.
You can change that just so you feel the difference. So just push the button, it lights up.
Okay, I'm gonna go low here. Decent rinsing capability.
I would have to say, and I don't know if you've used any of the the other pressure washers out there. I mean, that low setting is what like some of our competitors' products are.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't used it.
Yeah. So our competitors' products are on our low.
This is the first
as an
electric
example
pressure washer I've used.
Cool.
If I'm honest with you. Now,
cordless pressure washer.
Cordless. I have used a what's it called? Like an airless paint sprayer, right? I've used something like that before with liquid, so I know the kind of output that had. That's not even comparable.
Yeah.
But I mean, this. Now I'm on the high setting. That's all you need, really.
Yeah,
and
I think
I'll
so.
Jump to turbo really quick.
This is another setting that we have that we include. We call it the turbo nozzle.
Okay.
So this might work for wheels. I don't know if you really want to hit the paint much with it, but so it gives it, I don't know if you've ever used anything like that. It kind of...
I've seen, so we've had some turbo nozzles sent to us. I think one came in like my Karcher Cube or whatever it was, and I was like, I'm not using that. Mainly because I just didn't think I needed it.
What's your personal opinion of that?
Pretty sweet, honestly. I probably wish I would have. I think I threw mine away. So now, now that I know, that comes with it. It's not
it does come with it. That's standard. Everything you see here is standard. Yep.
And this is out now. This
is available at our dealers. Yep. MVP has one left over at his facility. You can go Upset's Garage. Matt has them down there. So. Yeah, this is an awesome product.
And the other thing I want to point out too, because he was setting this up earlier, I was like, okay, the cord's got to be like whatever, right? This is decent, right? This is good. Levi, what do you say?
The hose.
The hose, not the cord. Why do I keep thinking? God, my brain is like fried right now. I'm having like this is like changing my complete opinion on how I'm going to detail a car. But yes, this right here, the hose. This thing is flexible. It's soft. Like, I feel like I can move it around. That's sweet. And this is still, I can put whatever hose I want.
You can put whatever hose you want. You can use whatever, foam gun you want.
Yeah.
It has a caddy. So, right there, I'm able to set it down. It's not banging. It's not laying on the ground. So the caddy's right there for it. The handle goes up and down. So you can put this in different areas. It comes with our standard Ego warranty. Comes with a 5-year on the actual pressure washer itself and 3 years on the battery. It's most important that you go to our website, Ego Power Plus, and register your product, create an account, and that kind of keeps all your products, organized with your receipts and things like that.
I want to see something. Hold on. Somebody just asked something. So this right here disconnects like this, right? I pull down.
So the question I know you're going to ask is like,
I'm going to ask.
Can the nozzles fit in the short handle?
Yeah.
As a manufacturer, we're legally not allowed to sell it like that. That's an OSHA requirement.
Okay.
So we have to include the long handle. What you do after you purchase it is what you do. So if you were to go on eBay, you can buy those nozzles that fit in that size. This handle is not, you cannot change that.
Okay.
So you can't change where the green part is.
Okay.
And obviously that handle kind of goes with the unit.
Yeah.
You want to be able to use the Bluetooth setting.
100%. Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to use the handle or maybe that breaks down the road or anything like that, you can go right up to the unit and we can change whatever setting we're on manually.
So you're saying I could swap to a different...
You could swap and use another handle. Yep.
Sweet. I guess can you wall mount this freaking thing or what? I mean, you know what I mean? Can you
This unit isn't really designed for that. If you're, washing, I would say 10 cars a day, that's not what this machine's designed for.
Yeah.
It has its purpose, and being cordless and being able to take it, into the marina, on your boat, RV lovers, people that have RVs out there, you want to be able to wash your RV. There's no gas, there's no fumes, it's quiet.
Yeah.
There's so many positives to this that I can't reiterate. And the fact, I know we didn't wash much, but we barely used any water. I got 2 buckets of water, so
that was our initial testing bucket, and we didn't even use that.
No.
What's crazy too, if you were insanely meticulous and you were deathly afraid of water spots, right? You can go buy distilled water and just throw that in there. Now you're pressure washing with nothing but distilled water, or if you have a CR spotless system, you can have it plumbed into that and have the water going straight into that as well.
I know my segment was short. We had a lot to talk about. Dane, are there any questions that came up that we could quickly answer before we move on to the next segment?
We can move over to here, Chris.
Yeah, no, guys, there were actually several here, but Anthony kind of already answered one about a DI system, wondering if you could use it with that.
I think you would just run your hose. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, let's see. I have Hans asking a question as far as gallons per minute with the pressure washer. What will we be looking at there?
So there's a lot of great videos online. Our friend on YouTube, Josh V, did a great video. He marked all of the actual pressures with each of the nozzles. Talks about the gallons per minute, so you can look him up on YouTube. Did a great video. We say that it's a 1.2 gallon at 3,200 PSI. You know, those are obviously subjective to many different things, what type of nozzle you have, and everything like that. But it's 1.2, 3,200 PSI.
Okay. And Fred having some speculation as to maybe being able to get even more out of it with different nozzles.
Yeah, you might be able to.
I think there's probably somebody out there that will put in the time and effort to extract a little bit more power out of this, and I think it's possible.
Now, let's see here. David Boyce is asking, what adapters can you use to swap in an MJJC foam cannon? So just as far as attachments go, it's like any other pressure washer, right? With the
so there's two different
change it out.
Yeah, so Dane, there's two different standard nozzles that are available in the market, and those are the two we have. I really am not, I don't know what those sizes are off the top of my head.
I think you, based off of what I just saw there, I think you just straight up.
I don't see any reason why you couldn't.
I think you just plug it in.
I think you're okay. Yeah.
Plug it in and use it.
Let's see. Owen here asking, Owen from Atlanta, you missed the best part of the Ego vacuum. Demo the blower function with the remote double for an air compressor. Amazing.
Oh, I never really, to be honest with you, I never even thought about that. But the exhaust is a blower feature, and you can use the crevice tool as your blower tip, so you can easily pop this out, and it actually can go into the blower feature. Thank you for bringing that up, Owen.
All right, Anthony, be the judge. How well does it blow when he plugs it in here? How well is it doing when he gets it going?
Here, hold this real quick.
Yeah, you.
There we go.
Dropping stuff.
Dropping things.
I'm amazed.
Wow. Okay, on your. Yeah, don't blow out the ears of the viewers.
Oh my god. Dude, that's some
That's a success.
Good point, Owen. Thanks for pointing that out.
Good call, Owen. And Owen does have another comment here. Does Ego make other accessory attachments for the vacuum for interior detailing? You know, small, hard to get places.
So I would actually turn back to Tom and say, you know, Tom from Brite, he did a great demo this morning. Turn back and roll back the video and hit up the segment that he did. He talks about the different attachments that he has available and really how this is a versatile vac, and you can use other you know, different types of attachments. This is also removable. So in the instructions, it tells you how you can actually remove this head and attach. This is 1.5 inch diameter on the hose itself. Some vacuums are 1.25 inches, but this vacuum is 1.5 inch OD. So
sweet, man. That's awesome.
All right, and Fred updated here, just being helpful. I just checked I'm Josh V's video, and he got 1.7 GPM out of it with a 3.5 nozzle. Okay,
that's pretty dang good. Yeah, 1.7, which I mean, yeah, that's killer.
Now this is an interesting one because people always speculate when we bring on brands we don't carry for TRCMA. Is TRC becoming an Ego dealer? So that obviously comes up as an interest point.
Not as right this exact moment. I don't know what the future holds.
Never say never.
I think really, I think the RAG company invites companies like us that have innovative products to show off for the detail market, to really broadcast that.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of this show. And I think there could be potential down the road, and we'll see where it goes.
Yep. All right. And to that front, Mike was, before anything was shown, he's saying, please have an air compressor. So anything to say about that?
A cordless air compressor. I think it would be more interesting, to be honest with you, if we're able to incorporate blowers, to replace air compressors, if it's my personal opinion. I think that what you're looking for when you talk about an air compressor, is, at least in the detailing world, people use air compressors for blowing out cars and things like that. So, you know, other areas an air compressor might be, you know, nail guns and things like that. But you know, now we've got cordless nail guns coming out in Flex.
Yeah, I could see what you mean there. There's something there. We just don't know what it is yet, probably.
Yeah. Obviously, there were a whole bunch of people freaking out about the bike. They thought that was just the coolest.
Dude, that bike.
It has nothing to do with the detail industry whatsoever.
No, it didn't matter.
But it's just cool.
We like fun things, so nobody's going to be mad about that.
That thing just looks killer, dude. That looks like, it looks awesome. Yeah.
So Scott here was asking what the minimum recommended size or model of ego blower would be for drawing a car.
So my personal opinion is our 670, which I brought here. That's my personal opinion. Most of my dealers in the detailing market, there's a lot of them out there that are carrying the Ego product. They'll carry the 765 because everybody wants the biggest and best. I think that the 765 for blowing off your car is overkill. And I think the 670 version is kind of a sweet spot.
Yeah, I would say so.
You know, I mean, even when you push the turbo, you were like, oh, that has a lot.
Dude, well, the 530, so I've been using the 530 for a couple of years now, 2.5 batteries, and that's always been enough for me. I feel like I've always been like, yeah, that does what I need it to do. Is there more to be desired? Yes, but I didn't really know what that would feel like, right? And so now getting my hands on the 670 here and actually using that, I could confidently say.
You could see a difference.
Massive difference. But this is probably what most people would expect when it comes to paying the price, getting into the battery system, and wanting to see that instant result when they have like a coated car or something like that. The 530, you'd go, pretty good, right? But I think the 530 is probably best at blowing leaves, best at blowing grass clippings, and that's what that really does a good job at. This right here, I think it takes it to the next level, and I have yet to fill the 765, but I'm sure Jimmy will bring it in, and I'll be mind blown as well. So, Dane, this has been a ton of fun. Chris, we're going to start wrapping this thing up. Thank you so much. Thank you. This has been awesome. Chris from Flex, Chris from Ego.
How can Fred get in touch with Chris?
One in the same. How can you get Chris's contact info?
You can always look me up on social media. I'm out there on Facebook, Chris Metcalf.
Yep.
And look me up.
Perfect.
Reach out anytime.
Anyways, I'm blown away. Can't wait to play with more of these toys. This is going to be awesome. We're going to stay busy here at TRC playing with some stuff. So without further ado, we have another amazing segment coming up with our friends over at Rupes, and I believe Levi Gates is going to join the crew.
Today marks another milestone. The new Bigfoot hybrid has been completely re-engineered. Hybrid polishers raise the bar.
That buffer is super smooth, light.
This thing has a lot of power. It's amazing.
Upgrade.
This thing's awesome. Really, really nice. Super smooth, super quiet.
Welcome everybody, and so now we are in with Rupes, and we're going to be talking about more battery power, because that's the way this world's going. But here's the thing, at SEMA, we were right next to each other this year.
Yeah, right across the aisle.
Yeah, and the whole time I would see you, Jason, and I would wave, and you'd come over in the morning. I'm like, I got to get over and check out that polisher. I got to get over and check out that polisher. That whole show went by, and I never came over to check out this polisher. So now I get my very own masterclass, and you at home get to join us. So I got the great Jason Rose here. And Jason, what do we got? Tell me about all of this. This is all new.
Well, it's a pleasure for me being with you. I know we're right across the aisle at SEMA, and I think you winked at me a couple
times. Yeah.
But I'm glad to be here with you now. So this is about Rupes hybrid, the hybrid family now. It's now not just one tool. The Nano was launched, quite a few years ago, and people, began to call this the hybrid, but it's the Nano tool with hybrid. So hybrid to Rupes is a sub-brand.
Right.
And what it means is the ability to take one tool and use it with a battery or a cord. So that's what hybrid means to us, the ability to switch that one tool from battery to corded. And it began with the Nano quite a few years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah, I had one. I actually, when that first came out, I bought the first one in the state. I bought a lot of the first ones in the state. But.
So that's what hybrid means, the ability to use battery or cord. Now, last year, Rupes came out with the hybrid Mini. Again, the ability to use battery or cord into one tool. This is a 3-inch platform, and that was the second tool in the hybrid family.
Okay.
And then we're currently launching, as you probably know already, the hybrid 21 millimeter and the hybrid 15 millimeter polishers. Also hybrid, but we are not holding back, we're actually being held back by supply on the cord option.
Right.
So we had a tough decision to make. Do we hold the whole program up, waiting for computer chip technology and parts in the supply chain and global issues with computer chips right now? But we decided to launch the tool with battery option at the moment, and then later you're going to see the cord get launched. So this is the hybrid family. And speaking of the hybrid Nano, your rag company team asked me to do this. What we'd like to offer is for a viewer or anybody interested, I'm going to autograph this.
You are going to autograph that.
And then whoever's on the fence about buying a Nano right now, it's a good time for you to buy a Nano.
So this little Nano kit is going to be autographed by the great Jason Rose and will be available for purchase on the Rag Company web shop, theragcompany.com. So you'll get a custom signed unit.
Say the TRCMA 2024.
There you go.
There you are. So some
so this will go up on the this will just be available on the site, but this one unit will, I assume, get randomly sent
whoever buys
the hybrid Nano. So that's super cool. So you guys, if you want to put in an order, you can. Just know that it won't be shipped till tomorrow, obviously. So, but one of the cool things, so this little guy, the HLR 75, I've been using. I love it. I love the weight. I love the ergonomics of it. But you got these new blue pads.
Yeah. So
tell me about the pads.
Yeah, what this is currently launching as well. Some distributors don't have this in inventory yet, so we're kind of
this isn't sold individually at the moment.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you said that. So this new DA intermediate foam pad is a new introduction by Rupes. Our first introduction is in the kit. When you buy the new hybrid 21 or 15, you'll actually get these pads in that kit. So thank you for reminding me of that. But individually not sold yet. They're just in the kits. Now, it's also got new packaging.
Yeah, a little eco-friendly.
Eco-friendly packaging. And it's intermediate, meaning that in our product line, this pad falls in between our blue DA coarse and our yellow DA fine pad, or intermediate foam pad, is in between those two, the blue and the yellow. So in terms of cut and finish and performance, that's where you'll find this pad. But it also is very, very flexible. It can be used with any of our liquids, Uno Protect, Uno Advance, DA Coarse, DA Fine. It's actually a very, very flexible pad. You can think of it as your Rupes all-purpose pad.
Yeah.
You can cut with it, you can finish with it.
The one pad to rule them all.
Yeah. And have you had a chance to try it yet?
No, but just feeling it, I love that it's got some rebound, some quick rebound.
Yes.
So the pad has some energy in it, which I think is going to be really great because it's going to be able to, it's soft enough that it looks like it can conform to some of those curves, but it bounces back enough that it's still providing, when I was reading the description, it can provide a high level of cut, and I can see that just in the way that foam reacts to my touch.
Pretty awesome, and those of us that have used it already, we fall in love with this pad pretty quickly, so we think you'll do the same. It's called our DA Intermediate Foam.
So, and you can only get it right now in the kits. Now, tell me about these beauties. I want to know everything about them. Like it was seriously, Jason, like the saddest moment when the show was over And I remember I came over,
and we all packed
and you guys had
already.
everything already packed up and locked, like it had padlocks on it. I'm like, you guys understand, I'm the master of shine, and I am not getting to see. I didn't even get a chance. So they were like, it's fine, Mobile Tech, you can check them out. And then I got to Mobile Tech, and I got so busy, I never made it over to the Rupes booth. And so this is my first time getting to actually feel these, hold these, touch these. And because our last order was so quick, so fast, I got to watch Anthony pull it out of a box, and then it got like literally taken and shipped. So this is the first time I'm actually getting to see these and play with them.
Well, these, I brought these with me because I just got back from Costa Rica. I did a series of training classes. So these have actually been used in 6 different training classes.
Nice.
Yeah, been traveling with them for a while. They're super fun to use. So just to give you an overview, and I want to start with just the basic obvious thing, which is, you know, Rupes is late to the party on full-size battery tools like this.
Yeah.
And we acknowledge that. And it was deliberate. I mean, we waited for certain development of certain features, and I'm so glad we did, because this is just fabulous experience. If you had a chance to use it at SEMA, you know what we're talking about. It's just the overall experience we were very cognizant of. We wanted to make sure the user had a really, really positive experience. And what does that mean? Well, we went for the power and the torque of a corded tool, of our corded polishers. We went for that kind of power to the pad, which, check that box. I think we nailed that one. You'll get to see it on the car here. But power to the pad, similar to our corded tool. We also wanted it to be lightweight.
Yeah, that is probably the most striking thing about it, especially for some of us older detailers, right? People don't realize when we talk about weight and how much that affects. Most people are like, you just lift more weights, get in better shape. You don't understand the way your joints and the elasticity of what's left of your joints after running a polisher for 30 years. The lightness of this is so nice.
We wanted to be the lightest in class, and check that box. We are, in fact, by weight, the lightest in class of any battery tool out there. So, and
I think on almost some corded. I think it's lighter than some corded tools. So it's a huge, huge change, which is nice.
Powerful, light. We also wanted it to be quieter, and if we could possibly have like no sound at all, we would do that, but it had to have some sound. But it is definitely a completely different sound, a different tonality, a much lower decibel level than other battery tools, but also other corded tools. So I'll play the sound
Go for it, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot quieter.
So we can even have a conversation.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So powerful, light, quiet, but smooth. So the smoothness actually was a huge challenge with our engineers, and we spent a lot of effort.
Well, a lot of people don't realize how much that smoothness can change. I mean, even just based on a pad, and the placement of a pad, or a backing plate, getting a chunk taken out of it. There's so many different little idiosyncrasies that most people don't realize when it comes to limiting the amount of vibration.
There truly is much more than people are aware. Trying to balance a big orbiting object and trying to make that smooth in your hands. And it was a big challenge with the corded tools. And in the corded tools, there's a 5-gram swing in weight that will throw off the balancing of a tool. And 5 grams is nothing. That's somebody hosing on compound too much, right?
Too much compound.
So that's a wet pad. I mean, 5 grams is nothing. So, and this tool is even more sensitive than that.
Wow.
So the balancing is super, super tight on this.
Yeah.
And in order to accomplish the power, the sound, the smoothness, and the lightweight, everything, visually this looks like a Rupes tool. It looks similar to our other corded tools, but inside, completely re-engineered components. So the motor is a brushless motor, nothing like our corded tool.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's actually smaller in size. If you look at the
you can tell it's
motor
much
housing.
Smaller, especially a couple years back. You guys can go back and watch this video on our YouTube channel. But Anthony and Dane and I went and actually built some Mark II 15s, or Mark III 15s
at our
maybe,
factory.
at your factory. And we assembled them from the very first piece all the way up. And that was the thing that I noticed the most right off the bat, was how much smaller this was and how much more compact and tinier, and yet more powerful.
Completely new motor, lightweight, smaller in size, brushless, so re-engineered motor. The other thing is in this housing here, and it's showing on screen, our new polyfiber gear set. So these are reinforced plastic gears for lightweight, for sound, for power. And this is the reason why we did this. And so this whole area up here, the gear set is completely re-engineered. Also the eccentric set, we call it, which is the balancing system, completely re-engineered. It's now smaller and lighter weight than our other eccentric set. So motor, gear set, eccentric set, all of this stuff completely redesigned for the objectives that we mentioned, which are power, lightweight, sound, and smoothness.
Wow.
The brain with the speed module, all that, re-engineered.
Yeah.
Tuned for the
all
other
those
features.
parts.
Yeah. So it's just from the ground up completely re-engineered. There's also some crazy good battery technology in this. The runtime, which a lot of people ask about this because you're all curious how long you run it. So under load, which means actually polishing on the vehicle, under load, 40-minute runtime.
Okay, that's good.
And recharge in the charger at 50 minutes about.
Okay.
So if you do the math, every 40, 45 minutes, you can swap batteries and run continuously.
Yeah.
And the battery technology is different in one sense, that there's many corded tools on the market in our industry and outside of our industry where they use lithium-ion batteries, but the power output of the battery slowly declines every minute that goes by under load, under use. So you get full power in the beginning, but then there's this gradual declination of power from the battery. So not all batteries work this way, but some of them do. Now what we insisted on in our battery technology is continuous full power, 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 dead.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's how you want it to go, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to stop for you.
Yeah,
you don't have that like, oh man, I got to redo that whole fender because I was using half power for it and I didn't get the correction I wanted. This way it just stops and okay, I can't go any farther, let me recharge. And or swap in a new battery.
Yeah, you run this full power, because this is what you really want. You want that full power all the way to the last minute. And the tool actually communicates with you on the battery power. So there's one indicator right on the battery. So this will tell you the battery power rate on the battery pack itself. But another feedback of the tool is the blinking light. So this blue LED light that's on here.
Yeah, that's cool.
It comes on when you pull the trigger, so it comes on and stays on. However, 3 slow blinks of the blue light, it's telling you that you're close to the end of the battery life.
Oh, there it goes. So it lets you know while you're working.
Yeah, while you're working, you're looking at the tool, maybe side view, you see this blink a couple times, and it's telling you, hey, the battery.
You catch it in the reflection of what you just polished.
Oh yeah, there you go. So there's feedback from the tool. There's also another function of the blue light here, and that is 3 fast blinking lights. It is telling you that the tool is being stressed.
Okay.
Or the tool's running hot, or something's wrong.
Okay.
So 3 fast blinking lights. It's the tool giving you feedback, saying, "Hey, wait a minute. You're pushing down too hard. You're angling it too much, or something has, failed inside, or what? Somehow the tool is telling you, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Something's not functioning right. So you don't want those kind of blinks.
Yeah.
But
3 slow is good. 3 fast
is
bad.
like, wait a minute.
Okay.
So, and if that happens, you just take the battery out and reset, and then try to operate the tool differently with less pressure, let's say, or less angle. I've actually tried to make it happen, but I can't. So I guess
that's good. That's all right.
I don't have enough muscles. But yeah, so that's one of the features of that blue light, although pretty cool and kind of fun to have.
That's rad.
Yeah. So do you have any questions?
Well, so I think the biggest thing is, and I'll be the devil's advocate here because I know somebody's going to ask, why not the same battery technology for each tool? Or technology is probably internally it's the same, but shape and design, not being able to utilize this battery for this tool or this battery for that tool. Do you have an answer as to why that?
Yeah, so the engineers really wanted to have the nano battery deliver the power platform that we want for what that nano work is going to be.
Okay.
But have it be the smallest size possible for that tool.
So the most amount of power for the tool, but the smallest size so that it doesn't encumber the
and same with this. I mean,
and weight.
The battery could have been bigger, but it was all a balancing act between what do we want the tool to do, how much power for how long, and then what is the smallest battery size we can put on this tool.
Okay.
That's why.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And same with these. I mean, this, we really wanted the smallest.
Yeah, and both these are 18 volts, but this is a 5 amp and this is a 2.5.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's the big. I know someone's going to ask that in the question, so I wanted to get that out first. You and I were speaking, and sometimes what people don't realize is that one of the things you talked about was the reset.
Yeah.
Taking the battery off, or unloading, letting go of the trigger.
Yeah.
Internally will reset the tool.
Yeah.
So
it
that
resets
way,
the brain.
Yeah, it resets the brain. So that's a reason why you want to change batteries or not keep something depressed. Because I know some people have been putting tape over them. Some people have been putting maybe a skin at the time or something just because they're like, I don't like that this activates it. And Anthony brought that up. He said there was the prototype that you guys had at SEMA that didn't have the lock on it.
Yeah.
And one of the great things was Bradley was like, well, you want to take the battery off. And you don't want to turn it on while you're trying to take the battery off.
Well, if you look at the way you take the battery off, you're going to use this little button here and slide this off. And you naturally hold it here.
Yeah, right.
So if this trigger lock didn't exist, you would accidentally actuate the tool while you're changing batteries.
Yeah, so there's a lot of safety purposes involved, but also the reason for this, because that's one of the things that Rupes takes very seriously, is the actual ergonomics and function of the tool while also making it look beautiful.
Yeah. Well, style is something.
Yeah. It's something maybe where it's manufactured. I don't know. Something that has to do with style.
And speaking of ergonomics, the one thing I don't think I mentioned was this new backing plate.
Yeah.
So this is a new feature some people have honed in on, and like, what is that all about? Well,
it's super thin.
Yeah. So with the interest on lightweight and compact and smooth, it's actually part, the pad and the backing plate is part of the balancing system of the tool. If you think about it, it's, the inside there is a counterweight, and then there's pad and backing plate. So the whole tool operates like this.
Yeah.
And equal mass and weight on both sides makes the tool very smooth. So this backing plate was redesigned just like
the rest of the
machine to contribute to these objectives of lightweight and smooth.
Well, and what I like too is, it looks super thin, and you'd think like, oh, it's going to be maybe too flexible or it's going to be hard, but it's still got the same, there's still a softness and squish level that you would get from the traditional backing plates.
Yeah, it's not so hard that it's like rigid, but it does accomplish that goal of, lightweight and smooth.
And it keeps the pad in the right orientation of where when it's creating that downward pressure, that pad is still able to do what it needs to do and still able to maximize the cutting or the polishing or refining or whatever you're doing with it.
Well, cool. So have you actually run the tool?
No.
Oh.
Believe it or not, I have not ran the tool, so we're going to have to do some stuff.
So I think we're ready, unless you have, oh, by the way, I wanted to mention earlier, I forgot to mention this, but for any of you watching, if you have any questions about what we're talking about, please just enter them in, add
we
your
got Bradley in there with
anytime.
Dane. I think they're picking up some questions and figuring out the right ones in case we miss anything.
So just put your questions in. You don't have to wait. We are going to have a question and answer session, but just pump them in now, and then we'll be able to answer them later. So we'll go ahead and work on this Mustang here.
Okay.
And since you haven't had a chance, we'll just put some of this product on there. I always end up using the cowl. Probably shouldn't. So. Speed 2 for priming for our stuff. Just run that pad for a couple of seconds. But you can hear that sound. It's just a totally different sound of any tool.
It is. It's, especially as someone who's been a Rupes enthusiast since they first came to America, that is a very different sound.
So let's see what you think. I'm going to go on the other side of you. What do you think?
It's so smooth. Holy cow. Like, I don't know if people understand how, like, I talk about it a lot. My hands, my wrists, my elbows are damaged. And this thing, look at this. I get a little product here so I don't sling it anymore, but I mean, it's crazy how it's just sitting in my hands.
So, Levi, actually push down on it. See how much torque you can feel.
I'm at 2.5, and I'm pushing on it. And what's crazy is I'm not feeling any flex in the pad.
Yep.
Which is nice, or in the backing plate.
Yep. It's pretty solid.
It's very linear all the way down as I'm pressing, but I felt no stall, no change in the way the pad sped through itself. It's simple. This is nice. This is really nice. So I don't know if you're going to get this one back. It might be mine from now, so. But yeah, no, even like just pushing down, it's crazy.
Well, look,
yeah, that new pad is nice too.
Yeah, the pad should do a good job on this car. There's like minor defects, but it looks like it's removing defects, shining up pretty well.
Yeah, I mean it's looking really good, and it had some minor, like you say, but I'm really impressed with how this pad works, how it moves, and it's cool still. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I was pushing on it.
Yeah, we actually, in this foam formula, we had a good eye for making sure that we're managing heat. Because when you're trying to cut out defects, you're creating frictional heat.
Yeah.
So we wanted to try and run this pad cool, and I think we nailed it. It's a great pad for...
There's a little scratch here. I'm going to get this one. Just for fun. I can't just stay away. Well, and I like the trigger lock because a lot of people don't use that enough. You know, have you ever found that in your trainings? The people are like, oh, I never use a trigger lock. They just keep their hand squeezed on the trigger, and they don't realize all that damage. So it's kind of nice that it starts right off the bat and locks, and so you don't have to worry.
One thing, since you're talking,
to teach people differently and how they're going to be.
Since you're talking about the trigger, I want to really mention something, because in my trainings in Costa Rica, I'm carrying around these, and some of the things have come up. So make sure with this trigger, because there is a brain operating in this tool, and when you activate this trigger, it begins the brain thinking about its ramp up in power. Okay. So it's not what's called instant on. You pull the trigger, you don't get all that current right to the pad. It gradually
speeds up.
Yeah, and this is important to the life of the tool and making sure that components are not shocked with too much amperage. But what some people do is, because they may not be used to what's called a slow start, they might take this trigger and they just pull it rapidly. Okay,
times,
if you do that, oh shit! Sorry about that.
Let me just clean my face off here. I just got.
And if you pull the trigger with product on the pad, it just slings everywhere. Sorry.
That's all right. You're good.
So when you pull this trigger rapidly, repeatedly, the brain gets confused.
Yeah.
And it doesn't know what to do, and it doesn't know whether it's ramping up or slowing down or whatever.
Yeah.
So don't do that. If you're intending to start the tool, pull the trigger and let it gradually go up without slinging product on your friend's face. Sorry.
It's not too bad. We're good. Yeah.
Gotta have something to talk about after this.
That's great.
So keep in mind when you're pulling this trigger, don't rapidly pull and release, pull and release, because it jacks with what the brain's trying to do. And if you end up doing that and the 3 fast lights come on, you'll have to take the battery out and reposition it.
Well, that's good to know. So the other thing we noticed when what I heard from SEMA was, again, people were wondering, was because the hybrid means the plug-in, that the plug-in is also going to be coming in the near future, so folks will be able to hardwire, so to speak, just like they can do with the Nano at the moment.
Yeah, that's the intention, but like I mentioned earlier, through supply chain issues, and the power cord actually has a power management brain in it.
Okay.
Just like the battery does.
Yeah.
So it's trying to manage power going through the cord, and there's components that are hard to get. I don't know the whole details of it, but we weren't able to launch the cord at the same time as the rest of the tools and batteries.
I just know we've seen a lot of emails and questions. I thought there was a cord. I thought there was a cord, and so we just want to get those questions out so people can understand why and how this is the way it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is going to be a great feature, especially for those folks that are, maybe working on a, they've got a car that they're doing a lot of correction on, and maybe it is they've exhausted their battery, both batteries. In the future, that'll be an option to be able to at least keep working. You won't have to stop. But that's a cool feature. But I remember when I got my first hybrid Nano and being able to be free of that cord. And I had some water spots on the roof of a new Volvo SUV, and it had been coated, and we had acid washed the top to try and remove some of the minerals. And there was a couple little spots where they didn't come out, but they were there. But we had done a mineral decontamination, and I was able to hop up on the roof, have that just in my pocket, and just touch up a couple of those. They were tiny little spots. Just buff a couple spots, recoat those little spots, and be done. And I remember getting down and going, "This is amazing! Like, I can't believe it." And I had plenty of power. It didn't slow me down. And then the other great thing that I loved was I did a ton of classic cars back in the day in my shop. And being able to hop in and polish metal dashes.
Oh, yeah.
And get into all the little nooks and crannies and not have to drag a cord through the through the vehicle. So that became a surgical tool in my shop, which was really great. So to have these now join the ranks, dude, I can't imagine the freedom that these Rupes machines are going to be able to allow.
And we've actually, the company has gotten interest for demonstrations in industrial and manufacturing settings where you wouldn't think, battery tools would apply very well. But if you're up and down ladders, like if you're detailing RVs and big yachts and stuff, or think of a yacht, you got water maybe underneath.
Yeah, you're running electricity and cords and all that.
So it's really cool. I'm excited about this, and I'm excited that people are going to get these in their hands very soon. You have inventory now, I understand.
We do. We got them. They came in yesterday. We got a restock.
There you go.
So they are available now, as far as I know. It was a rush to get them back on, get the inventory in, and put them on. So because we have we sold out pretty quick of the first batch.
Well, we anticipated strong demand after SEMA, but not as strong as it was. So we literally we can't make them fast enough.
Yeah. Yeah, so that 15 is going to come home with me. I'm sorry, Jason. It's just part of the job. That's what you get for
I have to give up my samples.
Yep, sorry. But no, Dane, do we have any questions? Bradley, you guys got any things anybody else want to ask or answer? We wipe up a little bit off this car.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get a few here. I've got a bit. We can start with Hans here.
Okay.
Let's pull him.
Hans
up.
has had his for a while. He was lucky in EU to be able to get one and play with it.
He's really been enjoying it. He says he loves his LHR 15. They need to make an hybrid rotary. Ooh, what do you have to say about that?
That's interesting.
Or perhaps you have nothing to say about that.
We can neither confirm nor deny.
Hey, good enough for me.
Hey, there's your future, right? That's all you got to know.
That's the fun answer. All right. Next up, Mike Cooley here. Will there be a wool intermediate in between blue and yellow wool?
Oh. Are you working on any of that for a wool or?
No, we aren't working on that kind of a project, but when you get the kit for the new hybrid 21 and 15, you're going to notice some changes in design on the wool pad.
Oh, okay, cool.
So there is some innovation and enhancement and improvements done to our DA wool pads, but just like all the components in the tool, we had to redesign to get those objectives met. The wool pad we had to redesign to make it work better on that tool.
Yeah.
But it consequently also works better on the corded tools. So since you're asking about wool, our innovation we're applying there is not on a new intermediate wool. I think our yellow wool has a great range of cut and finish, so we cover a big range. We don't need an intermediate wool there. But the tapered edge, we're working on removing the tapered edge and having a straight edge.
Okay.
And this is going to add to our smoothness and durability of the pad.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Yeah.
Anthony's a big fan of the yellow wool. I'm a big fan of the blue wool. I pretty much, that is my one go-to pad for everything, is that blue wool. So I when that came out and I was like, I don't think I need anything. But now that this is out, that this is a new item, and I can't wait till we can get it in stock. That's probably going to be my second favorite pad. So.
Well, cool. So to answer that question, we're not intermediate wool, but some design and effort in there.
So to shine your light detailing, when will those teal pads be sold individually?
So we've got our team in Italy working on making pads. For those of you that don't know, we have a facility in Houston that also manufactures pads here for the United States, North America area, and right now, because Jason mentioned the demand for the new HLRs has been very, very high. We're kind of taking all of the quantity and the stock of those pads and kind of putting them into those kits that make sure we can fulfill those first. But all I can say is soon. It'll be this year.
Once everybody gets their new machines, that's the real answer. You buy a new machine, you get the pad, and then hopefully once everybody's bought the machines, then then we'll bring the pads out.
Patience, people.
It'll be this year.
Buy the machine first. Jeez, guys.
Yeah. Now, Jeff C. here with a question. Any changes to the HLR 75 for 2024? I saw a video from SEMA where Todd mentioned there were some internal changes. What internal changes might he be referring to?
In this tool.
Yeah, the little HLR 75.
Well, the changes I'm aware of is there's been a trigger option because as some of you know, you can accidentally actuate this trigger if this dial is on. So we do have a trigger lock feature for that. It's available now, actually.
Okay, thanks.
It can be a retro. You can replace this trigger with the other one that has a trigger lock. And then going forward, new tools that are manufactured have the trigger lock on it already.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's one thing I'm aware of. I'm also aware of in the beginning of the launch, I don't know why it would be mentioned at SEMA because it was actually over a year ago or up to a year ago that some features were improved on the inside. So there was the cradle that holds the motor was actually reinforced on the inside. So that caused a little bit different sound. So some of the people that bought the tool straight out on the first availability, their tool may sound a little bit different than if you purchase one today. And that is because of how the motor is cradled inside this housing.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Another thing was the tight fit in the battery. That's been adjusted a little bit. But these changes have been going on for months actually already. Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
All right. Then let's see. We got Aaron Bauer here. Go ahead and take it, Bradley.
When will the tool and battery charger be sold without the whole kit, and what is the price? Again, kind of similar to the intermediate pads. It will be soon. And I know we keep saying soon, but we don't have an exact day. we want to try and get these kits out and fulfill all of the orders that people have placed first, and then we'll be working on getting the tools by themselves and then the battery and the charger. So,
okay, there
makes
you go.
sense to me. Let's see, we got Air First. He's been great. I believe he's located in Ireland. He's been all over these. If it's so light, does that mean you need to add more pressure? So he's referring probably to the latest Rupes polisher, the 15.
I would say no, just on what we use. There's no reason. So I've always been a no pressure kind of polisher.
Me too.
That's the way I work, and so I usually utilize my arm speed, my passes. I'll slow, and the big thing is that arm speed. It's moving that pad slower over that area and watching it as it's going through the, like seeing what you're working on. So you bring your body speed down, and if you do add a little pressure, a lot of it is just a slight shift in the way you hold your body can create different downforce and pressure to the surface.
And the orbit's doing the work.
Pushing.
So it doesn't require a lot of pressure, and to your point, moving the tool slowly across the surface is going to apply more orbits. So the orbits are doing the work, and the pressure needed, if you could just take your thumb and whatever this thumb can push down gently on the tool, that's all the pressure that's needed. You don't need to, like, all the muscle in your arm and back to your shoulder, you don't need to apply that much pressure. It's actually a misconception that pressure is needed to remove defects with a large orbit polisher. You really don't.
Yeah.
So light pressure there is all that's needed.
Now, on the polisher front as well, further details ask, any issues with correctly using a pad washer?
A pad washer? Are you talking about the
like a Lake
bucket,
Country pad washer? Yeah.
The tips we have on that is make sure that a saturation, is managed, because that's a big issue with using a big orbit polisher, ours or anybody's.
Yeah.
But especially ours, and especially this one, because as I mentioned, I told you earlier, the balance and out of balance sensitivity is super tight tolerance on this tool, so it can get out of balance very easily, more easily than our corded tool. So you got to pay attention to balancing on these to have the proper functioning. So a saturated pad with water is like 10 times its weight.
Yeah.
And that will stress this tool. So the tips on pad washers is you got to manage saturation, make sure all the water that you're introducing in that pad washer is being evacuated.
Yeah, let's make sure it's spun dry.
And if you're going to spin dry, spin dry it on a rotary, not not this tool.
Not your friend's face.
And that's what most people don't realize is like, or your friend's face. Do that. But yeah, a lot of people don't realize that utilizing a pad washer is great, but utilizing it throughout the process when you're working on a car, you don't have to soak the pad. You don't have to get it to where the water squirts out the sides or anything like that. You're just lightly removing compound, or in some cases you're cooling the pad just a little bit.
Yeah.
And most people don't realize that. And it's not, if you need to clean a pad, don't use it on a pad washer, do something else. The pad washer is really designed to help remove some of the material, but cool that pad down so you can extend the life. But if you're going with our same rule of thumb, we usually recommend 4 pads, 1 per quarter.
Yeah, swapping pads.
And so pull the pad off and put on the next pad. There should be enough in a quarter of a vehicle to get everything done where you don't really need the pad washer. But then, hey, throw it on a rotary, clean those pads out, and that way they're ready to rock and roll for the next job.
And maybe use the pad washer approach as the end of the car, end of the day kind of pad washing. And compressed air really is a great way to clean pads while you're working on the
Utilizing either your guys' blower or our new Ultra Air tool.
Yeah,
it's not going to hurt the tool to suck up air versus water. So let's see here. Jeff C. Bradley, you want to take that?
Does the backing plate or shroud still need the be lubricated with dielectric grease?
Yeah, so there is a designed-in friction point between the shroud and the backing plate, and it has actually less friction than our corded tools, but there is a friction plate there. So yes, the answer is do lubricate this, similar to how you would your corded Bigfoot polishers.
Okay.
Okay.
And dielectric grease, by the way, is one option. You could actually use white lithium grease.
Okay, white lithium.
Vaseline works in a pinch if you
don't have anything on hand.
If you don't have other options, but the important thing is something thick and something that will stay on the backing plate. The light oil for like oiling pneumatic tools, it's too light because it will fly off the backing plate and it won't be a durable lubrication at that point. So dielectric and white lithium are really good options.
There you go.
The chunky stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Then we got Mathau here saying, can you describe the best use case for each pad in the kit?
It's a good question.
The best use case for each pad. Well, and Bradley, correct me, the pads that are in the kit is the new intermediate foam and wool.
And there's blue and yellow foam, or the intermediate foam, and then the yellow foam, and then the new blue and yellow wool.
Wool. So 2 wools and 2 foams. Yeah. So to make sense of these, anything in our system that's colored blue, that would be the stronger version of whatever that is. So yellow or blue capped liquid, yellow capped liquid. Blue is the more aggressive version. So for the cases that you're asking about here, anything where you have harder paint or more severe defects, and you've done a test spot and you figured out, okay, I need to be a more aggressive situation, that would be our blue compound and the blue colored wool pad that's in the kit. You would head that way. So that's that case. And then on the other extreme, if you find out you're on softer paint and you have less defects, then you would be on the lighter side of our aggressiveness, which would be our yellow DA fine with the yellow foam that's in the kit. And then you have some pads that are in between.
Yeah.
And those would be after your test spot, you can kind of dial in the cut and the finish to your liking, and those would be the specific cases for the pads in the kit.
Yeah, so the basic rule of thumb, go with the color coding, and then that's what the intermediate pad is to fit right in that middle.
Yeah.
And in theory, you can do this with all the pads, but in theory, the blue pad is able to be used with either or.
Yeah.
And that way you step up or step down and really fine tune at that point.
Yeah.
But a good rule of thumb is just follow the color code for what you're working with.
Good question from Matthew there. And I would start with our yellow combo that's in the kit. So the DA fine with the yellow foam or the yellow wool. But
the softest, simplest way.
Start with the yellow combo, do your test spot. Good question.
All right, then I've got shine your light again here. Will it keep running with the fast blinking light? So the kind of under duress, under pressure kind of light. And what you were saying, you had to really even try to make that happen, and you said you couldn't really make it happen.
Well, it's interesting, even within the Rag Company team, what we're experiencing is I personally have tried to stress the tool
to get it to blink.
Get it to blink, and I can't get it to blink. And then other people who are not even trying, the tool has blinked for them. But there is, you got to pay attention to the different blinks, and there's one blink that is, hey, my battery's dead and you need to switch batteries. So that one appears to be either 3 blinks or continuous blinking until you switch the battery, and then that goes away.
Yeah, well, I would think of it kind of like a car. Sometimes your check engine light comes on. It doesn't mean you totally have to stop driving it, because you may have just not closed the gas cap.
Right.
But if it goes into limp mode, and your car, let's say you're pulling your trailer with your truck, right, and your truck goes into limp mode, and it's only going above 15 miles per hour, and your check engine light, now you're like, okay, I actually should probably stop, turn the truck off, let it sit for a bit, turn it back on. It's the same thing with the tool. Once it hits that fast blinking light, is kind of like limp mode, turn it off, undo the battery, replace the battery, and see if that fixes it and resets everything and seems if it comes back. So that's kind of the way to think about that.
Okay. Then I got a question. Everything in Miami, fun name. Any chance of an LED light attachment? So wondering just for like an attach a light kind of deal.
Like the Buff Brite?
I imagine, but yeah, for the HLR.
Yeah, so they were trying, so there is no normal spot like you would normally see that the buff Brite could bolt into.
Yeah.
But Tom has been working on ways to figure out how best to attach.
He's resourceful.
That. Yeah. But the point of that was like Jason said, that was designed to manage weight, manage the new parts and equipment and tools inside the motor inside there. So there was a reason that wasn't put in there. So.
Now, this next question is one I recall we've already answered before, but I want to bring it up for people who are new, may not be familiar with how this fits into the Rupes lineup. If either Bradley or Jason want to tackle this, I'm sure you get this a lot.
Yeah, I get this question a lot, and I'll tee it off to you, Bradley, but my comment here is there are customers who prefer corded tools. There are customers who prefer battery tools or cordless tools. And I don't see corded tools going away. I think there's definitely a strong preference for people that want to use corded tools. And that the reality of our business is if you look at our unit sales, during the timeline when battery tools hit the market, our corded tool business has increased year over year. So it's not like the invention or the option of battery tools being available to people, whether it's ours or another brand or whatever, it hasn't slowed down the sales of our corded products. So my answer is I think there's still preferences on both sides. What do you say, Bradley?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. For sure, there's still a market for those corded tools. They're not going anywhere. You can make the HLR a corded tool by plugging in the adapter, but the Mark III is still there. It's still a great tool. We've got other corded tools. They're not going anywhere. We have a corded 75 millimeter. It's not going anywhere. There's, like you said, there's different markets for each of those, and people prefer different things. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could blow their minds even more and remind them that you guys also make pneumatic tools.
Yeah.
That run on air.
Yeah.
Those air tools are awesome.
They don't even have a cord. They don't have a battery. They literally have an air line that you attach to them.
And there's another option.
And that's a whole other option.
Yeah.
Minimal moving parts. Yeah.
You know, so yeah, you could. I mean, they've got some really crazy air tools, but you got to have the backbone for that too. To have an air tank, to have the amount of air, it's just like that. So it's another option, and it's an option for various folks because there are folks that use your air tools all day long.
Yeah.
And there are guys that'll use quarter tools all day long, and there's going to be folks that are going to be utilizing battery power.
Yeah.
So so they all have their place.
Now it's funny. I just had to bring this one up right after the other because I figured tie them together. Why not? I think he meant the Mark IV. It's usually IV, but he went straight to 5. So maybe we skipped one there.
I think we're running out of time, aren't we, Jason? Is that
that's the universal sign?
Gotta go.
Well, you're just skipping forward, going straight to 5. That's the rumor.
Jump over
now.
4, go to 5.
Create that out of nothing.
That's interesting.
But for real questions, let me get over here. We got Mikey. Will the intermediate pads be available in all sizes from 1 to 6 inches?
Yes, so we are working on getting all those sizes made. Right now, we've got the 5-inch and the 6-inch, and then also the 3-inch. You saw it on the HLR 75 that we're working on, and we're also getting the other sizes for the nanos.
Okay,
so the 2-inch and the 1-inch.
Cool. Okay. And of course, then he wants to know, refresh Nano anytime soon in the future?
There's a lot of
just asking
future questions. We just came out with the Bigfoot hybrid. Let's focus on that.
It never fails. Oh, you brought something new? Yeah, no, but what's newer than that?
What's newer? What's newer next? But we just brought something new.
I swear they just want to hear you guys say we can't talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the answer every time. Rupes keeps a tight lip on that. So, yeah. Jason Love, do they know when the intermediate pads? I'm trying to buy a case, also the maintenance of the polisher. So we kind of addressed that.
We did.
Go ahead.
There's no exact day. We're like we said, we're trying to fulfill all of the kit orders first, and then we'll be working on building up stock so we can sell them individually. Because we know that once you try them, you're gonna definitely want to get your hands on some more. So
yeah.
All right.
As far as the maintenance of the polisher, I'm assuming the polisher you mean
this one.
this one. So lubricating the backing plate, similar to our other corded tools, that's one. Also air vents, you want to take a brush attachment on your vacuum those air vents out because, wool pad hairs and compound dust, things like that can get sucked into these. But, vacuum those out probably weekly, lubricate weekly, vacuum the air vents out weekly.
Maybe wipe it down with a high-quality microfiber towel from your friends at the rag company. Preferably an ultra ripping rag would be great, or even just a normal ripping rag.
Now, this was Jason's kind of follow-up comment, just about is the mainness of the backing plate of the hybrid the same as the corded with the oil. So I know we kind of talked a little bit about the grease.
Dielectric grease.
Or
white lithium.
White lithium grease, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. And then we've got Raining Monkfish. Does the kit come in a case or a bag? He's referring to the HLR, which you were just holding.
It's a case, as far as or the box for the kit for the new ones. The new ones is a cardboard box. This hybrid comes in the hard case. The Nano.
And the Mini.
And the Mini. Both of these come in a hard case. And then the new 15 and 21 come in a cardboard box, a big box.
But that's just during the introduction, right, Bradley?
Yeah, correct. So we'll down the line you'll see another a Lux kit kind of that kind of has everything, and that'll come in a bag just like some of our other Lux kits that we have. So that's coming later this year.
Okay, for when you want to roll Italian style. Got it.
There you go.
Shine your light. The coarse blue wool pads are money.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely agree. And this one helpful here. Mike wondering, not related to the tool today, but will Rupes be holding any classes in the Memphis area anytime? Or is there a posted schedule they could check somewhere for dates and locations?
Okay, so here's the thing on this. There are training events that are Rupes-related content all over the world. But in the United States, to get Rupes education, you can come to our academy in Denver. We have regularly scheduled classes going on there. But we also, and what's trending up, more and more, is partnering with distributors and a Rupes trainer coming and doing a class with a distributor. These are happening all across the country. There was a couple of them this, last week, and so they're happening all the time. The challenge is, and we're trying our best to be aware of these and to post them on our website. So we're trying to tell you when and where those events are, even if they're not in our training center, they're somewhere else. We're trying to put that on our website, but we don't always know. A lot of these just happen from distributors, and they put on,
or they put it on their website, but they don't. It doesn't get back to the mothership, so to speak. We had a Rupes training here at the Rag Company and our MVP store. So we had one day in here and one day in our store, and that was back in January, and it was great. But again, it was one of those we didn't have a lot of time to plan it. So it never made it to our website. So the key is just keep your ears peeled, keep checking back, maybe find out who the rep is in their area or near them, and get a hold of them and let them know, hey, I'm interested in a training in the Memphis area, Mike, and then they'll let you know.
Yeah, and Mike, for you in Memphis, I don't know where you buy your Rupes products from, but if it's a local distributor in Memphis, I would contact them and say, hey, first of all, do you have any classes coming up? Secondly, if you don't, why don't you create one? Because I would go if you had a class. So maybe they would actually contact our Rupes team and create an event in Memphis for you.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Raining Monkfish with another good question here. Is there a corded polisher that has the new technology gearing and running gear of the battery model? So maybe to the polyfiber.
Right, the polyfiber and all that. Yeah, all of that technology is in the HLR, the hybrid. So that's kind of specific to those hybrids right now. And then our corded line is still, the Mark III, and then we've got the ES tools and all that. Those still have the brushes.
Because I imagine in the case of the polyfiber, those were all developments that you guys felt were necessary because you're operating with a battery now. There's different kind of balance and weight associated with that versus a corded machine. So that's why it wasn't just automatically in the corded machine, because it didn't need that the same way.
Right, it was developed specifically for that machine.
That makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. All right, anything left for you guys to add here?
I don't have anything else other than thank you for letting me play with that. And like I said, that 15 is coming home with me. So you're going to have to tell your boss sorry. And I don't know what else to tell you. But thanks for coming.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I appreciate
Jason,
you.
as always, it's awesome. And thank you, Bradley, for sitting in with Dane. And
thank you.
Speaking of distributors, that's what we're going to go do next. I got to go hang out with Dan Burrows from Stinger.
Ah,
so
good old Dan.
Let's go do that. Run. I had to run, sorry. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that don't know, this is Dan Burrows from Stinger Chemical. And Dan, tell us about Stinger and tell us about everything that the folks at home need to know, because this is a kind of a new name for folks that they maybe haven't seen it if they're, you know, a home hobbyist or a DIYer. But for those of us in the industry that have been around, we see it at trade shows. We've been hanging out. You guys sell some of our products. You sell Rupes products. You sell Flex's products. You sell a lot of different products. You're a distributor. You guys also make your own chemicals.
Yeah.
So why don't you tell the folks at home what's going on?
So 1988 was when the company was founded, and we actually started out as an exporter of products out of the U.S. That was what we started out doing. So the founders of the company really got into this kind of out of a different way of doing it than what everybody else did. They were over there selling it. And in 1992, we actually moved from Austin, Texas to Houston, Texas, which is where we produce.
Long move, holy cow.
2.5-hour drive. It was a long commute for the guys, but but Houston's the place you want to build chemicals because all the raw materials are there.
Yeah.
So it's a great opportunity for us to build chemicals at a cheaper price because everything's right there. You know, we send our semis to go pick it up. We don't have to ship it across the country.
Right.
So it was a good strategic move for Stinger Chemical to do it that way.
Okay.
But then we started producing our own chemicals in the U.S., started selling, and you know, now we are 36 years later, still doing it, and the same people that started the company are still the founders and runners of the company. They let me do my thing, and that's fun.
That's good.
I do enjoy. Yep, that's actually the founders. That's in Korea, actually. So if you notice, that's Friction Shield. So Friction Shield was one of the products that we were selling over there. So we make chemicals for all different parts of the vehicle. We do internal engine, fuel additives as well. Most of that's done out in the world, not in the U.S. here. So there's the 3 guys that still to this day run the company and still have smiles on their faces. So they must still like it because they got smiles. So yeah, that's them. So this was our first facility that we bought in Houston, and this is still one of our current production facilities.
Oh,
so
nice.
This is
a cool
building that's like 100 years old or something like that. This is our new facility we bought about 6 years ago. This was right after I started working for the company. We had bought this right before that. That's a new building we acquired. That's actually got a retail store, kind of a model store for our Stinger stores out there.
Nice.
Another warehouse in the back of that as well. So it's that's one of our warehouses. We actually have 3 warehouses now.
Yeah. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and this is actually one of the newer buildings we bought now. This is what went up in there shortly after we bought it. We've been trying to buy that building for like 2.5 years.
Wow.
Finally got it. So
hey, look, there's me.
Speaking of trade shows.
There's me at Mobile Tech,
My wonderful marketing team put that together, and they made to include you in that. So.
Yeah, and the kid to the right with the bald head, that's actually Tom Smith's son. I've known him since he was like this big. He's just a little tiny kid. But there's the team.
We're at SEMA and we're at MT there, so that's a good picture. There's some other stars in there as well. So this is actually, one of the big things we push is training. We put together a training program called Detailing by the Numbers. And that was kind of an overview, and it's now kind of our backbone or our spine to the whole training program that we put together. So that's our old class there.
Oh, wow, look at that.
This is the brand new center. So this is a training center. If you notice, we've got TVs around it, so everything's being broadcast to the TVs. So no matter where you're at, you can see what's going on in the front. You know, we've got 13 classes we do now that have stemmed off Detailing by the Numbers. So
So basically one a month.
Yeah, we do. Well, what we do now is we do every month we do 2 to 3 days of training, and we do it in Spanish and English both.
Oh, wow.
I have 3 of my trainers are bilingual, Spanish and English. One of them even knows Italian.
Oh, there you go.
So I don't know of anybody that has a trainer that knows Spanish, English, and Italian, but I've got one. so I think the next slide we're going to look at, so there's Bruno on the far left-hand, or I guess it'd be the right-hand side if you're looking at it. Bruno actually came to us from Ecuador. He was actually a professional baseball player in Italy.
Nice.
So that was pretty cool. Bruno's a great guy. There's that guy in the middle who looks kind of old and a little overweight, but that's me. Zach, who has actually been around the family of Stinger for a long, long time. He is right there in the third. And then Connor Smith, who is on that fourth picture over there, is also one of my trainers as well. And we actually, so Connor and Zach and I are going to be in Puerto Rico next week doing trainings there.
Sweet.
Last week, Connor and Gus and I, another one of my guys, were in Massachusetts and Rhode Island doing trainings. Actually teamed up with Rupes on that training. So we really feel like that's, if it's one thing to build a chemical, it's another thing to build it and help people figure out how it works best for them. And in our trainings, we talk about, profit. We're in this business. Most people are in this business to make money. And that's what we really like to teach and tell people. We make chemicals. You saw them in the big, huge sizes we make. Well, there's sometimes reasons for that. It's all about how you spend your money.
Yeah.
So,
well, and that was one of the things we were talking. One thing, when we were talking about this and having you on, the thing that I wanted to stress the most for folks at home was for those of you that have maybe made that transition from DIY, and this was that you were a home hobbyist and you liked cleaning your own cars, and then maybe you cleaned a couple for family members, and then all of a sudden you got into this position where you're like, I think I could do this as a business, and I got a good flow down, but our number one question that Anthony and I get asked all the time is, so I'm doing this now full time. I quit my job. I'm working on this. How do I get faster? How do I lower my chemical costs? How do I get a car quicker and faster? Because they hear me, and I'm saying, hey, this should be done in less than 4 hours, or they go through my standard operating procedure, which you can find literally on our website, but you can also find it by just Google searching Levi Gates SOP, and it'll show you how I go through a car, and I give estimated times of what it used to be at my shop. And most people don't, they're not fast enough, they don't have the technique because they've only learned from themselves or they've watched a video, but they haven't actually taken a training. And that's something you guys specialize in, is you can show them, hey, this is how you're going to start cleaning a door panel. This is how you're going to start, this is how you're going to load your pad, this is how you're going to polish, especially those that are like, hey, I'm pretty good, but I've only used a hand polish. I've never tried a tool before.
So what's really interesting, we don't really talk about product in our training so much. We talk about, procedure. Procedure and process is so utterly important in our business, because if you know the right procedure, the right process, the time frame that things take, that's where your money comes from. So that's why with the trainers we have in our company, there's a lot of experience. I've been this will be my 26th year in the industry. Connor has been in the industry for basically his whole entire life. Bruno has been in the industry for a long time, and he had a whole different look on things coming from Ecuador, because it does change from country to country, how things are done. Paint's different, all those things. So Zach, who's been around the Stinger family forever, because he is actually Stinger family, so he's related to the owners. There's a lot of that experience, and what we always tell people in our trainings is this isn't something we made up. This isn't something we thought this is the greatest way to do this and get the best results in the fastest time. It's just that experience of going from business to business to business and having that time. You see the process or procedure that works really quickly and has great results. So,
and that's what I want to also stress, is that you have salesmen all over the country, and you have distributors all over the country, and you guys have pulled from all those different avenues and heard the feedback from all these customers, to where it's like, hey, this is what we need. This is what people are saying. This is the problems that they're running into, and this is how we can solve them for them.
And I always tell people, I kind of joke about this, but I'm not far from the smartest guy in this room or in the industry. It's just I've had the opportunity to see a lot of really good people. Jason, who you just got done with. I've trained under Jason. I've been to Jason's classes. We've done training classes together. you know, when you have that kind of availability of that kind of talent and professionalism, you and I, we were here not too long ago doing some things and playing around with different things. You know, that's really invaluable, and I'm lucky enough to have that opportunity along with my guys that are running around the country as well, to see all that and experience all that and to pass that knowledge on. Because again, I didn't think of any of these things. I was walking through, whether it be a dealership, a ceramic shop, a detail shop, a reconditioning center, a dealership, whatever it is, you're always looking at what everybody's doing. You know, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, well, that's a little different than how people normally do that. So I'll walk up and say, you know, hey, let me ask you a question. And normally people would do it this way. And they go, yeah, that's how I used to do it, but I figured out that this works better. Good example of this. So the bug blocks, the yellow bug blocks, really stiff ones. I'm walking through an auction one day and I see this guy squeezing it, putting it into a patty. And I'm like, it's kind of interesting. He puts it in a door pocket. And he sits there and looks at it. And I was like, what's this guy doing? So I'm like curious, you know, I walk over and I'm like, hey, can I ask you what you're doing? He says, yeah, there's Coca-Cola in the bottom of this door panel in this pocket. And I can't get to it. So I thought, well, I can take this thing, smash it up, put it in there, and it's just going to expand. And I was like,
and then I can slide it back and forth with my fingertips.
And I was like, dude, that's kind of genius. And he goes, well, I just had to come up with a way to fix a problem. And I'm like, and that's what our business is. It's about fixing the problems. That's what we are. We're problem solvers.
Well, and as much as, and we'll have lots of folks on later this week about trainings and events and things like that. But, you know, there is still a need for folks to go, gosh, I want to get trained, but I don't know if I should take this training or that training or this person's training or this person's thing. And that's when I love saying, you need the basics. Get your basics honed. Get that SOP figured out to where you know you can do this in a certain number of hours. Then it's, hey, now I know how to use a polisher. I have the idea. I'm not certified or fully trained by Rupes or Flex, but I know how to handle myself around a polisher, and I know the mechanics of it. And once I have that, I can do some cars, I can get some hours, I can get some seat time built up, so to speak, and then you can go to Rupes and take the class. Because now you're like, okay, now show me the theory, show me why that tool does this, or show me why that tool does that. Or here's what else is cool about Stinger. Jason and you guys have done classes together.
Yeah, so Jason and I were just in Billings, Montana for a conference, and he did his 2 hours, I did my 2 hours, and he jumped into my 2 hours, and you know, we talked and kind of worked through some different questions that people had there. I was just with Duffy in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Chris Wright, who's another Rupes rep who's awesome, comes into our training center and does that. So, you know, our training center was never built to be a profit generator. It was always built, and it wasn't even necessarily built, I mean, obviously we're selling Stinger chemicals. That is the end result, is we hope you all buy Stinger chemicals. But the training center was always built as an educational platform. It was never built to say, you know what, we're going to go into this and we're going to tell people if they don't use Stinger chemical, this is never going to work. That's never been our thing.
But this gets them started, this gets them built, and this either makes them a customer for life, and where they're going to be using you, and they're going to be buying your catalog of products, which includes Rag Company towels.
Only the best.
That's right. But they're going to be able to not only have that knowledge now, but they have a good foundation. And that's the biggest thing that I wanted to present to folks, was there is that space to go hone your skills, learn your skills, take a proper training from some really, really smart guys that know their stuff in this industry, and that's you guys at Stinger. And that was my biggest thing, was to push that.
We really, you know, the training program started out, we have to have a backbone of the whole process, and that was called detailing by the numbers. From there, and there's a lot of great training programs out there, don't get me wrong, we're not the end all, we're just a part of hopefully educating the industry and making a difference. But from that, you know, we've branched off into specialty classes. So we do, you know, when to sand and how to sand for the correct finish. We do an advanced buffing. We do an advanced interior cleaning. So we really kind of zoned in on things that people were, you know, struggling with or wanted to learn more about. So when we do these classes, you know, we do detailing by the numbers, and that's where I always tell people, you know, that's the first class you really want to go to, is that one, because it talks about the whole process. And then you start looking at your process and you go, you know, I'm great at interiors, but I really don't know that much about buffing. Great. Then you learn how to buff, you know, I really want to learn how to sand. So that's why we built it the way we did, because we really want people to be able to grow their skill set starting from that basic, because they're, you know as well as I do, that basic skill set, you got to have that in place, and you got to have that process, and then you start looking at it going, okay, I'm getting better at this, I'm figuring it out. Now where do I step it up to that next level? Right. So that's been the really fun thing. And we have a guy that comes in from Kansas City, drives from Kansas City to Houston.
Yeah.
He came in himself. He's a detail shop owner. He came in himself, did the classes, and when I found out how far he drove, I just pulled him aside and said, hey, was this worth your time? He goes, I loved it. He goes, it was great. I'm going to come back. And I said, all right, great. Well, he's brought back now a total of 4 of his employees.
Yeah.
And they drive from Kansas City to Houston, and he feels it's that valuable. That's not boasting. That's pride. Yeah, it really is. It's pride in what we do and what we've accomplished. So, and I have a great training team that I really feel like if there's somebody that wants to learn something, my team is the right team to do it.
And they're really knowledgeable.
Yeah. So, Stinger Chemical, the training team, the whole process all works really well together. The training center is part of it. The outside training is part of it, because we go out and we do in front of people in their shops, and that really gets people excited.
Well, and the other thing that I love is because you guys manufacture chemicals, you can teach the reasons why there are rules around certain chemicals and why they react that way and why they do that thing. Because you have chemists on hand, on staff. You've got, all your guys are trained, all of your guys know the knowledge behind that and are able to expand. That's why, when you and I've talked, that's what blows me away every time, is going, this is such a cool little secret that you guys have been doing your darndest pushing it out there and getting people to understand and know that this is available. But that was the reason I was like, man, we could push this out and actually show some people what this can do for them and their business, or the ability to want to create that business. Maybe you are a DIYer and you're getting to a point where you want to start, you want to open your own shop, or you want to say, hey, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to do this full time. How about you hold off for a second and you go get trained fully so that you have the acumen to go, all right, I got an idea of what I want to do now.
What you said about the manufacturing of chemicals is really interesting, because one of the classes that we did, and I really wasn't sure how popular it was going to be, was called Advanced Product Knowledge.
Yeah.
And it really was put in place because I thought, how does somebody know what an ammonia-based or an alcohol-based or a butyl-based chemical works? Because we have enzymes, we have, all these different raw materials that go into all these chemicals, and they all do work differently. So that class has taken off, and it's very popular, and I see the people in there asking questions saying, well, what if I mix this and this together? Not always a good idea. So we talk about that.
But that's another thing, most people don't. It's like that old story back in the day of people saying, whatever you do, don't use straight ammonia and bleach when you're cleaning your bathroom, because you'll hurt yourself. But it goes right back to that. Is there some people that they're like, well, this kind of works or that kind of works, and we get calls still to this day of people that say, hey, can I mix this and this together? No, you can't. I wouldn't. Okay, I was just asking.
Well, and most of the time the chemical's made kind of for a specific purpose, people are like, well, what if I had one chemical that worked on everything? I'm like, well, if you did, that would be great. Give us the formula, because we'd be happy to make millions of gallons of it, and it would be great. But they're all different, and they all do work differently. You can't use a glass cleaner to remove water spots. It's just not, the chemistry is not right for that. So it's a fun class to do, and it's fun as a manufacturer, because we really do get the inside look at why these things. And there's a lot of great manufacturers. You guys sell a lot of different stuff. I don't ever tell anybody, hey, this is a better or great product. What works for you? But if you don't know how to use it, you're never going to get the results you need. So it's fun to impart the knowledge. It's fun to be a manufacturer. I've learned a lot. I've been with Stinger for 5 years, but I've been in the industry for coming up on 26. And when I came to Stinger, I was like, oh, this is great. I can tell them to make this chemical and this chemical. And I realized, wow, this whole thing isn't that easy. This is actually a lot to it. It's not just, we're not just pouring a bunch of stuff in a tank and going, yeah, that looks like it should work. We actually have a whole process for it. So it's fun though, and I love doing things like this. Thank you for having me in, by the way. This has been a lot of fun.
Of course. So Dane, do we got any questions in there for Dan and Stinger?
It's mostly been folks, cheering Dan on, really happy to see him here, and of course saying very nice things about Stinger Chemicals. The only real question I got is kind of like the classic broad question about what makes you so special. So naturally, we'll pull up Shine Your Light. What makes Stinger Chemicals different or better than other chemicals?
So, you know, we've been doing this since 1988 as a company, but really 92 was when we started producing and experimenting and doing it. So that length of time in any industry, you're going to get really good at what you do and figure out ways to do it. I think with Stinger, you know, first off, I think the price point is a great price point because of how we do what we do, being in Houston, building it there. But I think it's just the time in the industry. You know, there's a lot of companies out there that have been around a long time. It's not like we're the only one, because there's some out there that have been around longer than us. So I think it's just that knowledge and that time of, you know, failure and then meeting success, because there was failures. You know, I've been told that the history of the company, I've been told that we have failures. You know, I once said to my boss, well, how many times do you fail on the different ventures and things that we do? And he goes, probably, he goes, sometimes 50%. He goes, but I learned something from everything. So I think that's what sets us apart, and we control everything because we manufacture everything. So that's another part of it, you know, our quality control. People don't realize how important water is when you're making a chemical. For every 3.5 gallons that goes into our factory, we use 1 gallon of that water to make the chemical. That's how particular we are about what level of raw materials we use, how the water is. So it's really, I think, controlling all those things that does help us to make the chemical that we make.
There you go. Nice.
It can't be stressed enough. You can't only be winning all the time because you're not going to learn anything. So you have to have those opportunities, and those opportunities yield a better result in the end. Then you really are.
Failure is a horrible word. Educational. That's what I like to say. It's an educational process, not failure.
Really messed up. Let's see. We got Juke Nova. Where can I buy Stinger Chemicals right now?
So we have distributors all around the country. You can also Google search Stinger Chemical and you'll find websites all over that you can buy it off of as well. So there's really not any place, even around the world, we have distributors in lots of different countries as well. So just Google search. If you go to our website and in stingerchemicals.com, you will find a ask a question or a distributor inquiry. That little spot where you check will send a little form into us, and if you're looking for chemicals in a certain area, let us know where you're at. We'll direct you to who it is, or if it's an area we're not in, we'll give you some good websites that you might work out well. So you can find us everywhere. Just do a little Google search and we'll get you figured out.
Well, and on the website, can they find the training dates and all that stuff too?
Yep, absolutely. So we post the training usually when the training ends. That month, we post the next month's training with classes, the time. You can register online. There's no cost. I don't know if we'll do it that way forever, but right now we've decided that while we're building, we're building this thing, and we're getting to the point where we're seeing, as one class gets what we call how we want to meet the goal, we start building another one. So classes are free, so it's free education. At some point in time, maybe that will change, but right now it's free. So.
Yeah, just get you to Houston and get a hotel.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do.
And the food in Houston's awesome, so you can't go wrong with that. So
there you go.
Well, SNS saying we know a place you can get them today. That's helpful. Thank you.
There you go. That's a place.
And, well, my customers are watching. That's great.
No, they're all over it, man. They're all over it. Which class would you say a beginner should take?
So our detailing by the numbers, which is exactly what we built as the backbone, should be the very first class if you're a beginner. That's really, in my opinion, what sets that process up to build from there. So that's a class we do, we do 13, so we try and do 2 to 3 a day, which is a lot sometimes. My poor guys get pretty beat up after 3 classes in a day, but that's the one that really you should look at as a beginner detailer, trying to figure out your process, trying to figure out your procedure, how to set up your shop in an effective way, because that's a big part of, the old Chinese fire drill of running around the car trying to find your brushes and your tools and where's my blue pad and where's my brush. We talk about how that works as well. So that's really the process right there. So that's the one I recommend, always the first one.
There you go.
Okay, and the last question would be my own, because I feel like even though they haven't asked it, this is something that comes up a lot of times when it's maybe a product line that people in our audience may not be familiar with. If you could point somebody to the starter 5 to 10 chemicals that you would say, okay, this for this, this for this, this for this, where would you direct them?
We only make 300 chemicals, so you're asking.
And that's why I asked, because it's daunting when you've been around a while. You produce a whole boatload of products, maybe just for the newbie. narrow it down.
What about
even
Dan's
someone
5
who's
favorites? How about that one?
I was going to say, I'll pick my 5 favorites. You know, our enzyme is an amazing product. When I started selling Stinger Chemicals, because a little history of me is I actually sold Stinger Chemicals, a distributor, to the end user for 10 years before I started working for Stinger. So I had my favorites, definitely. Enzyme was one that just everybody loved it. It just does a great job of a lot of different categories of types of stains outside of just what an enzyme cleaner will do, so that's one of my favorites. We have a degreaser that smells like black cherries, which if you're going to use something that you got to get around a lot and use a lot of it, it's nice if it smells nice. So that, we just did a new ceramic shampoo that I am absolutely in love with. I think it's amazing. There's, well, let's see, that we're only down to 297 now, so
okay, doing good.
There's a lot of chemicals. Those are the ones that I always tell people, if you're going to try 3 of my things, those are the ones that you want to try.
All right. And I've got one more question. I realize I know he wants to wrap up, but I want to throw this one out there. Just any classes for a hobbyist, for example, who's not necessarily interested in the business part of it. They're somebody who likes playing with detail products.
So, you know, we get this question all the time on our website is, I'm not a professional or I don't do it for a living. Can I come to your class? And we're like, absolutely, you can come to our class. That's one of the fun things about it, is having these people come in who are just wide-eyed and have no clue, but they've got a car they love. You know, we're all car guys. You know, I texted you on your birthday, wished you happy birthday. You sent me pictures back of what you're doing on your birthday. You're buffing a car. So, you know, we're all car enthusiasts and hobbyists, so that's absolutely for sure. And I think that's part of the fun of learning something. And you know what? I'm a garage guy. I spend a lot of time out in my garage. So the more knowledge I get on things to spend more time out in my garage, the happier I am.
There you go.
That's okay. And to answer the Canadian question, I think it's down in Texas is really what you're looking for.
So Texas now, we do have some talk of doing some classes in Canada, so that is a strong possibility. So if you want to see, if we do a group training with other manufacturers, such as, you know, we've had lots of manufacturers, other ones outside of us who make tools and the other things that have to be used, usually you'll find that on our website or on our social media. So if you follow us on social media, we'll always let you know kind of where we're going or what we're doing.
Yeah. There you go. All right, Dan.
Excellent.
Thank you for joining us, brother. Appreciate it. So you guys can check out Stinger Chemical.
StingerChemicals.com.
There you go. And that training we were talking about, detailing by the numbers, but make sure you take a look and see what all the trainings they have to offer. And as always, Dan, I love it. Dane, what do we got?
Yeah, well, you know, it's been quite a day. I imagine this is the part where we take a look at a schedule of some sort and we can kind of talk about what we've done and where we're going. If I could have that pulled up, that would be super swell. Otherwise, oh, well, here we go. All right, so Wednesday, that's coming up tomorrow. We start the morning off with G-Technic, definitely a favorite for a lot of folks around here. We follow that up with Detailer's Roadmap, where we're going to get into some interesting discussions, I am sure. Maybe, you know, ranting and raving about different websites and stuff. We'll just have to see. Then we follow up with Scan Grip for all your lighting needs. And last in the morning there is Optical, where we will have probably Jason and Eric, guys chiming in, talking about some wonderful protection films. Then, of course, we have the halftime show with Jamie and Alex. Always a good time. You guys have seen it already. Now for the second time, it's going to get even better. It always does. Then in the afternoon, we start things off with IK Sprayers. You know them, you love them. And after that, it's Buff and Shine, here for your pads, your polishing needs. And very end of the day, tomorrow on Wednesday, we round out the afternoon with Stoner Car Care, who will definitely be showing us some fun stuff. We look forward to all of them tomorrow, Wednesday. So, if you haven't done it already, guys, please click like on this video before you go. Helps us out, helps get this in front of more folks who are just learning about detailing, or if you already know what you know and you want to learn new things, we also do that. It's all here. So if you haven't liked and subscribed, knock those out. We really appreciate it. And don't go too far, because tomorrow, well, tomorrow, you gotta hit the notify me on YouTube, and it'll let you know when the show goes live tomorrow. And I don't want you to miss it. You don't want to miss it. So anyway, that's that. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. We will catch up again in the morning. Take care.